Super Devouring System Chapter 3314 to Chapter 3394. Don't run, little Loach screech. In fact, the moment Xianxia's giant cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky, Xianxia's Thunder Dragon Transformation Bloodline ability had already screeched and turned around to escape. Although its voice was so loud that it could split the clouds, it clearly revealed an extremely strong sense of fear and shock. After all, he was not a real immemorial Thunder Dragon. Although Xianxia's 3 transformations of dragon and snake bloodline magical power was amazing, he could actually use this magical power to stimulate the flesh and blood of his original body and change his form into a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. Those who didn't know would most likely think that he was originally a thunder dragon ferocious beast that had transformed into human form. It was a pity that the thunder dragon evolved from this kind of magical power only had the form. Even though Xianxia seemed to have mastered some thunder and lightning power, compared with the real immemorial thunder dragon, it was still too far away. At least, he didn't have the brutal and even violent temperament and momentum that an immemorial thunder dragon should have. If an immemorial thunder dragon from the desolate era was really here, no matter how terrifying Xianxia's cauldron was, it would absolutely not turn around and retreat, but everything was still too late in the end. As soon as Xianxia's giant cauldron appeared, it destroyed the world cage, the heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast one after another, causing Xianxia, and Xianxia to vomit blood and be seriously injured. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment, causing people to be overwhelmed and unable to react at all. Under such circumstances, even if the thunder dragon transformed from Xianxia's original body saw the opportunity early, it screeched and retreated at the first moment, but Xianxia's giant cauldron was really too big, its size even exceeding that of an ordinary star. The abandoned star under its feet couldn't withstand its pressure and was cracking inch by inch was proof of this. With such a huge body, there was no need to expend effort to pursue it all. Just a roll in the void and it could cross an extremely long distance in the starry sky. Xian did indeed do this. He naturally couldn't kill all 4 of these old guys, otherwise this matter would be counterproductive. His goal was only to display a deterrent means to make everyone afraid and not dare to provoke him. If he killed all 4 of them, the Heavenly War Empire would definitely not let it go and would send stronger existences, which would be bad. However, although he couldn't kill all of them, it was not a problem to kill a few people. This was also the price they should and must pay. Otherwise, it was not enough to show his power. Xianxia, and Xian didn't want to bully the disabled people, so he chose Xianxia. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this fellow was courting death. Instead of being a proper human being, he actually transformed into a ferocious beast that was thousands of feet long. Even if such a huge starry sky cauldron crushed Xianxia, and Xianxia into meat patties, it looked like nothing special. But it was different for Xianxia. This was a 1,000 feet long thunder dragon, and Xian had crushed it in the void with the farmer god cauldron in front of everyone. Just the visual impact and shock was enough to frighten the starry sky masters who saw the scene in an instant. Little Loach, don't run. This young master promises not to beat the shit out of you, rumble. Xian's figure didn't move as he floated above the massive Xianxia cauldron that was as large as a star. Originally, he had his hands behind his back, but now, he slightly raised his right arm and pointed towards the 3,000-foot-long lightning dragon that was fleeing in the north. Puff. When the 3 words Little Loach entered his ears, Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. Even though he had manifested a 1,000 feet long thunder dragon body with his bloodline magical ability, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He was so angry. The supreme existence of the 12th great realm, the 9th rank perfection of the void, with the stunning bloodline of the divine dragon thunder dragon transformation, how awe-inspiring was the 1,000 feet long thunder dragon body manifested. In the past, every time Xianxia activated the Thunder Dragon transformation and manifested a 1,000 feet long Thunder Dragon body, which time did he not shock the other party instantly, even those who immediately retreated in horror were not in the minority. But today, he had encountered such a monster. The 1,000 feet long terrifying Thunder Dragon had become a little Loach in his eyes. Moreover, he was still clamoring not to run, promising not to beat the shit out of him and so on. This was clearly the rhythm of beating him until the shit out of him was directly beaten out of him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body once again trembled a few times. This time it was not because of anger, but because of fear. This was a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. If it was hung up and beaten in public in this void. That scene was so beautiful that Xianxia couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't feel good at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline magical ability of the thunder dragon transformation needed a certain amount of time to cool down, even if he tried his best to remove it now, it would take at least 7 or 8 seconds. Xianxia simply couldn't wait to do so immediately. At least in that case, once he returned to his human form, if he was really beaten up, he wouldn't be as eye-catching as the current 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body. Rumble, just as his speed suddenly increased and he was running forward with all his might, a series of extremely violent thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind him. That feeling was as if there was a part of the world behind him that had completely collapsed. The terrifying power of heaven and earth shattering turned into an invisible shock wave, roaring and chasing after him. These thunderous roars were the explosive sounds made by the Xianxia cauldron crushing the void. Its size was so huge that it was more terrifying than ordinary stars. Although ordinary stars also had trajectories, whether it was revolution or rotation, they were untraceable and too slow to be detected. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's control, the Xianxia cauldron was like a meteor that was galloping at an extremely fast speed. Even the void was crushed and the sound of explosions could be heard. It was too normal. At this moment, Xianxia was almost scared out of his wits, because he found that the speed of Xianxia's giant cauldron was really too fast. He tried his best, and even used all the strength he had when he was a child. He finally managed to rush out a distance, but this giant star cauldron just rolled and easily covered this distance. According to this trend, at most 7 or 8 breaths of time, the terrifying giant star cauldron would press down on his head. Thinking of this, Xianxia's soul flew out of his body. There was also a human voice coming from the huge mouth of the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. He didn't care about his face and begged in public, "Linghu, little friend, can we stop chasing? It's a misunderstanding, everything today is a misunderstanding." Boom. Before he could finish the words in his mouth, the Xianxia cauldron, which was following closely behind, suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a long distance in the void and directly arrived above the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. Then, with a more violent and intensive sound of sonic booms, the giant star cauldron instantly pressed down with an indescribable momentum. AO. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar. Although the thunder dragon's body was huge, at least 10,000 feet, it was too small compared to the Xianxia giant cauldron that was like a huge star. It couldn't even be considered a small dot. The Xianxia giant cauldron pressed down on its head, and only a small part of its edge brushed against its body. The 10,000-feet thunder dragon was completely turned into a dried thunder dragon. Except for the head that was exposed outside, the whole body of the thunder dragon was completely crushed, and that small part of the void was dyed red by the blood mist that burst out. This scene was too terrifying. A 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon in an instant. The mournful howl it let out had no dragon power, but was more like a wolf's howl, which made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the word miserable be enough? In fact, even this mournful and indignant howl didn't last too long. It only lasted for about 2 breaths before it suddenly stopped. At this point, the 10,000-feet thunder dragon no longer had the slightest breath. Xianxia had fallen, at this time, in the area of the abandoned star that had completely collapsed. Xian 1, Xian 2, and Xian 4, who had retreated in horror, finally regained their senses. They roared one after another, and their figures rushed over here, wanting to help. "Ling Huchong, stop. Don't make a mistake. If Xianxia dies, you will definitely die. Impulse is the devil, Ling Huchong, don't court death." Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before these 3 old things could finish their threatening words, there was a loud sound of violent explosions in the void in front of them. The Xianxia giant cauldron pressed down with a loud crash, and a tragic and mournful howl suddenly sounded. Everything happened too fast. From the moment Yi Xian took the Xianxia giant cauldron to chase after Xianxia to the moment when the 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon and let out a mournful howl, it only took 3 breaths. It was so fast that even Xian Yi, who had retreated in a hurry and had almost completely panicked. His mind was in chaos, and the three supreme existences of the Ninth Order Great Perfection were actually unable to rescue him in time. They could only watch as their Xianxia was crushed into a dried dragon in front of everyone and died. In fact, even if they took action, the result would be the same. If they had the ability to resist the Shenong giant cauldron, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and retreated at the same time. About this, Zhan 1, 2, and 4 were well aware of it. So, Xianxia's death at this moment, the threatening words from their mouths at the same time, and their figures that had just rushed out, they also suddenly stopped. A wave of monstrous flames of fury that was similarly boundless and nearly capable of destroying everything surged out from the three of them. It surged through the void and actually faintly emitted a faint buzzing sound. However, the faces of the three old fellows were incomparably pale. Even though their eyes were as red as blood, as if they were about to spit out substantial flames, their faces were deathly pale. Whiter than snow, this paleness that caused one's heart to palpitate actually represented and revealed the current state of mind of the three of them. Only now did they suddenly realize how laughable and powerless the threatening words they shouted at Yixian in a moment of desperation were. After all, before the three of them could finish their threats, the other party had already crushed the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon to death. Moreover, that scene was so domineering. It was really like crushing a little loach. He had killed their third brother Zhan, in front of everyone. This was clearly a slap to their own faces. Before Yixian could do anything, they had already slapped their own faces. Perhaps, at this time, they still believed that Yixian would undoubtedly die, but at least now, they couldn't see that scene. Although there were many starry sky experts in this encirclement, and thousands of battleships, all of which were at least 3,000 meters in length, the entire encirclement army still didn't have the strength to threaten the other party. The Royal Star Cauldron, which appeared out of nowhere, was too terrifying. With it in hand, the other party could suppress a group of void men. Relying on this army, whose strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level, they couldn't do anything. It was also at this time that the momentum came to an abrupt stop. Behind Zhani and the other two, a large wave of terrified cries rang out like a tide. It was the starry sky experts who were entrenched in the battleships. They had surrounded the entire abandoned star so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Previously, when Yixian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, this group of people was completely stunned. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, one of the 4 supreme existences at the peak of the 9th level died and 3 were injured. This scene was too horrifying. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did their bodies tremble violently. They gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh heavens, let me be blind. What did I see? A 10,000 feet thunder dragon turned into a dried dragon in an instant? It was tortured to death. It's too tragic. This is too much of a bullying dragon. This is a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, but it was tortured to the point of howling like a wolf. How sorrowful and indignant should it be? Terrifying. Ferocious. Young Masterling who is heaven-defying. He doesn't just have the 3 peerless potions, tools, and arrays. Even his combat strength is the same as that of a peerless monster. He can definitely contend with that monster who is causing trouble in the cultivation camp. Right now, it's still uncertain who exactly is the clone of that monster. He might even surpass that monster. Once the giant cauldron makes a move, even that invincible war god will be suppressed. The number 1 monster of the human race. Young Masterling who definitely deserves this name. He is unparalleled, and his heaven-defying momentum is unstoppable. As these cries of surprise entered their ears, the figures of the heads of the 16 top families of the dynasty, the patriarchs, and the others, who had interacted with Yixian many times before, continuously trembled. Their expressions were even more marvelous to the extreme, and it was impossible to describe. It's too terrifying. He hit it too deeply. It turns out that the Royal Star Cauldron that mysteriously disappeared in the King of Medicine's relics was actually refined and taken away by him. At that time, we wanted to harm him and seize half of the King of Medicine's inheritance from the Linghu descendants. If it weren't for the outbreak of the universe zombie riot, I'm afraid we would have already taken action. If that was really the case, it was simply courting death. While muttering to themselves, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Bu Hui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other, and the hair on their backs stood up. At this moment, they really didn't want to go against Yixian anymore. They couldn't shake him at all. On the other side, the Crown Prince Long Xiang, the two princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and even began to plan how to torture Yixian after Zhan Yi and the others captured him. However, they were completely dumbfounded on the spot with their mouths wide open. These three guys' heads were originally swollen. Now, their mouths were slightly open, their faces were stiff, and their eyes were dull. At a glance, they really looked more and more like pig-headed people. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Heaven and earth almighty figures were nothing. Even though they knew Yixian's true identity and believed that he must have some more powerful tricks up his sleeve, they believed that he would be able to survive this crisis and leave calmly. But at this moment, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were still completely stunned. Only when the surrounding cries of surprise rang out like a tide did they wake up from a dream. Their bodies shook slightly, and they finally came back to their senses. Heavens, an idol is indeed an idol. He's really not an ordinary kind of awesome. Even though this young lady thought highly of him, in the end, I was still fiercely shocked. It seems that my previous estimation was too conservative. This guy is a peerless monster. He can't be treated as a human. Dragon slaying. This is clearly a dragon slaying scene. Even though it was only formed by the bloodline ability, it was still a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long. At least it had its shape, but it was crushed into a dried husk in an instant. Why didn't I realize that this guy was so ferocious before? That's right, that little temper is too scary. It's left me with a faint psychological shadow. In the future, when I face him, my heart will probably beat wildly. I'm afraid that I'll provoke his little temper. He dares. Humph, don't be fooled by how arrogant he is in front of outsiders. In front of us three sisters, he's just a little kitten. I've long been sure of this. That bastard is bad at everything except for one thing. As long as you're sincerely good to him, no matter how you yell at him or bully him, he won't flip out. He's a fool. At the end of the conversation, the girls had already gathered together and discussed quietly. On one hand, they were afraid that others would hear them and reveal Yixian's true identity. On the other hand, the three sisters gathered together to discuss how to deal with Yixian. Naturally, they couldn't let him hear these words. In front of them, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 suppressed the anger in their hearts and spoke again. Ling Huchong, you relied on the Royal Star Cauldron to run amok. You didn't care about dissuasion and killed Zhan San on the spot. This matter can't be resolved. Just wait and see. Our heavenly war empire is not without the power of heaven and earth. What's more, we have the power of the entire dynasty. You have committed many crimes and are extremely evil. Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Today's matter has already pierced through the sky. Once the Almighty of the Empire learns of this, they will definitely be enraged. They will definitely take action at the first moment and suppress you. If you know what's good for you and want to live, hand over the king's cauldron immediately, seal your own cultivation, and beg for forgiveness. Considering that your amazing talent in the three ultimate of medicine, tools, and formations is really rare, perhaps we can consider forgiving you and keep you useful to the Empire to atone for your crimes. These words were really shameless. It was obvious that they coveted the other party's three unique talents in medicine, tools, and arrays, and wanted to recruit him by force. They even mobilized thousands of battleships and even more strong cultivators of the starry sky to carry out a great encirclement and annihilation. There were also 4 supreme existences of the 12th great realm, the great perfection of the 9th rank void space. In the end, even with the 4 of them working together, they were no match for him. They were suppressed on the spot, 3 of them were heavily injured, and 1 of them died. In the end, they actually accused the other party of committing numerous crimes and being extremely evil, shameless to such an extent, it was simply outrageous. In the team of the huge fleet coalition behind, there were many strong cultivators of the starry sky who curled their lips and rolled their eyes after hearing this. They were afraid that they were actually also participants, and also wanted to do harm to Yixian before. At this time, after controlling the Shinnong giant cauldron to kill Zhan San, Yi Xian had now thrown away the corpse of the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon that had been crushed into a dried dragon. He let it float in the void space in the distance, cold and lonely, but he himself had already turned around. This scene was too amazing. The Shenong giant cauldron, as huge as a star, came across the sky. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist gushed out and filled the air, and Yi Xian was suspended above it, stepping on the 9-colored mist under his feet. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was neither surprised nor happy. He was simply like a banished immortal, peerless and independent, dazzling everyone. On this side, countless strong cultivators of the starry sky were already dumbfounded. The eldest prince, Long Xiang, and the other 2 pig-headed men were even more stunned, and there were all kinds of unwillingness mixed in their expressions. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other 2 girls were also stunned by this scene. Zhao Qianru was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Xiaocha was even more direct. Prince Xian was originally her idol, so this girl had never concealed her infatuation with Yi Xian. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, who was hovering above the giant cauldron like a banished immortal, slowly approaching, her eyes were fixed, and she muttered to herself like a love-struck fool, "Heavens, too handsome. This is my idol, fully deserving of the title, the one and only. Boo-hoo. Why do I have such good taste?" Even the purplish warbler was clearly in a daze at this moment. She stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was slowly approaching. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the figure in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't just because Yi Xian had changed his appearance, but also because he looked like a burly man. More importantly, it was because of the feeling that he gave off. The Prince Xian she knew was famous across the 3 universes, and he was revered as the #1 idol of the Federation, with countless fans. However, in reality, all of Yi Xian's achievements that made him famous, including what happened in the first universe in the demon domain, and the shocking act of destroying the ancestral grounds of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates in the territory of the cultivators not long ago, all of this was something that the purplish warbler had never seen with her own eyes. The Prince Xian she knew wasn't that amazing in front of her. However, at this moment, the scene unfolding before her eyes was so extraordinary that the purplish warbler felt like she was seeing an illusion. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, the little independent stellar core realm cultivator she knew had actually grown to such a height. Even she could only look up to him from afar. Soon, Yi Xian was already in front of her. The Shenong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, was suspended in the void thousands of miles away, pouring out endless 9-colored fog. Yi Xian stood above the colorful fog with his hands behind his back. He was so stunning that even the 3 old men of Xianxia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His elegance was truly peerless. As existences at the peak of the 9th realm of the Void Realm, it wasn't too unjust for them to be defeated in the hands of a peerless monster of a generation. Thinking of this, the 3 old men's hearts immediately calmed down. Just as they were about to continue persuading, Yi Xian had already opened his mouth with a cold smile. "I've seen shameless people, but this young master has truly never heard of anyone as shameless as your Zhang clan. Humph, so what if he's a universe almighty? If he wants to take this young master's life, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. I'd like to give you a piece of advice instead. Pass this message to that universe almighty of your Zhang clan. It's best to spread the news that he's in seclusion, lest he jumps out and embarrasses himself. In this young master's eyes, the so-called universe almighty is nothing more than a fart." These words were too pretentious. The faces of countless experts in the starry sky turned green, and their hearts beat wildly. They had never seen such an existence who dared to call a universe almighty a fart in public. Young Master Linghu was really going to defy the natural order. He was too arrogant. Impudent. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come in if you dare, speak of the devil. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the supreme existence of the 15th level of the Zhang clan, the only supreme being of the universe, finally made his move. The Zhang clan of the Heavenly War Empire actually had 2 supreme existences of the universe realm. These 2 people were called Zhan Tu and Zhan Lu. They were the ancestors of the Zhan imperial clan and had lived for countless years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zhan Lu had left the 3 realms of the universe to explore other realms of the universe. No one knew if he was lost in the endless void of the universe or if he had died. In short, tens of thousands of years had passed, but Zhang Lu had not returned. From then on, the Zhang clan of the Heavenly War Empire only had Zhang Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm. It was also because of this that Zhang Tu, as the only supreme existence of the Zhang imperial clan, had always been very cautious and rarely went out. He had always been in seclusion on an unknown planet near the Heavenly War Imperial planet. This time, the Heavenly War Imperial planet had encountered an unforeseen event. Zhang Tu, who was in seclusion, did not know about it. However, considering the importance of this matter, not only did it involve the Yin demon clan of the second universe, but it also caused a chain reaction. The Heavenly War Emperor, Zhang Wuzi, was worried that there would be other unforeseen events. He ordered him to go to the planet where Zhang Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm, was in seclusion and invite him out. A few days ago, Zhang Tu had already arrived and stayed behind in the Heavenly Qin nation's capital. This time, he, as the Zhang imperial clan's ancestor Qian Kuan, naturally couldn't lead the expedition personally. That would be too condescending. Right now, although Zhang Tu was still on the Heavenly Qin star, he had already found out about the changes that had happened on the Heavenly Qin star's level 3 star network. In a fit of rage, he immediately manifested his Dharma idol projection and descended. Who would have thought that just as his consciousness arrived in this void, he would hear the arrogant words that Yi Xian had spoken. As a result, he was instantly enraged and immediately attacked, wanting to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. The powers of the universe were extraordinary. They had already come into contact with the mysteries of the universe's great Tao principles. Among the first 15 realms of the universe, they belonged to the most transcendent category of great powers. Even if it was just a Dharma idol projection, its power was far beyond what the four of them, who were only at the peak of the 9th level of the void realm, could compare to. At this moment, with the arrival of Zhang Tu's Dharma power projection, this vast space of the universe was disturbed. A formless sealing force shrouded this area, and the space tens of millions of miles away was instantly turned into a cage, confined by a formless, terrifying pressure. In that instant, even the 100,000-meter-long star fortress that the first Prince Long Xiang had brought with him, as well as the Sun Blue Fleet's flagship that Hongdou Lifeng was on, were all affected without any suspense, the super space oscillator on the ship directly going out of action. In the face of the space that was confined by the supreme pressure of the universe, even the super space oscillator installed on the 100,000-meter-long star fortress was rendered ineffective, unable to shake the space to form a vibration effect. A large number of strong masters in the universe felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended, pressing down on their heads from all directions, giving them a feeling of sluggishness, and hindering their movements. This was the result of the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended, not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, it would be even more unbearable. Once the universe was angry, even Old Man Zhang and the others, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the void realm, would be suppressed instantly, unable to resist at all, and the only target of this terrifying pressure, Yi Xian, was obviously in a worse situation. Boom! The starry space exploded, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time that furious roar suddenly rang out, the space 10,000 miles above Yi Xian's head shattered inch by inch without warning. The area affected was extremely vast, spanning several thousand miles. This kind of feeling was as if this space was simply made of paper, and behind this fragile thin paper, a supreme fierce beast had appeared. At this moment, the fierce beast was breaking through the boundary, and as soon as it came into contact with this layer of barrier, the space immediately cracked and collapsed like a piece of paper without any delay. Behind the space that spread for several thousand miles and collapsed inch by inch in an instant, an incomparably huge blood-red palm print suddenly descended, its 5 fingers spread open, the palm facing down, covering Yi Xian and the Shenong giant cauldron beneath his feet from head to toe. Although the giant star cauldron was huge, the descending blood-red palm was not small either. The two were evenly matched. If this palm hit the giant star cauldron, although it was uncertain whether the giant star cauldron would be damaged, there was no doubt that Yi Xian, who was standing on the 7-colored fog and hovering above the cauldron with his hands behind his back, would die without a doubt. Or, he would be directly suppressed and captured on the spot. The giant blood-red palm would only need to grab and close, and then it would be able to carry him across the void and disappear. The situation was extremely critical. The giant blood-red palm came suddenly, and its momentum was extremely fierce. As soon as it appeared, it had already pressed down nearly half of the cauldron, only 2,000 miles away from Yixian. At this speed, the giant blood-red palm would be able to hit the giant star cauldron in at most a breath's time. At that time, if the other party did not intend to leave him alive, Yixian would most likely explode into a fine mist of blood in an instant, and then be vaporized by the terrifying force of the giant blood-red palm, not leaving a single hair behind. Yixian's expression changed drastically. He almost immediately ordered the system to directly activate the interplanar coordinate jump ability and escape to the death vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. But in the end, he restrained himself and did not do so. On the one hand, the farmer god cauldron was still here, and now it was obviously too late to put it into his body. Time was too tight. On the other hand, if that was really the case, the consequences and severity of the consequences would be too serious for Yixian to accept. The reason why he had used the farmer god cauldron was to make an example of him and show off his power, so that this group of people would be afraid of him and not dare to harass him at will. Even if the performance just now was amazing enough and had some effect, if the final result was still to flee, then it would be too embarrassing. Everything he had done before would go down the drain, and the fierce image he had just established would collapse in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Yixian made up his mind and instantly cut off the idea of escaping. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the inner space of the farmer god cauldron to take refuge. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant blood-red palm that came from the crack in the sky directly hit the farmer god cauldron, stirring up the dense nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. But the cauldron, which was as large as a planet, only shook slightly, and did not lose a single hair. Even if a mighty figure of Qian Kuan were to come in person, he would not be able to shake this cauldron. Now, it was only a Dharma power projection of the mighty figure of Qian Kuan that had descended. To be able to make the cauldron shake faintly, it was already the result of an extraordinary performance under the influence of the mighty figure's fury. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The incident escalated. Roar, brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you a coward? Come out if you dare. The giant blood-red palm suddenly shook and turned into the figure of an old man. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. He roared at the Xianxia cauldron helplessly. The next moment, a light voice came from the cauldron, frightening everyone. Old bastard, are you a ghost? Come in if you dare. Believe it or not, this young master will pull off your head. It was Yixian's voice. In fact, even if one did not listen to the voice, one could guess that he was the one who was arrogant from the arrogance in his words. The one who was called an old bastard and clamored to pull off his head was a powerful figure of the universe in the 15th realm. If it were anyone else, even if they had the protection of the giant star cauldron, they would never be able to utter such words. It was too shocking. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. In the distance, countless experts of the starry sky in the huge fleet had been scared out of their wits. Even Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 were dumbfounded. They had been irritated by Yixian before, but after seeing how Ancestor Zhan 2 was treated, their anger inexplicably calmed down. Compared to the Ancestor, what they did was nothing at all. Even a mighty figure of the universe could be scolded as an old bastard in public by him. What was the little bit of anger that they had suffered? Roar, rumble. Boom. Ancestor Zhan 2 of the universe was so angry that he roared and kept attacking. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and a small part of the void of the universe collapsed. However, the Xianxia cauldron did not move at all. When he had just arrived, he had launched the first attack out of anger, so it could be slightly shaken. But now, it had no effect at all. It was like a mosquito trying to shake a mountain. This was too humiliating. Of course, this was for Zhan Tuesday. As for the experts of the starry sky thousands of miles away, most of them were embarrassed. A mighty figure of the universe was scolded as an old bastard in public. He stomped his feet and roared. A small part of the void collapsed, but he could do nothing to the other party. However, this scene was witnessed by many strong men in the starry sky. It was really, many people shrunk their necks and subconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. Their eyes drifted away, not daring to look directly at them. There were even some people who pretended not to notice them and started to chat with each other. If only a few people were like this, it wouldn't have aroused suspicion. But now, almost all the starry sky powerhouses outside the battleship were like this. Even a fool could see the problem. Ancestor Qian Kuan of the Zhang clan soon noticed this abnormal situation. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale and darkened in an instant. At this time, Zhang Yi, Zhang Tu, and Zhang 4 were pretending to be chatting when they suddenly felt their surroundings become sluggish. The three old things seemed to have a clear understanding in their hearts that this was the ancestor's gaze sweeping over them. They hurriedly shrunk their necks subconsciously, but they didn't dare to meet his gaze. Instead, they chatted even more happily. It seemed that they were completely immersed in the conversation and didn't notice anything else around them at all. "Oh, second brother, look at you. A corner of your lapel is stained red. You were seriously injured just now, weren't you? I clearly saw you spurting blood." "Yes, yes, yes. That guy is too annoying. He made second brother so angry that he spurted blood. Next time we meet him, we must catch him and give him a good beating." "Ahem, it's okay for you to talk about me, but can we talk about something else? You're still talking about that guy. You're clearly touching a sore spot. Even the ancestor has come over with a black face." Without waiting for Jean Eyre, who was scowling miserably, to finish his words, a thunderous roar rang out, shocking the three old things to the point that half of their souls flew away. "First, second, and fourth, all of you roll over here for this old man right now, right now." The three old things looked at each other, and their faces darkened in an instant. They raised their eyebrows and hurried to greet the ancestor. They smiled apologetically and trembled with fear. "Pass this old man's order. Open the Empire's treasure trove of war supplies, take out all kinds of war supplies, and build the space trap array with all our strength." At this time, old monster Jean 2 was extremely angry, but he calmed down instead. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he said coldly, "Within 3 days, we must complete the construction of the array and completely seal off this void. In these 3 days, this old man will sit here and guard this place to prevent that guy from spying on us and escaping. Once the space trap array is completed, the clan will send another 4 9th rank perfection void masters over. At that time, the 7 of you will each take a side and guard a formation I, maintaining the opening of the array. This old man will leave for a few days and ask an old friend to come out. He will definitely be able to drag that guy out of this sturdy tortoise shell." Old monster Jean 2 didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said these words, so all the starry sky experts in the distance heard it clearly. At this time, everyone's expression had changed. The matter had indeed escalated and become more serious. Old monster Jean 2 was clearly anxious, and he actually wanted to build the space trap array. This was a shocking amount of money. The so-called space trap array's function was to completely seal off a void and cut off the connection between this void and the outside world. Whether it was teleportation or space transmission, it could no longer be used. Even some of the universe's space divine arts would be ineffective in the space concealment array. The various treasures and mineral resources needed to set up this array were all top-grade goods. Even in the 3 great empires and even the Eternal Dynasty, these things were considered strategic reserves. More importantly, once the space trap array was activated, it must be constantly supplied with energy to keep it running. Once it was stopped, all the treasures and mineral resources used to build the array foundation would be ineffective. This was clearly a terrifying array that could only be used once. Not only were the array foundation materials too expensive, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was stopped, it would be useless. In addition, Jean 2 also publicly announced that he was going to visit an old friend and ask for his help. There must be a way to get Ling Huchong out of the giant star cauldron. How could an existence who could be friends with old monster Jean 2 be an ordinary starry sky expert? At the very least, he must be a universe's mighty figure, or even stronger than old monster Jean Tuesday. At the very least, he must have more means than old monster Jean Tuesday. Otherwise, why would Jean 2 personally go and ask for his help? What did this mean? Clearly, at least 2 universe's mighty figures were alarmed when they came out. This was really poking the sky. Before the starry sky experts who heard this shocking news could recover, the gloomy-faced old monster Jean 2 spoke again. This time, his words made the eyes of all the starry sky experts in the distance light up. they were all a little restless. Of course, before this old man returns, you can also send some powerful younger generation to form a team and enter the giant star cauldron to hunt and kill that boy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pulling hatred. This cauldron has its own rules. It is said that only those below the origin realm can enter. Perhaps it has been refined by this kid, but now the inner field of this giant star cauldron allows experts below the grotto heaven rank 1 to enter at will. That kid is only at the origin realm rank 7. Although he has a powerful armor, can he fight against 100 people alone? Any force or expert can enter the cauldron and try. No matter who it is, as long as they can help me drag that kid out of the cauldron, I promise to do one thing for them. This is a reward. As old ghost Jean too finished speaking, most of the starry sky experts in the distance who had given up on continuing to be enemies with Yixian were tempted again. Under normal circumstances, how could there be such an opportunity to make heaven and earth owe a favor? Moreover, it was a public promise on such an occasion. If there was a slight reduction when returning the favor, the outside world would definitely laugh at him. Therefore, even if the person who returned the favor was too conservative, old ghost Jean too would definitely take the initiative to be generous. This was related to reputation, and the truth was just as he said. Although Ling Hu young master was a monster with terrifying combat strength apart from his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and formations, his terrifying combat strength was comparable to that of the young invincible war god of the cultivation camp. To put it bluntly, he relied on external objects. Without this terrifying giant star cauldron, how could he kill Zhang San with his origin realm rank 7 cultivation strength? Right now, the giant star cauldron had been summoned and was suspended in the void. However, Ling Hu young master was intimidated by ancestor Zhang Tu and had no choice but to hide in the space inside the giant cauldron. Under such circumstances, even if the battle started again, he could no longer use the cauldron to fight the enemy. After all, he was restricted by the internal field of the cauldron. Although he still had his quasi-starry sky supreme treasure armor, weapons, and even warships, if a large number of hunters entered the cauldron, he might have a chance to succeed. The internal field of the cauldron was much more relaxed than before. It could allow the highest level of origin realm rank 9 to enter, and there was no longer a limit on the number of people who could enter. Ling Hu young master was only at origin realm rank 7. If there were more than 100 origin realm rank 9 to enter at the same time, it was very likely that they would be able to suppress him. In addition, which of the great forces present didn't have 1 or 2 precious treasures in their hands? It could be given to the prodigies of the younger generation who had entered the cauldron. They could be used to defend against enemies or protect themselves. With these precious treasures, the power and advantage of young Master Ling Hu's stunning quasi-starry sky supreme treasures would be offset. This was a very promising move. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the various factions in the distant fleet began to privately discuss. When this scene fell into the eyes of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the 3 girls, they were truly furious. In their opinion, old devil Zhang Tu's words just now were clearly to help Yixian draw hatred. He was really harboring ill intentions and was too abominable. The 3 girls were filled with resentment. They exchanged glances with each other and decided at the first possible moment. This time, they would bring the precious treasures of their clan into the enormous star cauldron. If nothing unexpected happened, they would dawdle behind the hunting army. And if something unexpected happened and they needed to take action, they would not hesitate to use the precious treasures of their clan to help Yixian. At worst, they would kill all the prodigies of the various factions who entered the cauldron. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Thinking of this, the 3 girls' eyes burst out with cold light. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Soon, following the orders of the Zhang clan's ancestor, Zhang Tu, the 3 emperor clan powerhouses, Zhang 1, Zhang 2, and Zhang 4, hurriedly left and rushed to the heavenly stellar star. Previously, when the entire Heaven Battle Imperial clan had evacuated from the Imperial Star, all of the Empire's resources had been stored away in a spatial treasure. These things, like the command talisman that controlled the Imperial Star's defensive formation, were all in the hands of Zhang Wuzi. Now that they needed to use them, they could only return and ask for them from the Emperor Zhang Wuzi. With the edict of Zhang Tu, the ancestor of the Qianquan clan, there was no hindrance in this matter. A large amount of strategic reserve resources of the Emperor clan were continuously sent over. Then, the Emperor clan experts personally set up the space trapping formation, sealing the huge star-like Shinnon cauldron and the vast universe void nearby. At the same time, everything that happened in this space spread out at the fastest speed. Not only was there an uproar in the human race's science and technology camp, but even the cultivation camp, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, also took action. Of course, the reason why they rushed to the heavenly stellar star field after hearing the news was not because of the so-called promise of the universe's almighty Zhan Tu, but because of other motives. Whether it was Ling Hu Young Master's 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, or array, or this enormous cauldron of king medicine that even the universe's almighty beings could not shake, they were all things that made people jealous. Needless to say, the giant star cauldron was an important treasure of the human race. Several alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation camp were very eager to get it. They promised some benefits and asked the powerhouses in the cultivation camp to help them rush over. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation had more complicated motives. They wanted the giant star cauldron and Ling Hu Young Master, who had the 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array. Although Ling Hu Young Master was a powerhouse of the human race, he had basically turned against the human race's science and technology camp. Even the human race's cultivation camp would not tolerate him. It was impossible for them to turn against the science and technology camp for Ling Hu Chong. For the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and even the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, this was definitely a great opportunity. If they could take this opportunity to subdue Ling Hu Young Master, who was already unable to move an inch in the human race, and take him away, with his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array, it would definitely have a significant effect on the overall combat strength of the entire race. In the Third Universe, in the territory of the human race's science and technology camp's Heavenly Wind Empire, the Lingkuan planet, the Carefree Pavilion's master, Carefree Master, who was known as the peerless genius of the human race, rose into the sky from the Lingkuan planet's ocean and rushed toward the planet's atmosphere like a proud dragon. He also learned about everything that happened near the heavenly stellar star zone and finally decided to make a move. I'd like to see what kind of freak this young Master Ling Hu is to be able to suppress me in such a short time. Carefree Master murmured to himself as he flew. Unfettered Z muttered to himself as he shot forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The so-called giant star cauldron is just a joke in front of my desolate antiquity era's barrier breaker boots. That brat is only at the origin level 7, the 9th realm, while I'm at the peak of the mystic light level 9, which is more than 2 realms higher than him. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Qigong's confusion. Similarly, in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Empire, the island master of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy Xianxia, who had just claimed sovereignty over the Xianxia star, had also quietly left with the Desolation-era treasure. The soul-entangling chain, Ling Kuan star and Dragon Xia star were just a small part of it. In fact, such a scene was playing out everywhere in the Third Universe occupied by the human race. Even the Federation of the Second Universe and the Overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, were all moving. The First Universe, the Demon Territory, the Demon Emperor Star, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters set sail from the giant star dock of the Demon Guard 1, heading in the direction of the natural universe oil that led to the Third Universe of the human race. There were quite a few devil cultivator experts in this small stronghold, including the former great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Suifeng Tai, who had been taken in by Yi Xian as a devil slave but stayed in the devil domain. Suifeng Tai's cultivation was at the origin level 4 before, but now he had broken through to the origin level 9 perfection. He must have had a fortuitous encounter, so his cultivation speed was very fast. He was one of the 4 demon experts who would enter the giant star cauldron arranged by the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian. The demon expert guarding this small fortress was even more powerful, and his status in the demon imperial family was not small. He was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong. Mo Qigong's cultivation realm was the same as the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian. He was originally in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, but the latter was at the Grotto Heaven realm level 9 perfection, while the imperial uncle Mo Qigong was slightly weaker, only at the Grotto Heaven realm level 7. But at this moment, the cultivation aura faintly emitted from Emo Qigong's body was clearly far beyond the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm level 12 Void realm level 7, which was the same as the Emperor clan experts of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, only weaker by 2 small levels. It was unknown if he had concealed his cultivation before this, or if he had encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity in the past few months. If it was the latter, then the speed at which his cultivation increased was too terrifying. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Xian, crossing 2 large realms, the reason why the demon race sent out a small fortress of 50,000 meters and even the imperial uncle Emo Qigong left the demon emperor star was out of helplessness. Everything was because of the decree of the demon emperor De. De seemed to be very interested in the shocking changes that happened in the third universe human territory of the human race's science and technology territory. The Demon Emperor clan level 9 emperors level 9 perfection level realm level star territory. Moreover, the edict even clearly stated that if they could fight for the giant star cauldron, they should fight for it. If they couldn't, they had to bring the peerless genius of the human clan, who was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and array, to the first universe at all costs. If this matter was settled, De would allow half of the 4 generations of imperial uncles and old uncles who were detained in the Tianji clan's base camp to return. In other words, as long as they could capture or successfully recruit Ling Huchong, 2 of the 4 imperial uncles who were sent to the Heavenly Legacy race's base camp as hostages every time the demon emperor succeeded the throne would return, such a thing had never happened before. For the Devil Emperor's bloodline, it was a fatal temptation. If that wasn't the case, Imperial Uncle Emo Qigong wouldn't have come personally. In fact, other than Imperial Uncle Emo Qigong, the Tianji clan had also sent a core member of the upper echelon who was also at the 12th level of the Dongxi realm to accompany the army to supervise the battle. Coincidentally, this core member of the Tianji clan named Sha Baofeng had a deep relationship with Yi Xian. Not only was he Ying Tai's admirer, but he also had a grudge against Yi Xian for killing his father. Of course, the Tianji clan wasn't human, so they didn't have a blood relationship. However, the reason why Sha Baofeng was able to successfully awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form from an ordinary robot was all thanks to a senior in the clan. In the Tianji clan, this kind of relationship was equivalent to the relationship between father and son in the human race. The expert who helped Sha Baofeng awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form was one of the 2 top members of the Tianji clan stationed in the Death Star territory who were killed by Yi Xian's Rai seal in the Death Star vortex. This person's cultivation could be considered to be terrifying. He'd attained the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm, and was already able to perfectly display the strongest performance of the Dark Blue Battle Mecha. With the assistance of this mecha, the combat strength he displayed was even comparable to a true almighty figure of the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, he still died sullenly. Although the details of this matter weren't spread, the dark blue mecha that was seized by Yi Xian and later integrated into the undying glass armor was a living signboard, which aroused Sha Baofeng's suspicion. This time, he volunteered to go to the Tianji clan's clan leader De to guard the small demonic stronghold and head to the Tianqian star territory of the third universe as the military governor. His purpose was to see the peerless genius of the human race who was known as the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and array. It would be best if he could see the second mecha form of the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor with his own eyes. Sha Baofeng believed that even though this top-level battle armor had been refined and integrated into the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor of the human race, if it was really his father's dark blue battle armor, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. In this way, he would be able to determine who his father's murderer was. Apart from Sha Baofeng, Imperial Uncle Emo Qigong also had a secret plan. Although he didn't know that this so-called young master Ling Hu was Prince Xian of the direct line of the Imperial dynasty, who was well known in the 3 universes, he was looking forward to meeting the rumored Prince Xian in the 3rd universe of the human race. Ever since Yi Xian returned to the human clan, his true identity had been exposed. When the news spread back to the 1st universe, the Tianji clan was furious. Patriarch De fiercely reprimanded the demon emperor Mo when Tian in his rage. The entire demonic race was in an uproar. They couldn't accept that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was actually the direct line of the imperial dynasty of the human race. This matter became the biggest mystery in the Demon Star territory of the 1st universe. Even Demon King Mo Wendian and all the higher-ups of the royal family of the demonic race, including Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were brooding over this matter. They were also unwilling to accept this fact. They would rather believe that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was only missing. It could be said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong had decided to personally lead a team to the third universe of the human race because he hoped to meet the rumored Prince Xian and solve the mystery in his heart, if he had known that the main target this time, the young Master Ling Hu, who was one of the two unparalleled geniuses of the human race, was actually Prince Xian, the strongest holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji, whom he knew. Even the other unparalleled genius of the human race who had recently appeared, the one known as the invincible god of war, was also his clone. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Looking down on an era in the third universe, in the Heavenly Qin star area of the Heavenly War Empire, Yi Xian took out the Shenong giant cauldron and dominated the void of this universe. 3 days had passed, however. Not only did this star area not become quiet, but it also became more lively as time passed. The fleets and strong men in the starry sky who had gathered here before did not leave. Some were ready to make a move, and some were just here to watch the show. After all, everyone knew that something big was about to happen in this star area. Strong men from various forces had gathered here. It was said that even the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, had secretly sent their forces here. Some of them might still be on the way, but some might have already arrived and were lying in wait in some void of the nearby star area. This star area could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. Unknowingly, it had touched the heartstrings of countless strong men and forces in the 3 universes. Even the universe realm's 15th great realm had been confirmed to have alarmed at least 2 of them, and they had come with their original bodies at the same time. This kind of big event could only be encountered by chance. If they were in another star area far away, it would be fine. However, they happened to be in the Heavenly Qin star area at the right time. If they could not witness everything that happened later with their own eyes, it would be too regretful. Because of this, after 3 days, the number of battleships and strong men in the starry sky gathered around this star area did not decrease. Instead, more and more of them gathered. Now, as far as the eye could see, the surroundings were densely packed with battleships of various types, drowning a large part of the universe void. There were countless strong men in the starry sky inside and outside the battleships. It was too lively. There was a sea of people, and it was a sea of stars. It was enough to show how terrifying the number was. And this was only the forces that appeared on the surface. There were definitely many strong men from various forces that were not suitable to show themselves. For example, some sensitive races from the Federation in the second universe, as well as the army sent by the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and so on, for 3 whole days, with Zhan Yi, Zhan Tu, and Zhan San as the leader. The 7 supreme experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void Realm had been busy. 3 days ago, a large number of Heavenly Battle Emperor clan experts and the Empire's military elites had formed an army and marched over. Along with them, they had taken a large amount of strategic resources from the Heavenly Battle Empire's Strategic Resource Reserve Vault. There were all kinds of rare minerals and materials, and there were even dazzling finished magical equipment. These resources were all extremely precious. Even when placed at the level of the empires under the rule of the dynasty, they were all strategic reserves. However, this time around, they had been transported over in large quantities and thrown into this void space, where the many experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan set them up one by one in an orderly and efficient manner. In the end, they disappeared into the void and became the bases and energy nodes of the enormous space-trapping formation. The experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who participated in setting up the space-trapping formation numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The specific high-level commanders at the scene were Zhan Tu, Zhan 4, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void Realm. In addition, the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhan Tu also oversaw the entire process and did not leave for even a moment. The entire void space covered by the space-trapping formation was too vast. After all, the target of the formation was the giant star cauldron. Just the size of the giant star cauldron was comparable to an enormous star. In order to seal it, even the void space around the giant star cauldron had to be included in the formation's unique field. In this way, the entire space trapping formation occupied a large part of the void space that was close to 1,000,000 kilometers away. It was inexplicably shocking. From this, one could also deduce how shocking and terrifying the amount of rare materials and minerals used to set up this terrifying formation was. Even though nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites were mobilized, the entire space trapping formation still took a full 3 days before it was finally completely completed. Half a day ago, after the entire space trapping formation was fully set up, Xian II, Xian IV, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the Ninth Order Void Realm entered the 7 main formation eyes of the space trapping formation at the same time under the guidance of the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Xian Tuesday. Then, their figures disappeared and were no longer seen. In addition, more than half of the nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who were responsible for setting up the entire space trapping formation were left behind. A total of 749,000 people all entered the formation one after another. These 749,000 experts of the starry sky were responsible for the entire space trapping formation's 490 small formation eyes at various levels. Once the space trapping formation was officially activated, they would all go all out without stopping or resting until everything was over. The entire space trapping formation had invested an endless amount of strategic resources and materials. It could be said that it was a waste of manpower and resources. The range of the void covered by the power of the formation had reached a terrifying range of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a shocking amount of money was simply shocking to the world. The countless experts of the starry sky who had witnessed all this in the surrounding void had long been stunned. They did not know what to feel in their hearts. From a certain point of view, even if young Master Linghu could not escape in the end, he had enough to be proud of. This incident would be recorded in the annals of the human clan. Countless years later, the descendants of the human clan would read all of this from the epics. A young expert who could be called a peerless genius of the human clan had once attracted the attention of the 3 universes in this star field, tightly tugging at the heartstrings of countless experts of the starry sky. Just this alone was enough to look down on all the geniuses of an era. Buzz. At night on the 3rd day, an extremely dense and violent buzzing sound quietly rang out. Around the giant star cauldron that had been quietly floating there for the past 3 days, the vast void of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius suddenly lit up at the same time. The strong light of the formation burst out in an instant. At this moment, countless experts of the starry sky in the distance clearly saw a terrifying formation composed of countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes. All the nodes and formation eyes of the formation were alive and rotating all the time. All of this formed a terrifying monstrous net that covered nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, temporarily separating this part of the void and making it impossible to extricate oneself from it. This was where the name of the space trapping formation came from. It meant that a part of the void of the universe was trapped in an invisible net of the heavens, cutting off all connections with the original plane. The huge space trapping formation disappeared in a flash. Countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes disappeared in an instant and could no longer be seen. The entire space trapping formation was finally fully activated. This vast void of the universe that was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius became hazy in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Hunting army. As the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's ancestor Xian II left quietly, the Heaven Battle clan's old Xian I, who was left outside the formation to preside over the follow-up matters, immediately rose into the air. He waved his hand in the void and roared, "From now on, until old ancestor Xian II returns, any powerhouse can enter the giant star cauldron at will and hunt. Including those powerhouses from other races, such as the Federation of the Second Universe, etc. Linghu Chong has committed many evil deeds, and everyone has the right to kill him. In this matter, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not make any restrictions. We will open an exclusive passage outside the space trap formation. Any starry sky powerhouse with a cultivation level below the 10th level of Grotto Heaven can enter alone or in a group. However, this old man will warn you first. Once you can enter the giant star cauldron through the passage of the formation and start hunting, life and death will be up to fate. If any of the clan's geniuses die, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not take any responsibility. Besides, although that bastard Linghu Chong's cultivation base is not high, he has quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level weapons, armors, and even a small private warship. His comprehensive combat power cannot be measured by common sense. Therefore, I would like to give you a piece of advice. All the experts of the major forces who have entered the giant star cauldron, you'd better join forces and hunt him. Everything is to successfully hunt that bastard Ling Huchong. Otherwise, if you die, everything will be in vain. After speaking, Zhang slowly looked around at the powerhouses of the major forces in the distance and nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a space passage appeared in the nearly 1 million miles area that had been sealed by the space trap formation. It was directly connected to the giant star cauldron in this hazy central territory of the void. After doing all this, Zhang Yi's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on another small star not far from the space trap formation. He sat cross-legged and looked at the space passage that had already been opened. He was sitting here and guarding the overall situation. With the appearance of this space channel, the major forces gathered in the distant void were in an uproar. Immediately afterward, the figures of experts rushed out of their respective camps one after another. With lofty aspirations, they shot toward the space channel of the space trap array. Most of these experts were the younger generation of the various major forces. They were all relatively young, but there were also some figures of the older generation. However, their cultivation bases were all at the late stage of the 9th realm. They were either at the 7th or 8th stage, or at the 9th stage of perfection. Not a single one of them was at the 1st stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The first to fly out were the young geniuses of the 16 top-notch families and forces in the field of genetic nutrient fluid from the human race's science and technology faction. For example, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shennon Jin from the Undying Star of the Imperial Capital, the Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, and the 3 local families of the Heavenly War Empire, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chengyu families. There were also the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other forces that had the ability to concoct level 8 genetic fluid. The 16 top-notch families and forces had sent out many young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. Some of them had even met Yi Xian more than once. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were among them. They did not speak with a sullen expression, giving off a feeling that they were unapproachable. The 16 top-notch families in the field of genetic fluid had sent out a total of more than 40 young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. On average, there were 3 to 4 people from each force. Some of them were from family forces, while others were in groups of various sizes. In the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the formation channel and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. As more than 40 of the younger generation geniuses from the 16 top-notch families and forces in the dynasty region who were in the gene fluid field were the first to move, they entered the giant star cauldron one after another. The other major forces who were gathered in the distance could no longer sit still. Very soon, more young geniuses from the various forces leaped out. They all had extraordinary bearings and cold arrogance on their faces. For them, this was a rare opportunity to show their faces. The young geniuses who belonged to the various forces in the future believed that this outstanding performance was the beginning of their glorious road to supremacy in the future. With the emergence of the 2 unparalleled geniuses and the 4 unparalleled geniuses of the human race, a new glorious era had begun. None of the young geniuses from the various sects were willing to fall behind. There were even more young geniuses from the various forces who leaped out later. Some of them were from the top-notch families of the human race, and some were even from the human race's camp of cultivators. There were more than 100 of them. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. Very soon, they all passed through the space channel of the space trapping formation and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. Among the hundreds of young geniuses from the various forces of the human race, there were indeed some famous geniuses. They were even more famous than the fallen demon sun and the demon dust maiden, who had just appeared not long ago. One of them was from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivators' camp. It was said that he was the last disciple of the master of the Earth-Ju Heavenly Palace. In just a few decades, he had cultivated to the 9th stage of the origin realm, the great perfection of the 9th level. This person's name was Gong Wuxin. It was said that he had mastered a secret technique of cultivators called the crystal ball projection technique. With this technique, one could condense a crystal ball with the power of the divine ability and project all the scenes and sounds on the other side of the isolated void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even peek into the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. In addition, among this group of young geniuses, there was even a bald, brawny man who cultivated Buddhist techniques. His name was Wu Chunzi, and it was said that he came from a mysterious Buddhist sect in the human race's camp of cultivators. This person was also a rare Buddhist genius in the Buddhist sect. It was said that at a young age, he had already comprehended the small wheel of the 3 trigrams transformation technique to the initial level. This Buddhist technique could be used to advance to the next life. In the blink of an eye, one could experience 3 lives. It could be said to be the supreme Buddhist technique of reincarnation and rebirth. Moreover, Wu Chunzi was particularly proficient in the famous Buddhist technique of the Western Zen chant of Devanaga. This Buddhist technique and the lion's roar technique of Taoism both seemed to be soundwave-related techniques, but they possessed even more extraordinary power. The so-called chant of Devanaga was not just a cultivation method of sound waves. The sound was a form of Buddhist chanting. It could make a person's bones go soft and intoxicated. It could tug at their mind and reduce them to ashes. It was said that when it was cultivated to the highest level, once the chant began, any arcane treasure, technique, or ability that the opponent used would immediately be nullified. It was said that it was extremely profound and had a myriad of uses. In addition, there were 2 other young geniuses who were as famous as Wu Chunzi and Gong Wuxin. One of them was Chou Doufu, who came from a powerful demonic sect in the cultivators' camp. He was skilled in the ghost fire of the heavenly abyss, and he also had the void penetrating finger, void amalgamation finger, and void tribulation finger. Domineering push inside the farmer god cauldron, the secret realm within the cauldron that was like the interior of a giant planet, Xian was currently strolling gloomily in the central region of the cauldron space. He seemed to be absent-minded, but in reality, his mind was racing as he rapidly pondered. In the end, the sudden arrival of the supreme being of the universe was beyond his expectations, catching Xian off guard. The speed of the universe supreme being was too fast. Although it was only a projection clone that descended, it instantly shattered a piece of space and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xian didn't even dare to give the system an order to activate the universe coordinate jump ability and escape. After all, the system needed time to activate the universal coordinate jump ability of the Starry Sky title. If the gigantic blood-red palm in the sky had slapped down before that, then Xian was destined to meet a tragic end. Furthermore, the farmer god cauldron had yet to be collected, so he couldn't leave. This cauldron was different from the situation in the Medicine King's ruins. At that time, it was an ownerless item. Although some people coveted it, they gave up after a series of fruitless attempts. But now, everyone knew that this cauldron had been refined by Xian. If he hurriedly escaped, there would definitely be people eyeing this cauldron and waiting for Xian to walk right into their trap. After all, this cauldron was extraordinary. Xian couldn't completely give it up. If that was the case, then the other party would have too much time to prepare. Even though Xian still had all sorts of trump cards in his hands, his heart was still beating like a drum in the face of the all-powerful existence's calculations. The longer this dragged on, the more uncertain he became. Because of this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hide inside the farmer god cauldron. Although there was no need to worry for the time being, this cauldron couldn't be moved even by the almighty Qian Kuan. This had been proven long before Xian had refined it. But in the long run, this wasn't a good thing. Could it be that he could really hole up in this cauldron for the rest of his life? By the same logic, the more time passed, the more space the almighty Qian Kuan would have to prepare and scheme. For Xian, it would be more dangerous. However, if I want to break out of the cauldron and leave by force, I can only use my trump cards like the fallen sky bow or the Rai Di seal. If I do that, my identity will be exposed, and it will bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As he muttered to himself, Xian's mind became more and more chaotic. Originally, he had planned to keep the farmer god cauldron and leave immediately. It was better to quit while he was ahead. Previously, he had injured 3 of the Zhan Imperial clan's 9th Order Perfection Void Realm experts. It was an extremely shocking result, and it was enough to deter him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still one step too slow. With the arrival of the Dharma idol projection, all of Xian's original plans fell through. Instead, he found himself in a dilemma. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xian had also calmed down and decided to cultivate to pass the time. He planned to plan again after his state of mind had completely calmed down. However, at this moment, just as he finished this cultivation and opened his eyes, in the sky above the space inside the cauldron, in the beautiful dreamy sky curtain filled with 9 colored clouds, suddenly figures of starry sky masters fell one after another, descending towards the land inside the cauldron space. There were many familiar faces, such as the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. There were also people like Dongfeng Lin from the farmer god cauldron. They were all the young talents of the dynasty's 16 top aristocratic families and forces in the field of dynasty gene fluid. In just a few minutes, 50 to 60 figures had already descended one after another. After landing, they divided into 2 groups, with about 30 people in each group. One group was led by Dongfeng Lin. The younger generation of the 3 aristocratic families of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family and the Gongyang family, were all in this group. The other group was led by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. There were also about 30 people, but the rest were almost all unfamiliar faces. Xian had never seen them before. Seeing that these guys were constantly smiling at the 3 girls, most of them had other thoughts in their hearts. Just as Xian was in a daze, the figures of experts once again descended from the 9-colored sky above him. This time, there were more people, more than 100 of them. These more than 100 experts were basically unfamiliar. Xian basically did not know any of them. Soon, the last 100 or so experts who descended gathered one after another after landing on the ground. In the end, they formed 4 groups, each with about 20 people. The leaders of these 4 teams were Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the palace master of the Earth Extinction Palace from the 10 Extinction Heavenly Palace, Wu Chenzi from a certain secret Buddha sect from the True Cultivator Camp, and Cho Dofu from a certain powerful Devil Cultivator sect. The last person was said to have the innate true spirit body, known as the first beauty of the cultivation camp, Yu Xianlong. Although these 4 were all young juniors, they had made a name for themselves very early in the human clan cultivation camp. Each of them had extraordinary talents. If not for this, the hundreds of experts who had descended later would not have spontaneously gathered around the 4 of them. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 descenders had appeared in the originally quiet space of the Shenong cauldron. Except for a few people such as the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the origin, the rest were at the late stage of the 7th or 8th level of the origin. There were even a few peerless geniuses at the peak of the 9th level of the origin. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others belonged to this group. To Xian, these people were clearly trespassers. This was because the Shenong cauldron had long been refined by him. It was Xian's private property. They're all origin realm young geniuses? They descended with such great fanfare. Could it be? Seeing these more than 100 young experts descend and quickly divide into 6 groups to search, the expression on Xian's face became more and more strange. He vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. Then, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. If that's the case, this young master won't stand on ceremony. I'll take this opportunity to train my hands. The path of physical evolution should be filled with battles, and I'll grow through the tempering of blood and fire. These guys came at the right time. If it were outside, where would I find more than 100 Origin Realm juniors to train with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian suddenly waved his hand. A dark purple light rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly expanded. This time, as soon as the indestructible glass armor was summoned, it was in its 2nd mecha form. It was 100 feet tall and floated in the void in front of Xian like a small mountain. With a thought, Xian stepped into the mecha. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed toward the northeast of the space inside the cauldron. Amongst the 6 teams of descenders that had split up to search, the one in charge of the northeast region was a team of top-notch clans led by Dongfeng Lin. The younger generation experts of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longyu family, were all in this team. Yi Xian was going for them. To suppress without exception within the space of the cauldron, in a forest in the northeast corner, Dongfeng Lin was leading a group of more than 20 young heavens chosen from the top families of the dynasty. They were flying at a low altitude above the forest at an extremely high speed. Everyone was quite curious about the space inside the cauldron. It was basically the first time that they had entered this place. So, they were looking all around. They were searching for young Master Ling Hu's figure while appreciating the strange scenery of this secret land. What a strange medicine king's cauldron. I didn't expect that there would be such a vast space within the cauldron. It's simply like a secret realm. The earth is too vast. Not only are there various ferocious beasts and spirit birds, there are also large amounts of spirit fruits and exotic herbs. It's a pity that they haven't reached maturity yet. Otherwise, the harvest this time would definitely be not small. This was the first time Dongfeng Lin had entered the space inside the cauldron. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 20 young geniuses from various top clans following behind him for the time being, Dongfeng Lin suddenly felt emotional. He shook his head and muttered, "It's a pity that Ling Huju couldn't enter last time. Otherwise, this medicine king's divine cauldron might not have fallen into Ling Huchang's hands. Perhaps I would have refined and collected it. Sigh, I missed my opportunity. If you really want this cauldron, it's not too late now. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to suppress this young master first." Without waiting for him to finish his words, a clear and hearty shout of ridicule suddenly came from afar. A 10 feet tall dark purple silhouette, like a small mountain range, came at an extremely fast speed, and entered the line of sight of Dongfeng Lin and the others. It was Yi Xian. Dongfeng Lin jumped in fright. His complexion instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He complained incessantly in his heart. He secretly cursed himself for being too unlucky. Just as he was showing off, he bumped into the right person. The expressions of the 20 or so young geniuses behind him changed drastically as well. Many of them shouted and unhesitatingly took out their respective magic treasures. For a moment, the sky above the vast mountain forest was filled with dazzling brilliance. All kinds of magical treasures with unique power burst forth and poured down towards Yi Xian from all directions. This group of people had not participated in the previous battle in the heavenly stellar star's atmosphere, so they had not seen the ferocity of Yi Xian with their own eyes. Basically, they had only arrived from outside the heavenly stellar star region a few days ago. Even the heavenly battle empire's 3 top families, the Tuoba, the Gonyang, and the Longyu families had only recently been summoned back by their masters. In fact, they were completely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. Now that they had the advantage in numbers and were stronger than Yi Xian in terms of cultivation, they were fearless. As they summoned their transcendent artifacts, they surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they were so excited that they almost screamed. Only Dongfeng Lin was an exception. With a pale complexion, his figure actually retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, he had already hidden behind the group of followers. A bright light flickered in his eyes. It was obvious that he was prepared to retreat at any time. "Originally, I only planned to meet the descendants of my old enemy, but since you want to die, this young master might as well fulfill your wish. Everyone will be suppressed." Yi Xian sneered. As his voice came out, his figure had already rushed out. He did not even plan to summon the indestructible glass armor. He waved the mech's iron arms, which were several times thicker than a person's waist, and punched out repeatedly. Rumble. Boom. Bang. Puff. Thunderous explosions rang out in an instant. The mech giant, which was like a small mountain, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the giant fist, it was difficult for it to withstand a single blow. Unsurprisingly, anyone who was hit by the fist would vomit blood on the spot, and fly backwards with broken bones and tendons. Even among the various transcendent artifacts that covered the sky and covered the earth, some were also knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. Although these guys came from the top families of the Eternal Dynasty's gene fluid field, they were all juniors of the clan after all. No matter how high the grade of their transcendent artifacts was, they definitely could not reach the level of a quasi-starry sky treasure. They were not on the same level as Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20 or so figures fell down. In less than a minute, this so-called hunting team completely collapsed. The rest of the fellows who were not injured for the time being cried for their parents. They did not even bother to collect the transcendent artifacts that they had just summoned. They actually turned around and ran at the same time. As for Dongfeng Lin, he had already summoned a shuttle-shaped transcendent artifact at the first moment and ran away like a stray dog. This battle broke out suddenly and ended even faster. As the few lucky fellows led by Dongfeng Lin fled for their lives, Yi Xian's figure also fell from midair. In his line of sight, on the hillside of the forest, 7 or 8 bodies were randomly lying on the ground. All of them had broken bones and tendons. Although they were not dead, they were seriously injured. They would not be able to fight again in a short time. In addition, there were more than 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the hillside. Although it was impossible to have a quasi-starry sky treasure-level transcendent artifact, these guys were after all the young geniuses of the top families of the dynasty. The transcendent artifacts on them could not be too bad. Basically, they were all starry sky legendary-level transcendent artifacts. Among them, there was even a flying sword and a red copper golden mace, which were actually starry sky epic-level transcendent artifacts. Although the quality was slightly worse, for these guys, it was really precious. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Yi Xian, it was just better than nothing. From now on, you are all this young lord's prisoners of war. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to heal yourselves. After that, you will leave with this young lord and suppress all enemies. With a wave of his hand, the 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the forest were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian coldly glanced at the 7 or 8 figures lying on the ground, each of them wailing in pain. Although his tone was calm, it inexplicably revealed a trace of bone-chilling coldness. If anyone is still unable to stand up after an incense stick's worth of time, then there is no need to leave. Just stay here forever. The people on the ground were frightened when they heard this. In less than a minute, Yi Xian's savagery and ruthlessness were already engraved in their hearts. At this moment, they did not doubt that he would really kill them. For the sake of their lives, they quickly gritted their teeth and crawled up, each of them taking out a healing pill. After pouring it into their mouths, they hurriedly began to heal their wounds. It had to be said that a person's potential was truly limitless. Yi Xian originally thought that these guys would need at least the time of eating a meal before they could barely regain their ability to move. The so-called time limit of an incense stick was just a casual remark. Who would have thought that in the end, at most half an incense stick's worth of time, the 8 of them who were sitting cross-legged to heal their wounds all stood up one after another. Although their faces were still pale, their expressions were extremely obedient. So much so that no one dared to ask Yi Xian a question or beg for mercy. Without exception, all of them obediently stood in a row by the side with their hands behind their backs. They had a look of resignation, not daring to disobey. Alright, as long as you guys behave and don't think of escaping, this young lord guarantees that I will not harm your lives. Otherwise. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Chant of the Devouring reason why Yi Xian wanted to keep the 8 captives was because of a flash of inspiration in his mind. Now that he was trapped in the inner space of the Xianxia cauldron, there must be many experts from various major forces eyeing him covetously outside the cauldron. Faced with such a dilemma, Yi Xian had not come up with a solution yet. However, the hundreds of young heavens prides from various sects who had suddenly descended here not long ago gave him an idea. Although he was not very confident, at least it was a feasible plan. For Yi Xian, it was just a try. These hundreds of rude intruders came from different forces. Although they were young, they were all at the late stage of the origin stage, the 9th realm. Basically, they were all outstanding talents among the younger generation of the major forces. If he could capture all of them, Yi Xian would have an additional bargaining chip in his hand. At least he would not be as passive as before. In the end, if they really couldn't think of any other way to solve this difficult situation, they could just make up their minds and strangle the 100 or so heaven's favorites of the various sects into a talisman and charge out. At that time, the older generation experts of the various powers that were waiting outside the cauldron would probably be a little afraid. As for Yi Xian, the time he needed to buy was actually very short. In just 10 breaths of time, it was enough for him to suddenly take action and store the Xianxia cauldron into his body. The old fellows outside had no way of knowing about this. Therefore, in Yixian's opinion, if he could charge out with such a large string of protective talismans in his hand, then the experts outside would be caught off guard. In a short 10 breaths of time, he would have a great chance of winning. By the time they realized that something was wrong, Yixian would have already taken the Shinnon cauldron and successfully escaped. However, if he wanted to make the old guys fear him enough, Yixian had to maximize the number of captives in his hands. It would be ideal to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Just as his mind was spinning and he was quickly calculating the various details of this matter, an extremely arrogant roar came from the void in the southwest direction of the mountain forest. "Ling Hu, you little thief, come and die quickly. Lord Wuchenzi will definitely send you to the afterlife today." Ha ha ha. The moment he opened his mouth, he called him a thief. Even if he had a good temper, he was afraid that he would explode, let alone Yixian. He was instantly angry. With a cold light in his eyes, he turned his head and swept his gaze to the southwest. In his line of sight, more than 20 figures were flying through the air and were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was an extremely burly bald man. This person called himself Lord Zhang. He must be a disciple of a certain Buddhist sect in the cultivation camp. Even the big and small sects of the cultivator camp have come? Is this young master so easy to bully that everyone wants to take advantage of me? Frowning, Yixian muttered a few words. His expression turned even colder, and the anger in his heart gradually surged. His fists were itching. In this short moment of delay, the small hunting team from the southwest had already closed in to a distance of more than 10 miles. The bald monk in the lead and several others shouted almost at the same time. They either took out their magic weapons or launched their supernatural powers. They had brazenly made their moves before they even met face to face. Exclamation point. Tiger Soul Slash. More than 10 miles away. In the air, several dazzling lights burst out. The most eye-catching one was a crossbow arrow. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already crossed nearly half the distance. Wherever the arrow passed, even the void was torn apart. That unparalleled sharpness caused Yixian to subconsciously think of his bloodline, the heavenly fallen bow. This meteor-like golden arrow light came from a man in a green robe on the right side of the bald monk. Although this man didn't look amazing, the strange giant crossbow in his hand was quite extraordinary. Not only did it reach the starry sky epic level, but its quality was almost perfect. Even Yixian was quite tempted. After all, although he didn't need it, he could use it to deal with the purplish warbler and Wanmu Xiaocha. What he didn't know was that this giant golden crossbow didn't belong to the green-robed man at all. It was the treasure of the sect behind this guy. It was called the Demon Extermination Moon-Chasing Crossbow. It was said that it was made of 365 taels of Western Tai true gold. It was shaped like a crossbow barrel, and there were 5 golden balls inside. There was a spring in it, and it could be fired at will. It was designed to destroy the demon fire, evil smoke, and poisonous sand. Once the golden balls exploded, a large area would be swept away in an instant. Unfortunately, this treasure had already entered Yixian's magic treasure. Today, it was destined to change its master and change hands. Apart from the giant golden arrow, there was also the bald monk in the lead of this rapidly approaching hunting group of over 20 powerhouses. This surprised Yixian quite a bit, and he took a few more glances at him. Although Yixian didn't know what the so-called chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was, he could still understand the Buddhist 6 syllables. Just now, the bald monk's tongue was clearly like thunder, roaring out the 6 syllables of Buddha. The bald man was originally carefree, and his appearance was rather speechless. However, at this moment, as he roared out the 6 syllables of Buddha, the playful expression on his face immediately disappeared. He gave off a rather solemn feeling. After the violent roar, the bald monk did not stop there. Following the 6 syllables of Buddha, a series of obscure notes continuously sounded out. There seemed to be a faint holy light of Buddha bursting out from his body at this moment. Yixian was caught off guard. For a moment, he was entranced by it, and his consciousness was inexplicably in a trance for a moment. The chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was not just a Buddhist chant similar to the lion's roar of Taoism and other sound wave attacks. Its power was not to be underestimated, and it had its own mysteries. From the beginning of the bald man's chant just now, he used the famous 6 syllables of the Ming dynasty as a guide, which could be seen a little bit. Its biggest feature was that it had a miraculous effect on people, demons, and devils. When it was sung to people, it could make people's bones as soft as cotton, intoxicated and infatuated, hooking their minds and turning them into ashes. As for the effect of the chant on demons and devils, even the bald monk Wu Chenzi himself did not know. His cultivation of the chant of the Devanaga, a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, was still far from being able to repel devils and demons. At this moment, the reason why Yi Xian suddenly became absent-minded and even his consciousness was a little dazed was because of the chant of the Devanaga that the bald monk uttered. It had an invading and soul-sucking effect. If it were any other time, it would have been fine. With Yi Xian's state of mind, he would be able to wake up very quickly. It was impossible for him to be entranced by it. However, it was different now. Even if it was just a few short moments of trance, it was extremely likely to be fatal to him. This was because the golden arrow that the green-robed man shot out had also traversed close to 10 miles of empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Xian's left chest. It was already less than 100 feet away. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Reversal. As Yi Xian was distracted by the bald monk Wu Chenzi's chant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Devanaga, the golden arrow shot by the green-robed man had traversed nearly 5 kilometers in an instant and arrived before Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to pierce his left chest, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. One after another, they actually instantly jolted Yi Xian's mind awake from his confusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. Current level, level 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. The corresponding mind skills and secret techniques have also leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Mind Power Remarkable ability. Mind Reversal, instantly capture and gain insight into the trajectory of energy. Exert influence with mind power and achieve an instantaneous reversal of energy trajectories. The specific effects and success rate depend on the remarkable abilities level. Current level, Beginner. Do you wish to activate it immediately? The Mind Source Core had leveled up. How was that possible? When he regained consciousness, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if he was hallucinating. His Mind Source Core had originally been at the 6th level, which was second only to the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian in the entire demon race. If the system notification in his head wasn't an illusion, didn't that mean that the Mind Source Core in his head had once again evolved and become the second person in the entire demon race to possess a 7th level Source Core? However, this didn't make sense at all. It was extremely difficult for a devil person's Mind Source Core to evolve. Even the first Devil Emperor had only reached the 8th level, which was still some distance away from the legendary 9th level Source Core. Even though Yi Xian had encountered many fortuitous encounters and consumed a large number of devil person's mind cores, weeping soul beasts, core sense crystals and other rare items to upgrade his Mind Source Core, up until now, his Mind Source Core had only reached the 6th level. Although he had indeed encountered 2 abnormal existences in terms of spirit cores, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to understand them until now. The first was the Mad Devil Emperor. As a demonic beast, it was already shocking enough for him to possess a Mind Source Core that only demons possessed. However, that old geezer's Mind Source Core had actually reached the frightening level 8. The one who was even more unreasonable was the wretched mosquito butcher. In Yi Xian's opinion, that old geezer was only second to the headless infant corpse in terms of mysteriousness. His Mind Power Source Core had actually reached level 9, which meant that it had surpassed the first demon emperors. However, other than those 2 existences that couldn't be seized with common sense, the rest of the devil cultivators, including Yi Xian, the human who had randomly entered, would definitely not be easy to transform and evolve their spirit cores. They would need to work hard and accumulate experience, and even more so, it would depend on their luck. Now, Yi Xian's mind had been absent-minded for a moment, but as soon as he regained consciousness, the source core in his brain had inexplicably transformed and evolved. This was even more bizarre and strange than a mountain of gold falling from the sky and smashing into his head. If all of this was real, then the source of this was most likely related to the strange absent-mindedness he had experienced earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian vaguely understood what had happened. Evidently, he had profited from a disaster. The bald monk's chant of Devanaga was indeed extraordinary, but it had an unimaginable effect on Xian. The chanting had affected his mind power, causing it to suddenly erupt under pressure. In the end, it had caused his source core to transform and evolve. Of course, whether or not this was the real reason wasn't important. For Xian, the most important thing was the actual benefits he had reaped this time. His source core had evolved to level 7, so the first and most direct benefit was that Xian's mind power level had increased. The unexpected surprise was that all the mind power skills and secret techniques he had mastered had increased as a result of his source core's transformation. The slave seal secret technique had only been at the basic level before, but now that it had advanced to the intermediate level, the effects would be even better when he condensed another slave seal. Besides, the Annihilation Spear and the Destructive Vortex, as well as the 2 defensive secret techniques, the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion, had also been at the basic level before, but now they had all advanced to the intermediate level. The Mind Lightning technique had also been at the basic level before, but now it had reached the intermediate level. As for the Mind Crush and Mind Charm, they had both been at the intermediate level before, but now they had finally reached the advanced level. These were all the mind power skills and secret techniques Xian had mastered before. Although there were offensive and defensive techniques, as well as secret techniques that used mind power to launch mid-range attacks like the Mind Lightning technique, none of them had reached the divine ability level. When his mind source core had evolved to level 6, Xian had hoped to obtain a divine ability level mind power skill, but he had been disappointed in the end. This time, however, he had finally gotten what he wanted. He had obtained the first mind power skill that could be considered a divine ability. Although it was only at the basic level because he had just obtained it, based on the name of the skill, Mind Reversal, the power of this mind power ability had to be extremely extraordinary. Based on the general introduction of the system notification, Xian had a basic understanding of the power of this mind reversal ability. If he was not mistaken, its effect should be similar to the Void Ladle Reverend Spatial Law ability, the Revolving Star Passage technique. The names of the 2 divine abilities, Stellar Transposition and Beating Cows Through the Mountain, were given by Xian for the Void Ladle. They were both spatial secret techniques that involved the laws of the void of the universe, and should belong to the bloodline ability of the Void Ladle clan. When Xian saw the Void Ladle Senior use it, his eyes were filled with envy. He never thought that he would actually obtain a spiritual power ability that had an effect similar to the Stellar Transposition today. He couldn't wait to test out its might, and now was the best time. All of this took a long time to describe, but it flashed through Xian's mind like a flash of lightning. Almost at the moment his consciousness suddenly woke up, an invisible mind power surged out of his mind and blasted toward the golden arrow that was shooting toward him. Squeak, a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache suddenly rang out. Then, the golden arrow seemed to have been moved in another direction. It was originally aimed at Xian's left chest, and it was less than 30 feet away. But at this moment, as the ear-piercing squeak sounded, the golden arrow that had turned into a golden brilliance strangely stopped. After a quick flash of golden light, it turned around and shot toward the green-robed man in the distance. The change was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning, and it was more like the Revolving Star Passage technique. There was no trace of it. Whoosh, boom. The sound of breaking through the air faded away. The green-robed man, who had just shot the golden arrow in midair, was caught off guard. His expression changed drastically, and he even forgot to dodge. The Buddha's light protecting my body in vain puff. The green-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his heavy injuries, he lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. Just like half of his arm that had already left his body but was still holding the golden bow, he fell down. At the same time, a dozen exclamations filled with horror sounded instantly. This scene was too sudden. The group of geniuses behind the green-robed man were shocked and could not accept it. Oh my God, what happened? Am I seeing things? The golden arrow was about to pierce his left chest, but it suddenly turned around at the last moment. What a joke, how did he do it? This ability is too terrifying. It's terrifying. The green-robed man used his treasure, the golden bow, but he died inexplicably. What should we do? Before figuring out the strangeness, can we still make a move? Even the bald monk who was chanting was shocked. The chanting in his mouth stopped abruptly, but his mouth was still open. He subconsciously glanced at the green-robed man who was falling down with a dull expression on his face. After a full breath, he came back to his senses with a shock. His face flushed. He turned his head and stared at the group of guys who were exclaiming in midair behind him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him." Before his voice fell, he had turned his head again and looked at Xianxia with a dignified face. He said coldly, "Sure enough, you deserve to be called a peerless monster. Although it is a bit exaggerated, you still have some ability. This little monk misjudged you before. Unfortunately, this doesn't change anything. No matter how you did it just now, this little monk can be sure of one thing. Today, you can't escape death." OM. In the next moment, as Wu Chenzi raised his hand and pointed at his glabella, a purple-gold light shot out from it. It expanded with the wind and finally turned into a purple-gold bowl the size of a baby's head. It hung above Wu Chenzi's head and poured out endless purple-gold light, flowing endlessly on his Buddhist robe. Like the Buddha's light, it had completely enveloped his body. For a moment, even his figure became somewhat hazy and blurry under the purple-gold light screen. This treasure is called the Purple Gold Alms Bowl, a defensive treasure of my Buddhist sect. Although it is not a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, it is still a starry sky epic grade Buddhist treasure. In the hazy purple gold Buddha's light, Wu Chenzi seemed to be calm, but his words were clearly filled with arrogance. He said, "Don't be fooled by this layer of Buddha's light that is hazy and thin, but its defensive effect is very terrifying. Just like the golden arrow ray that almost killed the green-robed monk, even if I didn't dodge it and let it touch my body, it would only tickle me. Do you feel despair?" Wu Chenzi was clearly mocking and ridiculing Xianxia with his last sentence. He was incomparably confident, as if he was toying with Xianxia like a mouse, and he was the big cat that only wanted to suppress the big mouse. Xianxia smiled because he suddenly felt that this bald monk in front of him was really very considerate. He had already tested the power of the psychic ability he had just obtained this time. At this moment, Xianxia was thinking about how to test the power of the psychic abilities and secret techniques he had long mastered, but had upgraded at the same time this time. Unexpectedly, before he could decide which one to test first, this considerate monk had already prepared for it. Since the other party had taken the initiative to ask to be a human target, then it would be impolite to refuse. Xianxia grinned and instantly decided which psychic secret technique to use. In this situation, the Annihilation Spear was the best choice. This technique was a psychic secret technique that used a special method to compress a large amount of psychic origin energy to the extreme, making it infinitely dense and transforming it into a formless psychic spear that could be used to attack. Back then, when he was only at the elementary level, he had helped Xianxia shatter the restrictive shield of the altar in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave under the Devil Mountain Star, allowing him to obtain the Weeping Soul blood horn that had later been used for many miraculous feats. At that time, Xianxia's psychic power was only at the 4th level. Now, Xianxia's psychic power had reached the 7th level, and the Annihilation Spear had also been upgraded from the elementary level to the intermediate level, so its power was bound to be even more terrifying. At least in Xianxia's opinion, it should be no problem at all to shatter this bald monk's protective Buddhist light. Run my ass. Did this young master say something like that? After rolling his eyes and retorting, Xianxia grinned and said something that confused everyone. But since you're so considerate, this young master won't argue with you. Also, thank you. At the same time, he had already activated the psychic power in his sea of consciousness with all his might. In the next instant, the psychic power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness suddenly started to rotate faster and faster, pouring out a large amount of psychic power that rapidly converged and compressed above Xianxia's sea of consciousness. In the short span of a breath, the level 7 psychic power pouring out from the psychic power source core had reached a terrifying level. This meant that Xianxia's psychic power source core had already evolved to the 7th level, and the total amount of psychic power had skyrocketed several times compared to before. Otherwise, this level of consumption would have been a huge burden for him. In the blink of an eye, a small psychic bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of psychic origin energy had already formed. Without any delay, it instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness like an infinitely dense and heavy strand of hair toward Wu Chenzi, who was suspended in midair in front of him. Sizzle. This annihilation, which was condensed from a large amount of level 7 psychic power, was too thin. It was concentrated like a strand of hair, and its density was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. However, its diameter was so small that it was negligible. At this moment, the source core in Yixian's brain was urged to shoot out with all its might. Because its speed was too fast, although it made a sharp sound as it tore through the air, it didn't last long because it had already arrived in front of Wu Chenzi in the blink of an eye and hit its target. Whoosh, a soft sound like mercury spilling over the ground was heard. The hazy layer of protective purple-gold Buddhist light on the surface of Wu Chenzi's body collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The purple-gold bowl that was suspended above his head was obviously affected as well. Its brilliance immediately dimmed, and its energy field seemed to have been thrown into disorder and was no longer under control. It directly fell down and smashed into Wu Chenzi's shiny head with a bang. An extremely eye-catching bulge quickly rose up. This head was really hard. The sound of the purple-gold bowl smashing down was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Even Yixian was a little surprised. He stared at the big bulge on Wu Chenzi's head for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Could it be that your Buddhist sect's ancestor's head is full of bulges? Could it be that this is how it came to be? I have to say, the Buddhist sect is indeed the Buddhist sect. Not to mention other things for the time being, this melon is really not an ordinary porcelain head. TSK, it's passed down from one generation to another. No wonder. Pfft, just as Yixian's voice sounded, Wu Chenzi, whose body's protective Buddhist light had collapsed, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The annihilation spear was condensed from a large amount of pure level 7 psychic power. Other than the slight sound of it breaking through the air when it was shot out, there were no traces to be found. He simply couldn't dodge it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation AO. At this moment, a bloody hole that was much thinner than a toothpick appeared in the middle of Wu Chenzi's chest. It was bright from the front to the back. This was the result of the annihilation spear piercing through his body. Although the hole was so small that it almost didn't exist, more than half of the huge spiritual power contained in it quickly spread after entering the body. It was eroding Wu Chenzi's body completely, making him on the verge of collapse. The feeling of the whole body being wantonly stirred by an invisible force was really not a normal kind of pain. It made him temporarily lose his combat power. He had no time to think about it, but he couldn't. What kind of power is this? It's not the power of a cultivator's cultivation, nor the power of divine sense, nor the power of the body's qi and blood. It's more like spiritual power? Forcibly enduring the invisible force raging in his body like a violent hurricane, Wu Chenzi was in so much pain that his face twitched. His shiny forehead with a big bump was covered with fine beads of sweat. He stared fiercely at Yixian and gritted his teeth. At the end of his words, his eyes burst with light as if he finally understood. He gasped and suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, it's definitely spiritual power. Ling Huchong, you're not a human." No matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably awkward. Wu Chen's original intention was to say that Yixian wasn't a human, but a devil cultivator. However, the shock in his heart was too strong. It came so suddenly that he didn't even care about the measures of his words. You're not a human. You're a damn bald thief. Yixian understood what he meant, but he was still angry in his heart. He immediately made a decision and cursed back loudly. At this time, the more than 20 young geniuses behind Wu Chenzi finally realized what had happened. Their bodies shook violently, and they exclaimed again. I seem to have missed something. Wu Chenzi's state is a bit strange. Why did that layer of hazy purple gold protective Buddha's light suddenly collapse? It's not just the protective Buddha's light collapsing. Could it be that you are cross-eyed? Even the purple gold Buddhist alms bowl that was hovering above his head was controlled and fell to the ground. Eh? What's on top of Wu Chenzi's head? It's like an egg, shiny and shiny. It was actually smashed by its own Buddhist treasure. This is too strange. Who is that Ling Huchong? He attacked twice in a row. First, he made the golden dagger radiance of green robe turn around and devour him. Then, he shattered Wu Chenzi's protective Buddhist light. The big bump on his forehead was smashed out. The most important thing is that we don't know how he did it at all. Everything happened right in front of us, but we couldn't find any trace of it. Ling Huchong clearly stood in the void on the other side and didn't move at all. He defeated the two great geniuses with ease. His methods are too mysterious and creepy. Look, he's finally moved. He's waving his giant fist and smashing it towards Wu Chenzi. My God, is Wu Chenzi stupid? He didn't even try to resist and was smashed into the dust by his fist. Too savage. This is simply a mecha god of death. Even Wu Chenzi was shocked by this murderous aura. I don't even have the desire to fight back. Run, the mecha-killing god is coming this way, not far in the front. After rolling his eyes and replying to Wu Chenzi, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed, and the mecha giant that was 10 feet tall swept in front of Wu Chenzi in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, the terrifying giant fist that was not much smaller than a water tank smashed towards Wu Chenzi's face. Boom! Ow! A heavy sound that made one's scalp tingle was heard, followed by a long and mournful wolf howl from Wu Chenzi's throat. In the face of this terrifying giant fist that was several times thicker than his body, Wu Chenzi couldn't resist it at all without the protection of the Buddhist light. With one punch, 50 to 60% of the bones in his body were broken, and a large number of bloody wounds burst out of his body. Blood mist splashed out, and his whole body almost exploded. In the midst of the miserable hell, his body also quickly fell to the ground below, following in the footsteps of the man in green robe before him. Before the appearance of the fallen Devil Son and the Witch Dust Maiden, Wu Chenzi, who was known as one of the Cultivation camp's top 10 prodigies, should not have been so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. The key was that the purple gold alms bowl that he was extremely confident in, which he had always relied on as a protective treasure, was too disappointing this time. Not only did the protective Buddhist light that poured out collapse in an instant, but it also directly landed on his head, smashing a big bump. For Wu Chenzi, who had always been proud and liked to show off even though he was a disciple of a Buddhist disciple, this was already bad enough. In addition, at this moment, the 7th-level spiritual power was still raging and surging in his body, mercilessly torturing every inch of his flesh and blood cells. At this moment, he was completely out of shape and had never been so weak before. Therefore, he was so easily knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. He howled and fell to the ground below with his eyes rolled back. So it's a wild wolf wearing a kasaya. He usually pretends to be a human, but when he's beaten up, he howls and reveals everything. This is really a Buddhist misfortune. Ha ha ha. After knocking Wu Chenzi down to the ground with one punch, Yi Xian was very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, then turned his head to look at the void slightly further away. In his line of sight, the 20 or so heavens prides from various sects who had been following behind Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man had turned deathly pale and scattered like birds and beasts with a loud rumble. This group of people was scared out of their wits. Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man were the strongest existences in their group, and their skills were even more extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they were knocked down to the ground by their opponents in a single blow. The key was how they did all this, and they still did not understand until now. This kind of strangeness was terrifying. At this moment, these 20 or so prodigies of the cultivation camp had already lost their fighting spirit. The only thought in their minds was to leave this area as soon as possible. Their opponents were too ferocious, too abnormal, simply inhuman. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Weren't all of you majestic and boundless just now? Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he directly chased after them. His hearty laughter sounded again, "Don't worry. This young master has always convinced people with virtue, so I won't do anything to you. At least I can guarantee that I will definitely not beat the shit out of you." Ha ha ha. Boom. Aoo. Before the loud laughter fell, Yi Xian had already caught up with one of them. His giant fist casually blasted out, and the other party instantly spat out blood. When his body fell, the familiar wolf howl also sounded at the right time. Facing all of this, the 8 fellows that Yi Xian had captured earlier looked at each other from afar. They looked at each other in shock. The thought of escaping that had always existed in their hearts finally dissipated at this moment. This guy is too ferocious. He's simply a god of death. The key is that he's so shameless. He's already so violent, but he still hoots about using virtue to convince people with a straight face, seeing the pitiful fellows in the distance who were fleeing like birds and beasts, and in the blink of an eye, a second one was blasted to the ground and let out the same mournful wolf howl without suspense. One of the 8 people's faces turned pale as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He weakly said to the other 7 brothers in the same boat, "We really can't afford to offend this kind of ferocious and shameless guy. It's better to obediently stay here. If we don't escape and get caught again, we'll most likely break our throats from crying." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The joint fleet has arrived. Boom. Ka-cha-cha. Oh-woo, the glazed armor, which was as big as a small mountain, was like a god descending from the heavens. Its speed was so fast that it turned into a streak of purple light that was as fast as a meteor. It wandered in all directions, and when it got close, it would directly punch out. Now, this was the 20th time that Xian had attacked. From the beginning of the chase until now, he had completed it in just over a minute. The undying glazed armor, which was a quasi-starry sky-level treasure, was too amazing. The second mecha form even had an antimatter kinetic propulsion device. Once it was activated, Xian's speed would be doubled. However, this group of geniuses from the various sects of the cultivation camp had long since lost their will to fight when they saw the cyan-robed man and Wu Chenzi being defeated in an instant. Once Xian caught up to them and threw a punch at them, they didn't encounter any resistance at all. After the last punch, the same sound of bones cracking resounded. Xian had already gotten used to it. What followed was a howl of a wolf. The 24th Heaven's pride from the cultivation camp fell to the ground with a pale face. At this point, this hunting team had been completely annihilated. If they were to include the 8 people from the previous team, Xian would have already captured 32 prisoners of war. Their identities and backgrounds were all extraordinary. If they were to be strung together, they would at least have the effect of a protective talisman. But this was not enough. According to his plan, he would not let go of anyone who entered the space inside Shenong's treasure cauldron. There were still 4 hunting teams to be dealt with. "I will give you 30 minutes to heal your wounds. Since you are prisoners of war, you have to follow behind me and fight with me. Those who have not recovered their mobility after 30 minutes will be killed without mercy." Standing a kilometer in the air, Xian looked around and glanced at the 24 prisoners on the ground below. He said the same words as before. Not far away, the 8 people who were captured by Xian in the first batch had already slipped over. At this time, they were already convinced. Although Xian's cultivation was only at the 9th realm, origin 7th stage, after putting on this amazing quasi-starry sky-level treasure armor, his actual combat strength had completely surpassed that of an origin realm cultivator. He could already fight against existences in the Grotto Heaven realm. In the face of such an existence, they had no resistance at all. Previously, they had thought that this was just a hunt. Now, they knew that this was just serving. After realizing this, the 8 people unconsciously changed their mentality. They probably felt that at least they belonged to the same technological faction as young Master Linghu. Moreover, they were the first batch of prey to be captured. At least, they felt more superior than the group of geniuses from the cultivation faction who had just finished their battle. Therefore, after the 8 people rushed over, they first nodded and smiled at Xian. Then, they spread out, puffed out their chests, and shouted at the geniuses from the cultivation faction who were still dawdling on the ground. They were all acting like qualified lackeys. Wu Chenzi and the other geniuses from the cultivation faction were gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Not bad, not bad. You guys are finally enlightened. Xian was extremely satisfied when he saw these 8 fellows being so tactful. He nodded his head in praise. Since that's the case, then this young master will not take away the cultivation resources in your battle weapons and storage magic treasures. From now on, you will be the 8 great Vidra of this young master's captive camp, including these 24 fellows. After that, all the captives will be under your management. If anyone dares to disagree, just report it. I'll give them another punch. Xian's last few words were clearly meant for Wu Chenzi and the others. It was meant to be a warning. However, in the ears of the 8 great Vidras, it was no different from heavenly music. They were instantly overjoyed and repeatedly flattered him. Then, the 8 people quickly got into their roles. After they spread out, they kept shouting and looting all the storage magic treasures in the hands of the 24 geniuses from the Cultivation faction. They even found the golden bow and purple gold bowl that had fallen into the dust during the previous battle and respectfully handed them to Xian. Sure enough, they're all fat sheep. Why didn't I think of this before? This is the rhythm of getting rich overnight. Looking at the small pile of storage magic treasures in front of him, Xian used his divine sense to scan them. When he saw the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, he couldn't help but be speechless and praise them. These people were all from the cultivation faction and were like the successors of various sections. Although the resources in their hands were far inferior to Xian's, because of the difference in location, there were some things that even Xian didn't have. Therefore, even he was surprised by the harvest this time and was very satisfied. Apart from the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, the finished magic treasures were not satisfactory. Out of all the defensive and offensive magic treasures of the 24 geniuses, only the golden bow and purple gold bowl caught Xian's eyes. They were perfect starry sky epic grade magic treasures. All of them were stored in Xian's undying world with a wave of his hand. Wuchenzi, Green Robe, and the others were gnashing their teeth. In the blink of an eye, they were poor. Not only did all their cultivation resources fall into the hands of the enemy, even their defensive and offensive magic treasures were all confiscated. Not a single one was left. This time, they suffered a great loss. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone regained their ability to move. Among them, a few geniuses, such as Wuchenzi and Green Robe, had even recovered half of their combat strength. Xian waved his hand and led this group of people to set off again. There were still 4 hunting teams to deal with. In the void of the universe outside the Xianxia cauldron, the young geniuses of the major forces and sects of the human clan had been in the space inside the cauldron for some time, but at this moment, no news came out. Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the master of the Ground Extinction Palace, from the cultivation camp, had the crystal ball echo technique, which could transmit everything that happened inside the cauldron, but for some reason, it had not been used yet. Just as the experts of the major forces waiting outside the space trap formation were getting impatient, in the void of the universe in a certain direction in the distance, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing over at this moment. A huge blood-red bull head was etched on the hull of the ship. This was the barbarian bull clan from the Federation of the Second Universe. Following this small fortress, more than a dozen space fortresses appeared. They were also from the Federation of the Second Universe, including the Inji clan, the Wood Spirit clan, and other top-ranking clans in the Second Universe. Seeing the arrival of the joint fleet of the various clans of the Second Federation, all the experts of the human clan around, including Xianxia, who was in charge of the external affairs of the space trap formation, turned their heads to look, but no one made a sound. After all, Xianxia had said before that Ling Huchong had committed many evil deeds, and everyone had the right to punish him. Although the barbarian bull clan came from the Second Universe, they were also one of the clans of the Federation. It was normal for them to come this time to get a share of the pie. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Crystal Ball Shadow. Soon, the Alliance fleet from the Second Universe stopped in the void far away from the space trap array and occupied a direction. Then, the main passageways of all the small fortresses and space fortresses in the fleet opened, and several powerhouses rushed out. This fleet was basically composed of the top Federation clans in the Second Universe. This time, they came to fight for the Xianxia cauldron, and they could even secretly fight for the peerless genius of the human race, Ling Huchong. Therefore, any of the clans of the Federation had sent out their high-level elders, and at the same time, some powerful young juniors. Some of these high-level elders knew Xianxia of the Heavenly War Empire. At this moment, after they rushed out of the battleship, they greeted him one after another and asked him about the situation. Then, a foreign hunting team formed by the young juniors of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe was formed. There were a total of 13 people, and their strength was extraordinary. Their cultivation was at the 9th realm, the peak of the 9th level, the origin. Among them, the most eye-catching were the young patriarch of the Inji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the Barbarian Bull clan, Xianxia, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai, the descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan. After you enter the space inside the cauldron, if you meet Gong Wuxin of the Diju Palace, remember to ask him to use the crystal ball shadow technique to transmit the image in the cauldron in real time, especially after you find Ling Huchong and before you launch a full-scale attack on him. Zhani was floating in the void, sitting cross-legged, nodding and greeting the high-level elders of the various clans of the Second Universe. Then, he glanced at Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends of the other universe. He seemed to be extremely confident and resolute as he continued with a faint smile, "That brat is arrogant and unruly, but he will definitely not be able to escape this time. Although we are restricted by the rules of this King Cauldron's own domain and cannot enter to personally suppress him, we cannot miss such a delightful scene. Remember this." In this regard, whether it was the elites of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe who had just arrived or the large number of powerhouses of the human clan who were waiting in the surrounding void, they all deeply agreed and nodded. No one felt that Zhani was bragging. After all, although he, Zhan Er, Zhan Si, and the other Heavenly Battle Emperor clan elders had been heavily abused by Yi Xian, with 1 dead and 3 injured, they had been taught a painful lesson. However, that was only because Yi Xian had taken out the Shenong cauldron and relied on it to suppress others. Now that the giant cauldron had been summoned and the person had entered the cauldron, everyone felt that no matter how strong Yi Xian was, he would not be able to escape from the joint attack of more than 200 young prodigies from various clans. Indeed, this scene should not be missed. It would definitely be very exciting. As Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends from the Second Universe entered the cauldron, all the experts who stayed in the void outside the array eagerly anticipated the scene. They wanted to see Yi Xian being suppressed as soon as possible. In the cauldron space, after suppressing the 2 hunting teams, Yi Xian led the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him to move again. Then, they encountered another hunting team. And this time, the remaining 4 hunting teams all arrived at the same time. The battle that had happened here before had already attracted the attention of the other hunting teams who were in charge of searching in other directions. They hurried over, but unfortunately, Yi Xian was too fast. Before they arrived, the battle had already ended. At this moment, the remaining 4 hunting teams were occupying the surrounding space, surrounding Yi Xian and the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him. When these guys saw that even Wu Chunzi had been captured and was now following behind Yi Xian with his head lowered in shame and anger, they were all shocked. Even so, they still did not think that they would follow in Wu Chunzi's footsteps. After all, the total number of people in the 4 hunting teams was more than 100. In their opinion, no matter how amazing this young Master Ling Hu's skills were, it was impossible for him to turn the tables. Since he was already surrounded by 4 hunting teams, his fate was sealed. Among the 4 hunting teams, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru occupied one side. Behind them were basically all heavenly legends from the technology faction. They had the most people, nearly 50 of them. Dongfeng Lin and the other experts in his team were also among them. This group of people had fled after the battle with Yi Xian. When they encountered the Purplish Warbler and the others, they gathered together. In the end, they still did not give up. They wanted to wait until they had enough people before making a move on Yi Xian. In their opinion, the time had come. The other 3 teams had fewer people, each with only 20 or so people. There were experts from both the Cultivation faction and the Technology faction, and the leaders were from the Cultivation faction. They were as famous as Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong. At this moment, the 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Amongst the younger generation geniuses of the Cultivation camp, the 3 of them were called the 4 heroes along with the Buddhist sect's Wu Chunzi. Now that Wu Chunzi had been captured by Yi Xian, there was actually a large bump on his shiny head that looked like a baby's fist. He looked extremely miserable, and this was simply slapping their faces. Although the 3 of them were angry at Wu Chunzi for being useless, they hated Yi Xian even more. Once this matter was spread out, people would definitely talk behind their backs. It did not matter if the reputation of the 4 heroes of cultivation was ruined, but the problem was that the 3 of them were implicated and left a stain on their reputation. Ling Huchong, don't make a mistake. After all, you are also a human expert. Although the reputation of being a peerless monster is a bit exaggerated, you are still a rare genius of the younger generation. As long as you swear an oath to join the Tenju Heavenly Palace and serve us wholeheartedly, the Tenju Heavenly Palace will help you deal with the aftermath of the conflict with the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. Gong Wuxin was the first to speak. He said these words to Yi Xian, but it seemed that he did not mean it. This was the mission of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. If it were him, he would definitely take the opportunity to get rid of the other party. What peerless monster? Gong Wuxin was not convinced at all and had a strong hostility. Bah, what is the Tenju Heavenly Palace? Are you worthy of this young master swearing an oath of loyalty? Could it be that you're still sleep-talking? Yi Xian sneered and retorted with no trace of politeness. It would have been better if the other party did not mention the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian's attitude was not so bad. Now that the other party mentioned the Tenju Heavenly Palace, it was as if the anger in Yi Xian's heart had been ignited. This young master will also give you a piece of advice. You'd better hand over your storage magic treasure immediately and surrender. Otherwise, you will be suppressed on the spot. Pooh. Gong Wuxin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade the other party, but in the end, he was threatened and asked to surrender his storage magic treasure in front of everyone. This was simply unreasonable. Thinking of this, Gong Wuxin was so angry that he laughed. Ling Huchong, good. Today, I want to see who will be suppressed. Speaking of this, Gong Wuxin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Humph, aren't you very arrogant? I will fulfill your wish and let the whole world know the truth of this battle. The experts of the three great universes will see how you are suppressed by me. It's too cruel. The crystal ball mirage technique was an auxiliary Taoist technique. Although it did not possess any offensive power, it was a technique that allowed one to condense a crystal ball using one's divine ability. It could project all the sights and sounds on the other side of the isolated plane and void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even see the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. Even in the human clan's cultivation camp, only the overlord of cultivation, Tenju Heavenly Palace, still retained the cultivation method of this mystic technique, and there were not many people who cultivated it, only a dozen people in each generation. Gong Wuxin was the last disciple of the palace master of the Earth Palace, the second palace of the 10 absolute heavenly palaces. There was no doubt about his talent. Although he had not been cultivating the crystal ball mirage technique for a long time, he had already reached a higher level and could be considered to have made some achievements. At this moment, as Gong Wuxin shouted, a silvery white light rushed out of his body and soared into the sky like a meteor. It hung 10,000 meters above the space inside the cauldron and turned into a transparent silver ball about a meter in diameter. It poured out a faint moonlight. This kind of technique was very mysterious. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic weapon. It attracted Yi Xian's interest and he looked over. Then, he grinned and pointed at the sky, saying to Gong Wuxin, "Crystal ball mirage?" In other words, everything that happens in the space within the cauldron can be transmitted out through this silver ball of light, and can be seen by the people outside? This is really interesting. Are you a pervert? While he was talking, Yi Xian suddenly dashed out. His combat suit more than 10 meters tall turned into a purple arrow and reached Gong Wuxin in the blink of an eye. He punched out. You are being abused, and yet you are making a crystal ball to transmit the video of the scene. What a unique hobby you have. Bang. Kachacha. Awoo, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a huge bang rang out, followed by the sound of many bones breaking. After that, Gong Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a familiar mournful howl. His speed was simply too fast. Before his figure rushed out, he had already secretly stored up energy and activated the antimatter propulsion system of the glazed mech suit, instantly increasing his speed by 2 times. Under such extreme speed and the distance between them was not too far, Gong Wuxin could not react at all. In fact, not only Gong Wuxin, but all the experts in the other 3 directions of the void were the same. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were dumbfounded, but they did not make a move. These people were all young prodigies from the cultivation camp. Now that the relationship between the two camps was tense, these young prodigies from the technology camp were hostile to Gong Wuxin and the other prodigies from the cultivation camp. Although Ling Huchong was arrogant and unruly, the Ling Hu family was one of the most powerful families in the technology camp. Therefore, when they saw the prodigies from the cultivation camp attacking him, these experts from the technology camp were subconsciously unwilling to help. In addition, the three girls from the purplish warbler did not say anything, so these experts from the technology camp all stood in place, unmoved. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, who were guarding the other two directions, did the same. They did not belong to the same sect as Gong Wuxin. The former came from the Tenju Celestial Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp. Since he said that he was going to fight Yi Xian alone, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong naturally would not act rashly. This was a thankless task, so it was completely unnecessary. Even if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Gong Wuxin, they would have to wait until the end of this battle. Only the 20 or so people who belonged to the same hunting team as Gong Wuxin saw that the former was actually ambushed by Yi Xian. They were caught off guard and instantly disintegrated their combat strength. Their entire bodies collapsed, and they were instantly filled with shock and anger. They roared as they charged towards Yi Xian, taking out all sorts of magic treasures and wildly bombarding him. Spiritual crush. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. At the same time, the spiritual power source core in his mind began to operate rapidly again. A formless wave of level 7 spiritual power instantly spread out like a tsunami, directly enveloping the 20 or so experts from the cultivation camp who were rushing toward him. Spiritual crush was a secret spiritual technique that used spiritual power to attack the mind. Compared to the spiritual power attacks of human cultivators, spiritual power was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. At least, it was true for human powerhouses. As the spiritual energy enveloped them, the 20 or so figures that were charging towards Yi Xian suddenly froze. Their consciousnesses had all fallen into a trance, as if they'd been bewitched. Yi Xian's spiritual crush had only been at the intermediate level before, but now it was at the advanced level. In addition, his spiritual power source core had just undergone another transformation and evolution, so the spiritual power surging out of it had reached level 7, so its power had doubled. Therefore, even though these people were all at the late stage of the origin stage, level 8, or even level 9, which made them stronger than Yi Xian, they were still caught off guard and fell into a trance. Although this trance might not last for too long, it was enough for Yi Xian. Boom, bang. Bang, crack. Crack. Awoo. Awoo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's figure shot out once again, and in a split second, he rushed into the crowd. Every time he simply swung his fist, there would be a huge bang and a bone-chilling sound of bone cracking, followed by a mournful howl of a wolf. Each scream was louder than the last. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so powerhouses from the cultivation camp who had fallen into a trance were lying on the ground in disarray. This scene was too shocking. At least, the 100 or so powerhouses in the other three directions did not expect this. Even if Yi Xian was wearing a stunning glass armor, his combat strength should not be so abnormal to such an extent. One had to know that these 20-odd cultivators were all the top geniuses of the various sects, and their cultivations were all at the 8th or 9th level of the origin realm. But now, they were like a flock of lambs, being charged into the flock by Yi Xian, the ferocious wolf. After wreaking havoc, not a single one of them resisted. It was so strange that it was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so people had their bones and tendons broken and fell into the dust. The only figure that was still standing in the void was Yi Xian, who was about 30 meters tall and looked like a god in purple armor. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong opened their mouths wide and muttered to themselves with a solemn expression. How can this be? It's too strange. No one fought back. How did he do it? There's a mystery behind this. What other secret methods does this kid have? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Challenging and Aragong Wuxin was known as the leader of the 4 heroes of the human race, but at this moment, he was crushed by Yi Xian in front of nearly 200 human race powerhouses. Gong Wuxin's accidental stumble could be attributed to Yi Xian's sudden sneak attack, but the 20 or so human race powerhouses who were crushed right after him were absolutely crushed by Xian in a direct confrontation. They even seized the initiative. The 20 or so human race powerhouses attacked at the same time. They had already taken out their magic weapons, and their cultivation levels were generally higher than Xian's, but the final result was still as expected. The 20 or so human race powerhouses were crushed in less than a minute. All of this shocked everyone. Even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dumbfounded. They knew that Xian was a monster, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly strong. He was simply a ferocious monster. As for the more than 50 young prodigies from the various major clans behind them, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths of air. At this moment, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong finally understood why Wu Chen, who was also one of the 4 young heroes of the cultivation camp, was suppressed by Xian. Previously, they felt that they had lost face, but now, they no longer felt that way. Even Gong Wuxin, the leader of the 4 heroes, was defeated, let alone Wu Chenzi. After this battle, the so-called 4 heroes of the human race had completely become history. In the future, when people mentioned this once famous name, they would most likely feel that it wasn't true. Only Wu Chenzi and the others had already suffered a great loss at Xian's hands. At this moment, just like him, the 32 captives that were surrounded by the remaining 4 hunting teams felt an inexplicable sense of relief in their hearts. They did feel humiliated and hated Xian, but when they saw that even Gong Wuxin was suppressed in an instant, the humiliation in their hearts naturally faded away. At this moment, even Xian seemed to be more pleasing to the eye in their eyes. After all, the way Gongwu Xian and the others looked at them when they were surrounded by the 4 teams was very irritating. But now, this guy was finally suppressed by Xian in an instant. There was no suspense at all. It was simply too satisfying. There's something strange about this brat. Gongwu Xian didn't even have a chance to use his techniques before he was suppressed. Presumably, Wu Chenzi is also in the same situation. We can't let this continue. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. Yu Xianlong's eyes flashed and she suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and suppress Ling Huchong first." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, an invisible and strange aura suddenly surged out from his body. The air trembled slightly, and like an incomparably heavy ripple, it surged out from his body. More than 100 translucent egg-sized balls instantly appeared around him, and whooshing sounds rang out endlessly as they all shot towards Xian. Heavy water true thunder, once it did, a small part of the void would collapse. Wu Chenzi, what are you waiting for? Have you lost all will to fight after being floated up? Everyone, let's attack together. Chou Doufu also roared at this moment. His eyes first swept toward Wu Chenzi and the 8 great guardian deities behind Xian. At the same time, he raised his right hand and pointed at Xian from afar, void fusion finger. Rumble, at this moment, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from Chou Doufu's body. The flames surged and roared, but there was no heat. It seemed to have frozen this part of the void. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. There were already faint cracking sounds on the ground below, and some puddles began to freeze. At the same time, as he raised his hand and pointed at Chou Doufu's position, a blue line condensed from the void rapidly shot toward Xian. This scene was too strange. Anyone who saw it could instantly understand that if this blue line of ice came into contact with their body, even a starry sky expert would instantly be turned into an ice sculpture. The nearly 50 starry sky experts behind the 2 of them also made their move at this moment. Among them, in addition to the prodigies of the various sects from the cultivation camp, there were also some experts from the technology camp. However, they were from other fields and were not familiar with the top gene fluid families, so they did not team up with the purplish warbler and the others. At this moment, they also made their move. For a moment, more than 50 experts rushed toward Xian at the same time. Their momentum rose to the sky, and a small part of the void was covered by the dazzling light of various artifacts. Xian, who was in the middle of this light curtain, was completely submerged. The 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 purplish warbler girls were also moved. They could see that Xian seemed to be doomed this time. He was already submerged in the dazzling light of the artifacts. There was no way for him to escape. The 50 people all looked at the 3 purplish warbler girls. After all, this hunting team was led by the captive girl. The purplish warbler rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at?" "I'm not feeling well today. I'm just here to watch the fun. If you want to fight, do as you please." Zhao Chanru also nodded. "That's right. I'm the same. I won't get involved in a girl's fight. I'm just here to be a bystander." Duanmu Xiaocha was even more ruthless. She directly raised her hand and stroked her small belly. She frowned and said, "Don't look at me. I'm having a stomachache today. I can't move around." In the end, the 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 girls all rushed out one after another and joined the encirclement. This was a rare opportunity, and they didn't want to miss it. When young Master Ling Hu was suppressed later, all the aristocratic families and sects that had juniors from their clans who had fought before could rightfully jump out and ask for a share of the benefits. In the blink of an eye, the number of geniuses from the various clans that were rushing towards Yixian at the same time had already exceeded 100. The glass armor that was like a small mountain had already been completely drowned out by the endless brilliance of magic treasures. Seeing this scene, Wu Chenzi and the others who were behind Yixian and weren't affected by the light curtain of the artifacts showed hesitation on their faces. In their opinion, no matter how strong Yixian was, he was probably going to be suppressed this time. There was probably no way he could turn this situation around. Even the 8 great guardian deities were a little hesitant. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, and they were in a dilemma. But in the end, they didn't make a move. Wu Chenzi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his mouth. "This little monk has not recovered from his serious injuries. I want to fight, but it's a pity that I don't have the strength." The 8 great guardian deities rolled their eyes. This was clearly the rhythm of not wanting to take the risk of getting a few more big bumps on their heads. He actually said it in such a dignified manner. He was indeed a bald thief. Peace of mind. As soon as Wu Chenzi finished speaking, a violent roar suddenly came from the center of the void that was enveloped by the light of the artifacts. It was Yixian's voice. Then, a strange scene appeared. The 8 great guardian deities and the other 32 prisoners of war subconsciously turned to look. What they saw instantly shocked them. Eyeballs all over the floor. This was a divine ability that Yixian had inherited from the mutated demonic dragon bloodline. In the legends of the primordial era, the demon dragon was actually the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon, or the torch dragon. Legend has it that it had a human face and a dragon's body. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the dark and gloomy places in the northwest where there was no sun. It was said that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the whole sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. His peace is darkness, his vision is light. He was referring to Torch Dragon. It was a simple name, but the aura and majesty it exuded was fascinating. To put it bluntly, it meant that when one opens one's eyes, it is day, when one closes one's eyes, it is night. The entire world, such a vast world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was a little too exaggerated and mysterious. It was indeed hard for people to accept, but at this moment, the scene in front of Wu Chenzi was clearly so. Phew! As Yixian's light shout faded away, a low hiss quickly sounded out from the area where the brilliance of the magic treasure was wreaking havoc. Although the sound didn't have an imposing aura, nor did it have a soul-stirring might, as the strange hiss entered his ears, Wu Chen clearly felt his primordial spirit tremble slightly. A throbbing and uneasiness that came from the depths of his soul caused his expression to change once again. Although this strange sound was obscure, the pressure was as if the will of heaven and earth in this entire universe was whispering. Although it was still Yixian's voice, it revealed an inexplicable ancient aura. At the same time, a green and hazy brilliance suddenly leaked out like a rainbow. That void was originally enveloped by the endless radiance of the magic treasures, but at this moment, as the green light rushed up from the central area of the magic treasure light screen, it actually spread across the heavens and the earth in an instant. The originally radiant magic treasure light screen completely dimmed, and then fell into the void one after another. Even the 100 or so starry sky powerhouses, including Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, who were originally rushing over and had already surrounded the Dharma treasure light curtain, suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone seemed to have fallen into an incomparably sticky quagmire in an instant. A painful expression appeared on their faces. Their bodies struggled in the void, trying to break free from some invisible shackles, but it was futile. Don't worry. This young Lord Yixian translation, Lord Yixian editor, translation boom. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Oh woo, as Yixian's voice sounded out once more, a loud sound followed. It was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and an incomparably mournful howl of a wolf. One after another, the sound reverberated in the air without end. The universe void outside the Xianxia cauldron. Half a day had passed, but the star field where the space trap array was located did not become quiet. Instead, as time went by, it became even more lively. The fleets and starry sky powerhouses that had gathered here before did not leave. They were ready to make a move, and they were planning something, or they were just here to watch the show. The Xianxia ancestor of the Emperor clan who went to visit friends still had not returned, and the two peerless geniuses of the human science and technology camp, Fairy Xianxia and Xiaoyaozi, had not yet appeared. As for the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters from the first universe, it was also still on its way. The young clan leader Ji Jinghong of the Yingji clan, young master Ritian of the Barbarian Bull clan, young master Jin Haoyan of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai of the Greedy Wolf clan led the team of heavenly talents of the second universe. Not long after they entered the space inside the Xianxia cauldron, there was a sudden abnormality in the space trap array, which attracted the attention of all the powerhouses around. Whoosh, a huge sound like a waterfall suddenly poured out of the space trap array. In the void above the Xianxia cauldron, which was as huge as a star, a silver light curtain suddenly appeared without warning. Its diameter was very vast, and it was like a small sky curtain that enveloped the sky above the star cauldron. It contrasted well with the nine-colored mist that was gushing out of the star cauldron below, and it presented a dreamlike scene. All the starry sky powerhouses outside the space trap array were stunned. They did not understand what had happened, and some of them even looked suspicious. The crystal ball mirage technique? It seems that they have already met. Among the large flying magic weapons such as the huge battleships from the Cultivation camp, an elder from the Earth Extinction Temple laughed loudly. This time Ling Huchong can't escape. Let's see what he chooses. I hope this kid doesn't make a mistake, ha ha ha. All the starry sky powerhouses around suddenly realized that this was the crystal ball mirage technique. It was an ancient technique from the second temple of the Tenju heavenly palaces, the Earth Extinction Temple. It was really extraordinary. It could break through the internal field of the giant star cauldron and transmit the image inside. It appeared in this vast silver light that was like a sky curtain. Everyone was refreshed. Finally, they didn't have to be bored anymore. They could wait and watch at the same time. At this moment, with the sudden flash of the silver light curtain like a sky curtain, there was a sudden exclamation in the void outside the space trap array. Look, the image of the silver light curtain appeared. Ling Huchong, it really is Ling Huchong. I see him. It seems that he has been besieged. The void he is in is surrounded by the powerhouses who have just entered the space inside the cauldron. Huh? That's Gong Wuxin. His momentum is amazing. He is going to make the first move. It seems that young Master Ling Hu will be suppressed soon. This time, is the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp going to take the lead? Alas, it's just beginning and it's going to end. I thought I could see the two universe realm powerhouses of the 15th realm take action. After all, young Master Ling Hu still hasn't grown up. After leaving the giant star cauldron, just a group of young geniuses of the same realm is enough to crush him. Yes, although he is outnumbered and suspected of being besieged, his opponent, young Master Ling Hu, is known as the peerless genius of the human clan. It's not a shame. After all, he is too arrogant. This setback should allow him to grow up. As these words sounded, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Zhang clan flashed, and they all showed a look of satisfaction. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jing Tian, Yuan Changfeng, and Old Man Xian Yuan, all the masters and leaders of the 16 top families of the imperial court were relieved at the same time. Long Xiang, the crown prince of the imperial court, Zhan Lingfeng, the crown prince of the heavenly battle empire, and Su Biqing, the crown prince of the heavenly Chen kingdom, all had hideous smiles on their faces. Hong Do, Lai Feng, and the three-star general of the immortal army of the imperial court looked cold and indifferent. The 5 elders of the Inji clan, the barbarian bull clan, the golden eagle clan, the colorful python clan, and the greedy wolf clan from the Federation of the Second Universe frowned as they looked at each other. They didn't see Jiao Tian and the other geniuses of the Second Universe who had just entered the Shinong giant cauldron, but the battle was going to end early. This was not good news. At the same time, the powerhouses of the other forces and clans who had been hiding in the distant void and hadn't shown themselves were also very disappointed. They hadn't had time to make a move yet. Another invincible god of war in the silver light curtain, the purple mecha giant, as tall as a small mountain, instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared directly in front of Gong Wuxin at a speed that made everyone's heart jump. Then, it swung its giant fist, and the sound of bones cracking came out from the space trap array, making people's teeth ache. Then, a long and mournful howl sounded. Gong Wuxin, who had been seriously injured, fell to the ground below. He was seriously injured in an instant and had lost his ability to fight. Before the countless starry sky masters who were stunned by this scene could recover from their shock, the furious roars of Yu Xianlong and Chou Doufu rang out. The more than 50 heavens prides of the science and technology camp, including the purplish warbler and Wanmu Xiaocha, also rushed out at the same time. Over 100 powerhouses took out their respective magic treasures. For a time, a dazzling light filled the starry sky, enveloping the entire horizon. The silver light screen emitted a boundless brilliance, covering the heavens and covering the earth as it submerged the purple mecha giant like a war god. It was not until this moment that the starry sky masters around recovered from the shocking scene of Gong Wuxin being suppressed in an instant. All kinds of exclamations sounded. Especially in the direction of the void where the few fleets of the cultivation camp were gathered. The sounds of cursing and reprimanding were endless, and there was even arrogant laughter mixed in. This was because after seeing Yi Xian suppress Wu Chen, he still wasn't able to escape his misfortune in the end and was drowned by the overwhelming amount of magic treasures. However, everything was not over yet. Just as the exclamations sounded from the outside world, the silver light curtain above the giant star cauldron in the space trap array changed again. A waterfall of misty green brilliance suddenly soared into the sky and spread out in an instant, dimming the brilliance of the countless magic weapons that were competing to shine and then falling to the ground. More than 100 starry sky masters who summoned these magic weapons were all frozen at the same time, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Their faces were filled with pain as they struggled, but unfortunately, they could not break free at all. They seemed to be bound by an invisible force and could not move at all. This scene was too strange, and it happened so suddenly that the exclamations outside the void trap formation suddenly stopped, and turned into a series of gasps that sounded at the same time. In the next moment, the mecha giant, which was as tall as a small mountain, rushed into the sky. Without any hesitation, it threw a punch at the nearest starry sky master. They passed by each other, and then the next. These 100 or so starry sky powerhouses were all bound by some kind of mysterious force, unable to move at all. The following scene could no longer be described as a tiger entering a flock of sheep. If a ferocious tiger were to charge into a flock of sheep, they would at least flee in all directions, but at this moment, these starry sky masters could not even flee in horror. They could only struggle in place, unable to do anything, waiting for the 2 huge fists that were twice the size of a person to hit them. Ka-cha-cha. Ka-cha, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out one after another, echoing endlessly. It came out of the void trap formation and drilled into the ears of all the powerhouses in the surrounding void. Outside the void trap formation, at this time, it was dead silent. There was not even the slightest sound of gasping. Everyone was scared out of their wits. If it was said that Yi Xian's punch had caused Wu Chen to fall to the ground because he'd taken advantage of the former surprise attack and was rather suspicious of him, then now, the terrifying battle prowess he displayed was definitely normal. 1 against 100, or even more. Moreover, it was the side with more people who made the first move. All kinds of magical weapons had already drowned Yi Xian's figure. Anyone who saw this scene would feel that he would not be able to escape. However, under such circumstances, as a beam of misty green light soared into the sky, everything changed. The side with more people, the side that made the first move, the side that used countless magical weapons to drown Yi Xian's figure, was instead being beaten up. This was simply inconceivable. What was even more unacceptable was that the reason Xian was able to do this was not because of some kind of precious treasure like the giant star cauldron. The mysterious blue light that soared into the sky was clearly a kind of magical ability. No one present could understand it, but it was a super powerful magical ability with terrifying power. In an instant, it caused more than 100 magical weapons to lose their brilliance and fall to the dust. At the same time, it also instantly restrained the figures of more than 100 starry sky powerhouses who were besieging him. Even magical weapons were a part of the overall strength of a starry sky powerhouse, not to mention the magical abilities they had mastered. Facing the scene of Xian beating more than 100 starry sky powerhouses by himself, no one could say anything, and no one could say anything to criticize him. The cracking sound was endless, almost without pause, but in fact, it only lasted for a short minute or so. After a minute, there were not many figures left in the silver light curtain. Apart from Xian and his glass mecha, only the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru in the distance were still standing there with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. More than 100 besiegers, including Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, had all fallen to the dust. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Chenzi, and more than 30 other people, they all landed on the ground below to collect the spoils of war. Seeing this scene, the same thought appeared in the minds of all the powerhouses outside the space trap array. Another invincible war god was born. This was the truly unparalleled genius of the human race, the one who was causing a ruckus on the side of the cultivators, whose identity was still unknown, was known as the invincible war god, who could rely on his own strength to fight against opponents 2 realms higher than him without being defeated, was indeed worthy of the title of the unparalleled genius of the human race. But the one in front of them was even more impressive. Previously, they thought that he was only a master of medicine, tools, and formations, but now it seemed that his own combat strength was not inferior at all. He was simply a master of both pen and sword, which was heaven-defying. A series of exclamations sounded in an instant, but the cultivators fell into silence, especially the sects behind the 8 great Vajras, including a golden arhat who represented the mysterious Buddhist sect in the cultivators' camp. Their faces were full of embarrassment. Compared to Gong Wuxin and the others who were suppressed and almost beaten to a pulp, the 8 great guardian deities and the others had clearly been subdued, which was even more embarrassing. However, the representatives and elders of the sects behind Gong Wuxin, such as Diju Gong, had no intention of despising them at all. Instead, they were worried, because if there were no accidents, the 100 or so people who were suppressed, including Gong Wuxin, would most likely be subdued soon like the 8 great guardian deities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ransom. I am going to kill you. It was a simple sentence, but it was domineering. Most importantly, it was directed at Gong Wuxin. Gong Wuxin was the leader of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, the last disciple of the master of the Earth Palace, the second palace of the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace. But now, in front of countless masters of the starry sky, he was yelled at without any scruples. Gong Wuxin felt like he was going to explode. Especially when he remembered that he was the one who created the silver light curtain in the sky. If he didn't want to die, he would have to consume the energy in his body to maintain the light curtain, so that the masters of the starry sky outside the space-trapping formation could see how he and his brothers were being tortured. What the hell was going on? He was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Even his brain was turning green. Everything went on as usual. Yi Xian said the same thing as before, warning Gong Wuxin and the others that they could either die or regain their mobility in 30 minutes. As for their storage magic treasures and the offensive magic treasures that were knocked down to the ground by Yi Xian's demonic dragon bloodline ability, they were all collected by the 8 great Vajra and the others and delivered to Yi Xian. The latter waved his hand and didn't look at them carefully. There were too many, so he kept them all in his undying world. During this process, in addition to the 8 great guardian warriors, the bald man, Wu Chenzi, and the others also played the role of henchmen. This was because Yi Xian said that he didn't keep idle people. Either they worked or he punched them a few more times. This time, he wouldn't just beat them half to death. Under his tyrannical power, even Wu Chenzi, one of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, could only submit. It was foreseeable that the other 3 of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, including Gong Wuxin, would follow in Wu Chenzi's footsteps. All of this was seen clearly by the countless starry sky experts in the surrounding void outside the sky-trapping grand array through the silver light curtain that resembled a sky canopy. The faces of the upper echelons of the various sects were red, but they were all silent, not even cursing. Because in this final battle, more than 100 young prodigies of the various sects, including Cho Dofu, had lost without any injustice. He didn't use any tricks at all. He used his own divine ability to suppress everyone. No one dared to provoke him. Even if they wanted to say some harsh words, it would be so weak. They did not speak, but Yixian did not hold back. After the time it took for one incense stick to burn, Yixian saw that a total of over 100 people had regained their ability to move. They were all looking at him with fear and resentment. Yixian snorted coldly and raised his hand to point at the 8 great guardian deities and began to lecture them. From now on, all of you are my captives. These are the 8 great guardian deities, your supervisors. In the future, if anyone doesn't listen to them, this young master will not say a word and directly blast him into a pile of minced meat. Hearing this, the 8 great guardian deities were immediately excited. From this moment on, the 4 heroes of cultivation were their soldiers. This was something that they had never dared to imagine before. Although they might be hated, they could explain everything by saying that they were forced to do it. They had no pressure at all. As for Cho Dofu, Gong Wuxin, and the others, on the one hand, they had not recovered from their injuries. They could not escape even if they wanted to. On the other hand, all of their treasures and cultivation resources had been taken away. Even if they wanted to resist, it was impossible. There was only one path in front of them. If they didn't want to die, they could only submit. Little brother, it was just a misunderstanding. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As soon as Yixian finished speaking, Yu Xianlong spoke in a sweet voice. Her pitiful look was mesmerizing. I'm a girl. You don't seem to have a heart of stone. Shut up, you old witch. Didn't you call me a thief just now? Don't think that this young master doesn't hit women. Stay with them obediently. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Without waiting for Yu Xianlong to finish speaking, Yixian interrupted her with a shout. The words old witch that he blurted out almost made Yu Xianlong faint on the spot. The 3 purplish warbler girls who were standing in the void far away covered their mouths and chuckled. The 3 girls were very satisfied that Yixian was not charmed by Yu Xianlong, who was known as the #1 beauty in the cultivation camp. Hearing the laughter, Yixian remembered that there were 3 girls beside him. It seemed that dealing with them would be a bit of a headache. After frowning, he turned his head and looked over. He raised his hand and pointed at the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. He shouted, the 3 beauties over there, don't blame this young master for not warning you. If you know what's good for you, come over here immediately. This young master has already set up the field inside the giant cauldron so that you can only enter and not leave. You won't be able to escape. Seeing that you didn't make a move just now, this young master won't take away your treasures and cultivation resources. I also won't restrict you from being under the control of the 8 great Vidras. As long as you don't escape, you will have absolute freedom. If you don't know what's good for you and want to escape. You saw how this young master beat up this old witch. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yixian deliberately said this because he had no other choice. However, the effect was quite good. Although his words didn't sound very polite, the 3 girls of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were very satisfied. The key was the effect of calling them beauties. As for Yu Xianlong, she almost fainted from anger again. When she looked at Yixian, her gaze was almost as sharp as a knife. Little bastard, what's wrong with your eyes? Compared to the 3 of them, whether it's in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament, which part of me is inferior? Why is it that I'm a great beauty on their side and an old witch here? It's really driving me crazy. In the end, the 3 girls of the purplish warbler still walked over. However, they didn't get too close to Yixian. After all, with so many people watching, they couldn't expose themselves. The 50 or so young prodigies of the various major families who were originally following behind the 3 girls all had tears in their eyes when they saw the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. They regretted their actions. A single slip will cause everlasting regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have been so impulsive. At this point, the 200 or so young prodigies of the human camp who entered the space inside the giant star cauldron had all been captured by Xian. Only a few of them had escaped. No one knew where they were now, but they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Seeing this scene, the surrounding void outside the space trap array was deathly silent. Including Zhang, all the high-level elders of the major forces and aristocratic families had ashen faces. This time, they had really lost a lot of face. Fortunately, that little bastard in the cauldron was tactful and didn't harm their lives. As for the magic treasures that were taken away, they would have to return them in the end. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ji Jinghong Ransom. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. All the prisoners in the cauldron, including the 4 prodigies, were stunned at first. Then, grief and indignation appeared on their faces. That was too shameless. Hadn't all the magical equipment and training resources of the 200 people been confiscated? These were all the prodigies of the major clans and sections. Which one of them didn't have a large amount of cultivation resources in their storage Dharma treasures? Now, all of them had been taken away by Xian, but he was still not satisfied. He actually wanted to ask for ransom from the clans and sects behind them. This was simply insane. Ling Huchong, aren't you afraid that you'll explode? Don't be too greedy, and don't go too far. In anger, one of the prisoners stood out and reprimanded Xian. Don't forget, our Heaven Battle Emperor clan's patriarch Qianquan will be back soon. When that time comes, even your giant star cauldron won't be able to stop him. He'll definitely drag you out and completely suppress you, you coward. This prisoner was a member of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. Although he was not a direct descendant and was only a descendant of a branch, he was a very famous prodigy of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. This time, he was also sent into the Shenong cauldron. So you're the descendant of that old bastard. I didn't know that the little bastard of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan was here too. Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he grinned. If I had known, I wouldn't have even had the interest to take you as a prisoner. Like you Heaven Battle Emperor 8 clans, I'll explode every single one of you I see. Boom. Xian roared the last 4 words. Before he finished speaking, the mecha giant suddenly rushed out. This time, he used his full strength and even activated the mini antimatter death ray cannon system of the glazed mecha. With this punch, Xian's physical body's vital energy and blood merged with the energy ball of the antimatter death light cannon and smashed onto the body of the genius of the Heavenly War Empire. Following a loud explosion, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not a single hair was left. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiacha, and Zhao Qianru were shocked. This time, when they entered the cauldron space, their original plan was to mingle with the geniuses of the various great clans and secretly help Xian when he was in danger. However, when they saw how powerful Xian was, they were completely at ease. But now, following the death of this descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, the hearts of the 3 girls, which had just calmed down, were once again suspended in their throats. The death of a collateral descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan was not a big deal. The key was that Xian's actions and words had completely pushed him to the opposite side of the Heaven Battle Empire. In fact, before he revealed his true identity, the other 2 empires in the science and technology faction, as well as the entire Immortal Dynasty, would not let this matter go so easily. After all, this clamor was in front of countless powerful beings in the void outside the Star Cauldron. It had already escalated to the level of a clan's reputation. At this moment, following the death of this descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, the 200 prisoners around Xian were all silent. No one dared to provoke him again at this time. This guy was definitely a real god of death. If he did not agree with him, he would explode. He was not to be trifled with. As for outside the Star Cauldron, a large number of gasps could be heard. As Xian spoke, he raised his hand and blasted a descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan to death. This was out of everyone's expectations. The matter had reached a point of no return. The Heaven Battle Empire would definitely not let this matter go. Outside the Star Cauldron, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's elder Zhang roared like thunder. If not for the restriction of the Star Cauldron's own field rules, he would have leaped into the cauldron at this moment and entered the Star Cauldron space. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the star cauldron space, spoke again. He still pointed his middle finger at the sky, and then his voice rang out. What this young master needs are all kinds of heavenly treasures and mineral materials to concoct gene fluids of level 12 and above. The more the better. If there's too little, it won't enter this young master's eyes. You've seen what happened to that little bastard just now. Good luck. You only have 1 day. After 1 day, if there is still any family or sect that does not send the ransom money into the star cauldron, the transaction will be cancelled. This young master does not keep useless people under him. When the time comes, I will directly eliminate them. Of course, there's no need for the 8 great guardian deities and the 3 great beauties who did not make a move just now. There has to be a difference in treatment. This is their own choice, so they can't blame anyone. Whoosh. Are you the so-called human clan's heaven's pride? You've actually been completely annihilated. This really makes me speechless. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, a sound of breaking through the air rang out from afar. Following that was an extremely lazy voice that was clearly filled with ridicule and disdain. Everyone turned their heads and looked, only to see a silver arrow shooting from the direction of the sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Suddenly, it stopped, and a tall figure with a pair of shining silver horns on his back appeared, floating high in the void more than 10 miles away. This figure was one of the members of the Second Universe's Heaven's Pride team that entered the space inside the cauldron last. He was the young master of the Yingji clan, Ji Jinghong. This person was slender and strong, and his face was cold and extraordinary. His whole body was shining with silver light, like a god. He was looking at this side with a faint smile from an overlooking angle. The 13-person team formed by the Heaven's Pride of the Second Universe's various clans separated after entering the space inside the cauldron. Each of them started searching in different directions. The young master of the Yingji clan, Ji Jinghong, happened to be in this direction. Coupled with his amazing speed, he was the first to encounter Yi Xian and the other human clan's masters. As soon as Ji Jinghong arrived, he offended everyone with just a few words, which made them feel extremely disgusted. Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war all glared at him. They thought that he was too arrogant. He came to the human clan's territory and deliberately provoked them. He was simply too arrogant. In fact, what they didn't know was that Ji Jinghong didn't deliberately disrespect them. He and the other 12 young masters and young clans of the Second Universe's Federation that entered the space inside the Shinnon Cauldron had always been like this. Although the various clans of the Second Universe's Federation were not as strong as the human clan, they were a whole race after all. As young masters and young clans, in terms of status, even the princes of the Eternal Dynasty were inferior to them. After all, the Eternal Dynasty didn't represent the entire human clan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The descendants of the divine birds. There was a reason why the young masters of the various races in the Second Universe were said to be much stronger than Wu Chenzi and Gong Wuxin, who were at the same level as the human race. Also, it was a common phenomenon that existed in the top 10 races of the Federation of the Second Universe. In the coalition army of the Second Universe that entered the internal space of the farmer god tripod, Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Yingji clan, Ritian, the young master of the Raging Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Medusa, the princess of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Gang Lai, the descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan, all belonged to the top 10 races of the Second Universe. It was safe to say that the real combat ability of the 5 of them was much stronger than that of the human race experts of the same level as Wu Chenzi and Gong Wuxin. The reason for that was their bloodline. Ever since they joined the Wanluo Federation, the human race's technology and cultivation culture began to flourish among the various races of the Second Universe Federation. This was the law of the universe. Truly good things would never be lost. No matter where they went, they would blossom and bear fruit, but for the races of the Second Universe's Federation, the technology and cultivation culture that came from the human race and were accepted by them were not the most important part of their combat ability. The most important part of the combat ability of the races of the Second Universe's Federation was actually their own bloodline inheritance. The bloodline inheritance differed from race to race. Some were strong and some were weak. The races of the Second Universe's Federation, which ranked in the top 10, all had extraordinary bloodline inheritances, which led to the weird situation where the real combat ability of the races was much higher than their own level. For example, Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Yingji clan, Ritian, the young master of the Raging Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Medusa, the princess of the colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai, the descendant of the greedy Wolf clan, although their level was the same as Gong Wuxin's, which was the peak of the 5th level of the origin, the 9th level of the origin. But in fact, their real combat ability was comparable to that of the experts of the 10th level of the Tao Heaven Realm. They might not be able to defeat the human experts of the late stage of the Tao Heaven Realm, but they were definitely not as simple as those in the early stage of the Tao Heaven Realm. Basically, all 5 of them had the combat prowess to fight a mid-stage Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator to the death. All 5 of them were existences that were able to surmount an entire realm and compete with the experts of the human race. From a certain point of view, they could actually be considered to be existences on par with the peerless geniuses of the human race like the Devil False Sun and Devil Dust Maiden. The young masters of the top 10 races in the second universe were all such characters. That was why the young master of the Silver Tribe, Ji Jinghong, was so arrogant and looked down on Gongwu Xian, Wu Chenzi, and the others. He was indeed qualified to do so. In his eyes, among the entire younger generation of the human clan, only the 2 peerless geniuses who had recently appeared and the 4 peerless geniuses, including the fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman, could enter his eyes. Yi Xian did not know about any of this, nor was he interested in knowing. Now he only knew that this guy in front of him was very annoying. More importantly, he was not from the human clan of the 3rd universe. But now, he had come to the territory of the human clan and was pretending to be a big shot. Sneering in his heart, Yi Xian glanced at Ji Jinghong and asked in a frivolous tone, "If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Silver Tribe of the 2nd universe?" "Ling Huchong, watch your tone." Ji Jinghong had an extraordinary bearing. As the young master of an entire tribe, he had always been very sensitive. He said to Yi Xian with a faint smile, "I'm Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Silver Tribe. You'd better not call yourself a young master in front of me, because it's very embarrassing. Even if I don't mind, the human clan's reputation will be tarnished because of you. You will become a joke." His words were even more impolite. Many of the experts of the human clan in the void around the void trap formation looked displeased. It was quite unpleasant to hear. However, they didn't say much, because although Ji Jinghong's words were impolite, from a certain point of view, what he said was indeed the truth. Although the Silver Tribe was not as strong as the human clan, it was a complete tribe after all. Ji Jinghong, as the young master and the heir of a certain human clan family, was indeed far inferior to him in terms of official status. Of course, in the era of the universe, strength was respected. The human clan was so powerful that even if all the tribes of the 2nd universe joined forces, they could only barely match them. In fact, the human clan didn't put any of the tribes of the 2nd universe in their eyes. However, if such words were said in a hostile relationship, it would be fine, but now that everyone was a member of the Wanluo Federation, such words really shouldn't be said in public. It would affect the internal unity of the Federation. Especially in the current situation where the internal relations of the Federation were already tense, such words were even more sensitive. It was fine if everyone was unhappy in their hearts, but they shouldn't really say it out loud. What's more, Ji Jinghong was just a young master of a certain Federation tribe in the 2nd universe. With the existence of a junior, who would have the nerve to be serious with him, therefore, although the higher-ups of the various forces of the human clan, including Zhang Yi, were unhappy in their hearts, none of them said a word. However, just because they didn't say anything, it didn't mean that the group of human clan juniors in the space inside the cauldron would do the same. Seeing that Ji Jinghong was becoming more and more arrogant, saying that even the peerless geniuses of the human clan weren't qualified to call themselves young master in front of him, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others were furious and began to scold him one after another. It wasn't that they were helping Yi Xian, but that they were all suppressed by Yi Xian. If Ji Jinghong degraded Yi Xian to be worthless, then what were they? Similarly, Yi Xian was also extremely disgusted by Ji Jinghong's words, and his anger had already surged. Raising his right hand, he signaled Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war to be quiet. He turned his head to look at Ji Jinghong in the distance and sneered, "You're just a birdman." "No, you can't even be considered a birdman." At this point, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. After a slight pause, the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a rather playful and cold smile. He stared at Ji Jinghong and asked with a smile, "I heard that the original form of your Yingji clan is actually a kind of Yingji immortal bird, and the human form is just a manifestation. In fact, you don't have the blood of the human clan, right?" "Of course, my clan is the descendant of the ancient divine bird. How could we have the blood of the human clan?" What a joke. Ji Jinghong didn't think much of it. Seeing that Yi Xian had brought up the issue of the bloodline that he had always been proud of, he immediately raised his chin and said proudly, "The reason why my clan takes on the appearance of a human is only because we joined the Federation. After all, we have to deal with the human clan." "Are you sure you don't have the blood of the human clan?" "Then I'm relieved. Finally, I don't have to worry about psychological problems." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Braised chicken wings, boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The glazed mecha, which was 10 feet tall like a small mountain, swung its giant fist and collided head-on with Ji Jinghong, who had seen this coming from the void in front of it. Although this punch was powerful, Ji Jinghong wasn't hurt at all. Of course, this was because Yi Xian didn't use his full strength. At least, he didn't activate the glazed mecha's miniature antimatter death ray cannon like he did when he blasted the Heaven Battle Emperor clan prisoner into a bloody mist. After all, he was still thinking about the divine bird wings. If he really blasted them into pieces, what would he eat then? However, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners didn't know this. Although they didn't have a good impression of Yi Xian and wanted nothing more than to immediately suppress him on the spot, at this moment, when Yi Xian and Ji Jinghong started fighting, all of the prisoners, including Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other 4 geniuses of the human race, subconsciously stood on Yi Xian's side, hoping that he could crush Ji Jinghong. Internal conflicts were human affairs, but if it involved the extraterrestrial powerhouses, they could temporarily put aside their personal grudges and think about how to suppress the extraterrestrial powerhouses first. Unfortunately, the result disappointed everyone. The scene of Yi Xian blasting the Heaven Battle Emperor clan prodigy into a bloody mist didn't appear again. There wasn't even the familiar sound of bones cracking. There was only the sound of turbulent energy whistling, and a small part of the void was affected. This punch seemed to be a tie. Young Master Ling, who didn't suppress Ji Jinghong on the spot like before, and didn't even injure her, this result made Gong Wuxin and the others feel very disappointed and resentful. If this person could fight young Master Ling Hu to a tie, didn't that mean that if they were to fight against him, they would also be suppressed like now? When they thought of this, they felt even more indignant. Their desire for Yi Xian to suppress Yi Xian grew stronger. Some people even cheered loudly. It was impossible to tell that they were all Yi Xian's prisoners. Is this the so-called peerless genius of the human race? In my opinion, he's just SOSO. What a disappointment. Ji Jinghong's confidence was greatly boosted by the fact that he was evenly matched with Yi Xian's punch. The last bit of hesitation in his heart disappeared as he suddenly laughed loudly. This young master has yet to reveal his true form. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it if I use the power of my bloodline. Alas, the world is indeed like this. Some things are exaggerated. You're not as good as your reputation. You want to hear the truth? Yi Xian sneered, I'm just worried. If I use too much force, you'll be killed before you can manifest your animal form. When that happens, I won't be able to see your true form, and I won't be able to confirm whether you have human blood in you. When that happens, even if the chicken wings are cooked, I won't dare to eat them. It'll be a psychological barrier. Braised chicken wings? Damn you, Ling Huchong. He must be suppressed. Ji Jinghong was furious. He roared like thunder as he activated his bloodline and revealed his true form. This young master is a descendant of an ancient divine bird. How dare you speak of braised chicken? This is intolerable. On the ground below, Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners were also stunned. This was the second time Yi Xian had mentioned the idea of roasting wings. When he first mentioned it, almost no one took it seriously. After all, it was too strange. How thick of a mind would one have to be to think of roasting and eating his opponent while fighting? How terrifying would one's imagination be to do such a thing, but at this moment, when Xian mentioned it again, they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were greatly surprised and began to mutter to themselves. Heavens, this guy can't really be thinking of roasting his opponent and eating him, right? He really is a big bastard, but I like it. That's right, elder sister Ziying. Little Cha also thinks so. If that guy really is a descendant of a divine bird, his wings will definitely be very delicious. After all, he's not a human, so there's no psychological barrier to eating them. Yes, yes, yes. Then it's settled. When this big bird is killed, we'll cook it together. At that time, we'll share a chicken wing. Otherwise, that guy will say we're freeloaders. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the prisoners were completely dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between the three girls. In the end, they all shuddered and retreated together, putting some distance between them and Xianyuan Ziying and the other two girls. They suddenly felt that these three girls weren't as innocent and harmless as they looked on the surface. They were just as ferocious as they were. Screech! A high-pitched bird cry rang out. The sky that was originally filled with endless nine-colored brilliance was instantly filled with silver light. The young master of the Yingji clan, Ji Jinghong, had manifested his true form as a Yingji bird. Ji Jinghong was actually 10,000 meters long, covering a small part of the sky. It was so huge that it was shocking. Although this clan had the true form of a Yingji bird, the size of their true form was different due to the density of their bloodline. Ji Jinghong was only at the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, but his true form was 10,000 meters long. Even some of the clan's experts at the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, couldn't compare. From this, one could see how high the density of his bloodline was. As expected of the young master of the Yingji clan, he was worthy of being called the #1 prodigy of the younger generation. At this moment, Ji Jinghong was incomparably arrogant after revealing his true form, the silver Ji Great Bird. He flapped his pair of silver wings that spanned over 10,000 meters and soared proudly in the sky. The boundless silver light that poured out from his feathers was dazzling. Even Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others on the ground couldn't help but be stunned. A hint of unwillingness flashed across their faces, but they had to admit that Ji Jinghong's true form was indeed stunning enough. Unfortunately, before he could proudly circle in the sky, Yi Xian had already soared into the sky. The words that came out of his mouth were stupefying, and almost caused Ji Jinghong to fall from the sky in anger. Wow, what a big pair of chicken wings. What should we do? We can't finish it in one meal. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Following these words that caused people to go berserk, the 30-meter-tall glazed mecha giant suddenly punched out and shouted, "Glazed fist, heavenly lightning strike." Crack. Kacha. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the sound of crackling lightning came from the sky in response. The so-called glazed fist didn't exist. Even if it did, Yi Xian wouldn't give it a name like heavenly lightning strike. That would be too old-fashioned. The reason he shouted like that was to hide the fact that he was using the spiritual lightning technique. As the spiritual source core in his brain transformed and evolved once again, Yi Xian, who possessed level 7 spiritual power, the spiritual lightning technique was originally at the intermediate level. Now that it had advanced to the advanced level, its power had greatly increased. This was a good opportunity. A big bird flying randomly in the sky deserved to be struck by lightning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll eat you if you don't eat it. Ever since Ji Jinghong revealed his true form, Yi Xian no longer treated him as a human. This was not an insult, but a fact. This fellow was indeed a large bird with an extraordinarily dense bloodline. Yi Xian was delighted to see it. This large bird was suspected to have the bloodline of an ancient divine bird. If it was in existence with a thin bloodline, it would not be of much use. However, if the bloodline was thick enough, to Yi Xian, it would be no different from a type of flesh medicine that could be of great use in the future. He planned to keep this fellow in the Shenong cauldron. In the future, when he needed the bird's blood to refine medicine, he could use it at any time. In this cauldron, apart from the central district volcano that occupied half of the space, there were many different types of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in the surrounding mountains that occupied the rest of the space. They were all meant to be used in medicine in the future. Having an additional Yingji bird was not a problem at all, however, this matter could not be known to the Yingji clan. Otherwise, even if Xian safely escaped this time, they would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely have a way to track down Xian's whereabouts. This feeling of being remembered by a thief was not a good feeling. Xian did not want to try it. Therefore, Ji Jinghong had to die. At least, on the surface, it had to be so, although the Yingji clan would not let this matter rest after killing the young clan leader. Revenge and saving a life were two different things. The intensity would definitely not be the same. This was something that Xian was clear about. At this moment, as the invisible spiritual energy struck a hole in Ji Jinghong's bird head, it let out a mournful cry and directly fainted, falling from the sky. What made Xian pleasantly surprised was that because this fellow was flying in the sky previously, it was a certain distance away from its original location. At this moment, it was not far from the central cauldron volcano. It was clearly at the edge of the volcano's crater. Big Chickie, you're too bad. No wonder you were struck by lightning. Seeing that you're about to die, you actually deliberately ran into the crater of the volcano. Are you trying to waste this young master's top-grade ingredients? Seeing that Ji Jinghong had fainted and was falling toward the crater of the volcano, Xian deliberately shouted, "Big Chickie, stop. Give this young master's chicken wing, chop." After shouting the last word, Xian raised his hand. Art translation. The withered demon blood blade instantly rushed out of the glazed mech and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a 100-meter-long heavenly blade, slashing toward the silver Ji big bird that was falling toward the furnace volcano in the central region. Xian Yu translation. Was Ji Jinghong translation. U translation USS translation U translation. Translation pop. The TTS reads SS it. Blood SS bloods. SSSS, and the YT. Yi. Screech. Ji Jinghong, who had a small part of her right leg chopped off and fainted from the mental power thunderbolts earlier, woke up from the pain. She let out a wail and fell toward the furnace volcano below. Frightened, she fainted again and disappeared. However, the withered demon blood blade suddenly circled around and stabbed into the small section of the silver wing that had been cut off, bringing it back to Xian. During this process, Xian secretly activated the Shenong cauldron, causing the central region furnace volcano to erupt into a giant orange flame that covered the sky and covered the entire volcano. Anyone who saw this would know that the silver Ji bird that had just fallen into the depths of the volcano must have been burned to ashes. Of course, this was not the case. Xian had already refined the Shenong cauldron and ignited the central region furnace volcano's orange-red flames with his heart fire. Under his mental control, the depths of the central region furnace volcano's monstrous flames were basically a caged area. There were no flames at all, including the already refined undying and imperishable bead. It was sealed in a corner of the volcano's bottom. Now, Xian had also directly trapped Ji Jinghong there. No sound or aura could be transmitted. At this point, Xian had finally succeeded in capturing a live one. He had done it in such a secretive manner that it seemed as if Ji Jinghong herself, who had fallen into the depths of the volcano, had ignited the monstrous orange-red flames that rose into the sky from within the volcano. Xian was not going to let this go. He immediately raised his head to look at the silver canopy that Gong Wuxin had been maintaining all this time. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously, "Silver Ji clan, listen up. This young master knows that you must have other old birds watching from the outside. This little chick Ji Jinghong has tormented this young master's cauldron space to this extent, even causing the volcano to erupt. How many flowers and plants will be burned to death? This matter is not over yet. You must compensate, or this young master will not let this matter rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the withered demon blood blade that was stuck in the small section of Ji Jinghong's silver wing had already returned to Xian with a wave of his hand. He then extended his mecha's giant arm and dragged Ji Jinghong's wing to the ground. He waved at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru and said, "Three great beauties, this is a top-grade ingredient. Of course, it's only right for beauties to accompany me to enjoy it. Come over here and eat with this young master. If anyone dares to refuse, this young master will kill them." Of course, he said this on purpose. This kind of good food was a great supplement to one's blood and qi. With the purplish warbler and the others here, if he did not take the initiative, he would definitely be punished again. Therefore, Yi Xian could only do this. He had to bear the brunt of his bad reputation and let the three witches enjoy the fruits of their labor. The three girls were quite satisfied with Yi Xian's consideration. They looked at Yi Xian with eyes that said, "At least you're sensible." However, their faces were full of struggle and anger. They even raised their hands to criticize him, saying that although the Silver Ji clan was not part of the human race, they were still friends of the Wan Luo Federation. They would rather die than eat the flesh of their people. When Yi Xian heard this, he almost fainted. Even Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war had strange expressions. In their opinion, since they were being coerced, it would be a waste if they did not eat it. It was obvious that this thing was very nutritious. Although Yi Xian was speechless, in order to avoid being punished by the three girls in the future, he could only force a smile and threaten them again. In the end, his expression turned ferocious, like a great demon, saying, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat you." In the end, the three purplish warbler girls finally obeyed him with tears in their eyes. Under Yi Xian's coercion, they went to a small stream and washed the several-meter-long silver wing clean. After doing all this, Yi Xian once again summoned his withered demon blood blade and pierced through the chicken wing that had been washed and peeled. He flew across the sky and directly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Then, he roasted it in an orange flame that rushed into the sky. Soon, it was golden yellow and the oil was everywhere. The aroma spread throughout the mountains. There was a reason why he used the orange flame to roast it. This was the Shenong cauldron's one-colored flame. When roasted, it could preserve the essence of the meat and prevent it from losing energy. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. What a huge piece of steak, compared to Ji Jinghong's silver Ji wing, which was over 10,000 meters long, it could only be considered a tiny bit. It was not even the tip of the wing, but it was still 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters thick. After being roasted, the impurities were removed by the orange flame, leaving behind only the essence, the meat and the bones. However, the wing was still over 2 feet thick and over 3 meters long. It seemed impossible for the three of them to finish it. But in reality, that was not the case at all. After being roasted by the orange flame, the silver Ji wing melted in the mouth. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the four of them, finished half of the golden wing in less than a few minutes. However, their stomachs did not feel full at all. From the looks of it, it was not a problem for the four of them to share the golden wing that was even bigger than them. At this moment, as half of the golden wing entered their stomachs, the hundreds of millions of pores on the four of them opened up. It was as if endless rays of auspicious light were gushing out from their pores, gathering into a dense mist above their heads. It was a sight to behold. Of course, the silver Ji wing alone did not have this kind of effect. Otherwise, this tribe would have been hunted down and eaten up long ago. The key was still the effect of the Shenong cauldron's orange flame. Although it was only a simple roasting and not a formal boiling of the great medicine of heaven and earth, it was still no small matter. Even if an ordinary alchemist used the best cauldron to refine it, they would not be able to achieve this level of effect. I'm about to break through. That goddamn bastard, he actually forced this young miss to eat the flesh of an ally. He actually made it so that I'm about to break through because of this. How am I going to face people in the future? Woo, when she had eaten 2/3 of the wing, the purplish warbler suddenly screamed. Her cultivation was originally at the origin 7th rank. She did not expect that after sharing 2/3 of the silver-winged bird with Yi Xian and the others, she would actually break through. At this moment, the girl's face was full of pain. She was almost crying as she complained about Yi Xian's crimes. However, her heart was blooming with joy. The reason why she was in pain was because her entire body was about to explode. The degree of energy that shocked her. She cursed in her heart. Why did it have to be earlier or later? Now, there was no way she could continue eating. As the purplish warbler Yu Xiaocha, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected of Big Chicky, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine bird. The energy contained within this meat is simply too shocking. There is no need to complain about the taste as well. Compared to this, all those red braised dragon liver and whatnot are nothing. At this point, Xian seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, he waved his hand and roared at the 8 great guardian warriors, "What are the 8 of you still waiting for? This daddy does not raise disloyal people. If you don't dare to eat this wing, then you're not my people. Do you believe me when I say that I'll kill you right now?" After all, the 8 great guardian warriors were the leaders of the prisoners of war under his command. He had to give them some benefits. If he wanted them to run without feeding them grass, that would not work. The 8 great guardian warriors felt as if they had been pardoned. As soon as they heard Xian's words, they had already praised him to the heavens. They had been waiting impatiently for this moment. However, the 8 of them were not fools. They knew that they could not show this. Their faces all showed signs of struggle. In the end, they seemed to have made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and took a large piece of wing from Xian. In the end, one of them might have been greedy for too long. He opened his mouth and swallowed the whole thing with a gulp. He didn't even taste it. Looking at the 7 people around him who were all eating with a painful expression, he raised his hand and gave himself 2 big slaps. He originally wanted to say that he was greedy, but when the words came out of his mouth, they became sinful, sinful. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others rolled their eyes and looked at him with disdain. Outside the Shenong cauldron, in the void around the great space trap formation, in the space inside the cauldron, Xian, the purplish warbler, and the 8 great guardian warriors were eating heartily. However, outside the cauldron, there was a complete uproar. Everything that happened inside was seen clearly by everyone in the outside world through the silver light screen. The Yingji clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. But now, their young clan leader was cut down from the void, and even a piece of wing was roasted and eaten. This was too shocking. Similar things had never happened before, and it shocked everyone. When Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, and the others heard Xian compare the roasted wing with the braised dragon liver, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Then, they glanced in the direction of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition army with a very sympathetic look. In their eyes, young Master Ling Hu was a complete foodie. What he said just now was clearly the rhythm of the Yingji clan. "Ah, Ling Hu Chong, if I don't kill you, I am not a man." On the side of the Second Universe's coalition army, an elder of the Yingji clan roared like thunder. His roar shook the void. This time, their clan had lost a lot of face. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a handful of rice. "Oh, it's a sin, a sin." When the elder of the Yingji clan was almost done roaring, the old man of the purplish warbler quickly took over the topic. He shook his head and said, "This Ling Hu Chong is too hateful. My Ziying has never been willing to step on an ant since she was young, and she has never eaten meat. This time, she is really in big trouble. She was forced to eat the flesh of an ally. For that little girl, this is worse than death." On the side, the old master of the Duanmu family also took over the topic and quickly exonerated Duanmu Xiaocha. "Yes, yes, yes, my Xiaocha is the same. Sigh, that child has never eaten roasted greasy things. This time, she is really in big trouble." The person in charge of Bodhi technology originally wanted to say something, but he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Second Universe's coalition army. After meeting the murderous gaze of the elder of the Yingji clan, he finally stretched his neck and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, anyone could see that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had benefited greatly this time. The former was even about to break through on the spot. Although it was very likely that she was forced, the fact that she had benefited could not be denied. At this moment, the elders of the Yingji clan were in a fit of anger. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to excuse the younger generation, but saying that they couldn't even bear to step on an ant since they were young and didn't even eat meat was a bit exaggerated. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. If they did not eat meat, they might as well be nuns. Which starry sky master did not have blood on their hands? They could not even bear to step on an ant, so they were probably blushing when they said this. Xian and the others were completely unaware of everything that happened in the outside world, but they could guess that something must have happened. "Is wolf meat delicious? Moo. This old man is going to kill him. Ah, this is too much." This is too much. Is this kid a foodie? He just finished eating a piece of the Xianxia clan's chicken wing, and now he's eyeing our barbarian bull clan's young master? He even said something about a big steak. Could it be that in his eyes, the young master of my barbarian bull clan is a flying steak? If that's the case, wouldn't this old man be an even bigger piece of old steak? There's no King justice here. Moo, as Xian's words sounded out, an angry moo suddenly came from the direction of the Second Universe's alliance army in the surrounding space. Immediately after, the thunderous roar of one of the elders from the barbarian bull clan resounded through the air, causing everyone in the surroundings to be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When they looked at the silver light curtain in the space trap array again, everyone's expression changed. They didn't know what to say about Xian in their hearts. This guy was too monstrous. He had just eaten the Xianxia clan's young master, and now he wanted to eat the barbarian bull clan's young master. This was clearly the rhythm of offending all the clans in the Second Universe's federation. This kind of godly person, from ancient times to the present, no one dared to think about it before. Xianxia cauldron, inside the cauldron space, after Xian's words sounded, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the southwest direction. Then, everyone, including Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, opened their mouths wide and had a sluggish expression on their faces. Because in the direction of their line of sight, there was a huge blood-colored bull roaring. This was clearly a powerhouse from the Second Universe's barbarian bull clan. He also didn't have a human bloodline, but like the Xianxia clan's young master Ji Jinghong, he had the blood of the ancient barbarian bull clan flowing in his body. In front of them, the barbarian bull clan powerhouse who was roaring in the air must have seen what happened here from a distance. In anger, he immediately revealed his true body and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. From the aura emitted from his body, he was only at the 9th stage of the origin, but his true body was 1,000 meters in size. Obviously, the bloodline density of this barbarian bull clan powerhouse was extremely strong. Most likely, like Ji Jinghong, he was a direct descendant of the barbarian bull clan and had a very high status. In Xian's eyes, such an important descendant of the barbarian bull clan was viewed as a giant steak that could fly. From his tone, it was obvious that he planned to have a roasted steak after eating the chicken wings. This was too shocking. Even Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the four prodigies of the human race, couldn't bear it. They felt like they were about to be struck by lightning. At this time, Xian sighed, because he knew that he couldn't eat the steak this time. If he wanted to eat the steak, this barbarian bull with a strong bloodline couldn't live, but Xian now took a fancy to the rich barbarian bull clan bloodline in his body. He planned to raise it in the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron just like Ji Jinghong. In the future, when he needed the blood of the barbarian bull clan to be used to brew the great medicine of heaven and earth, he could use it at any time. However, although he couldn't eat the steak, he could still roast a bit of beef leg. Moreover, he had to do this, otherwise, the barbarian bull clan wouldn't be able to confirm that this barbarian bull with a pure bloodline had fallen, and he was afraid that in the future, they would always be chasing after him. Big steak, tell me your name. This young master doesn't eat nameless people. After making up his mind, Xian flew into the air. The huge arm of the glazed mecha pointed at the huge barbarian bull that was galloping over and roared without any trace of politeness. The key is to tell me whether you have the bloodline of the human clan or not. If you do, this young master can only kill you on the spot. You won't be able to beg me to eat you. Moo. The 1,000-meter-long barbarian bull was so angry that flames were spurting out of his nostrils. The reason he roared and even directly transformed into his true form and rushed over at such a fast speed was because he saw the chicken wing that Xian had roasted before. First of all, he had a good relationship with Ji Jinghong. Second of all, even if they didn't talk about personal relationships, they were all young masters of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe. If Ji Jinghong was eaten by the human clan, and this person was still alive, it would be a great humiliation to the young masters of the other 9 clans. Therefore, Jiao Ritian rushed over at the first moment. His purpose was to kill Xian. He was already so angry that he didn't even care about the words of the elders in his clan to try to win him over as much as possible. Ling Huchong, you dare to treat the young masters of the various clans in the Second Universe as a delicacy? This time, even if the heavens came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Moo. When Jiao Tian heard that Yi Xian still wanted to eat him, he flew into a rage and roared, "This young master is the young master of the barbarian bull clan. Jiao Tian is also the young master of the barbarian bull clan. To be able to die under this young master's pair of horns, you won't feel wronged." Moo. After introducing himself, Jiao Tian roared again. His pair of huge horns suddenly increased in size by half. They were almost as long as half of his body. They emitted an inexplicably sharp aura. Coupled with the extreme speed of his hooves, he actually tore 2 cracks in the void along the way. It was a ghastly sight. Jiao Tian? Fuck, after all this time, it's another one who got struck by lightning. Yi Xian cried out in alarm and rolled his eyes on the spot. The one with the wings was too pretentious. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and struck him with a few invisible lightning bolts. You are even more hateful. But it's not your fault. You can only blame that old stupid bull of yours. Of all the names he could have given you, he just had to give you such a rebellious name. If the heavens didn't strike you, it would be unreasonable. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately activated the spiritual thunder and lightning technique. The sky seemed to be responding to him. Immediately, the same crackling sound of thunder resounded. It was frightening to hear, but they couldn't see the location of the lightning. The spiritual thunder and lightning technique was originally invisible and impossible to guard against. The result of this battle was not suspenseful. Once the spiritual thunder and lightning technique was used, no matter how strong Jiao Tian was, it was useless. Several powerful spiritual thunder and lightning technique directly struck its head, instantly disintegrating its battle strength. It didn't even have the chance to use it before it followed in Ji Jinghong's footsteps and fainted. After that, Yi Xian did the same thing. He took out the withered demon blood blade and cut off a large piece of tendon from Jiao Tian's thigh. At the same time, he skillfully threw Jiao Tian's entire body into the furnace volcano in the central territory of the furnace volcano, where it was imprisoned separately from Ji Jinghong. All of this happened too fast. When Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war reacted, Jiao Tian, who was roaring like thunder, had already disappeared. What was left was a large piece of tendon on its thigh that was pierced through by the withered demon blood blade. It was being roasted in the orange flame of the central territory of the furnace volcano. Greedy wolf young master Lang Gonglia wolf meat, Wu Chenzi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's pace and were dumbfounded. Didn't they just kill a barbarian bull? Moreover, it was the young master of the barbarian bull clan, Ritian. Why was he asking about wolves? Oh woo, before they could recover from their shock, a long and angry wolf howl came from the northwest direction in the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they came to a realization. It turned out that a wolf was coming. It was probably because the giant star cauldron had been refined by young Master Ling Hu, so even if it was far away, and everyone's cultivation was stronger than him, they couldn't sense it with their divine sense, but he knew in advance. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was the question he suddenly asked just now. Listening to his words, it was obvious that he was going to roast the wolf that was coming. He was addicted to eating. As long as it was a non-human, he would want to taste anything. Thinking like this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others sighed. They were completely convinced this time. Although the wolf hadn't arrived yet, the two that had appeared before were either the young masters of the Yingji clan or the barbarian bull clan. These two clans were both ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. If there was no accident, the wolf that was coming was most likely from the greedy wolf clan of the Second Universe, which was also one of the top 10 clans. And judging from the identities of Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian, the wolf that was coming was most likely the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai. Including him, there were 3 young masters of the clans of the Second Universe Federation present, and all of them were in the top 10. This was really poking the sky. In the top 10 clans of the Second Universe Federation, the young masters of 3 clans were eaten by the same human powerhouse. If this news was spread to the Second Universe, it would cause a huge earthquake. This was really a big deal. The Federation was unstable, and it was about to break up. All of this was thanks to the stomach of this glutton before them. He'd actually eaten the entire Myriad Federation to the point of falling apart. Even though they'd witnessed this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept and believe it. at the very least, they were absolutely unable to do such a domineering thing. However, this person in front of them was so relaxed as if he didn't care about the identities and backgrounds of these three people at all. He was so awesome that even if he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. Before Lang Ganglai, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, arrived, the beef tendon cut off from Jiao Ritian's hind leg had been roasted. After all, it was the fire from the furnace volcano in the central region, the Shenong cauldron. Even if it was only an orange flame, it was still extremely powerful. Under the roasting of the orange flame, the huge beef tendon had shrunk by half. Right now, it was only about 2 meters long and less than a meter in diameter, but it was golden and shiny. It was still dripping with oil. The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and brought it back to the ground. Yi Xian had already set up a bluestone table with a wave of his hand. Everyone, let's eat together. This time, it's all tendon meat. There are no bones, and the beef is chewy. I don't think it will melt in your mouth like the chicken wings from before. It's such a big piece, we can't eat it all. This time, Yi Xian even invited Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others. These people had already stretched out their necks when the fragrant beef tendon fell from the sky. Now that they heard Yi Xian's words, they were all overjoyed. Even Wu Chenzi from the mysterious Buddhist sect subconsciously licked his lips. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest not far away. Xiaocha, don't remind that big bastard that I'm still in seclusion to break through. Don't leave a piece for me either. This lady will never eat the meat of a fellow Federation member again. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death. It was clearly the voice of the purplish warbler. Moreover, it was clearly a sarcastic remark. It was clearly reminding Duanmu Xiaocha to leave a piece for her. She could eat it after breaking through. At least, she should taste it. The moment the purplish warbler said this, in the void outside the great space trap formation, the elder of the barbarian bull clan suddenly looked up at the sky and angrily moaned. A pair of bloodshot eyes fiercely glared at old man Xianyuan. Even the elder of the Yingji clan did the same. He finally realized that the three girls, including the 8 great Vajras, were all acting. Now, they were all exposed, the surroundings were incomparably silent. All the powerhouses of the human clan were embarrassed. Some of them even subconsciously shrank their necks and blushed. After all, they were allies of the same federation. But now, the young master of the barbarian bull clan was being eaten by a group of young geniuses of the human clan. They were too ashamed to go out. In the space inside the cauldron. After being threatened by Yi Xian again, Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war finally gathered together as if relieved of a heavy burden. The 8 great Vajras were in charge of dividing the meat. Each of them cut a large piece, and even Wu Chenzi of the Buddhist sect was no exception. They all held the meat and ate it. Their mouths were full of oil, and their eyes were green with envy. Of course, Duanmu Xiaocha also secretly hid the purplish warbler's portion. She didn't dare to let the silver light curtain in the sky see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to refuse to admit it. Yi Xian naturally had his reasons for doing this. He originally thought that he was only eating the young master of the Yingji clan, but he didn't expect that after wiping his mouth, another barbarian bull would come. Before the barbarian bull was finished roasting, a hungry wolf in the distance was about to arrive. Maybe there would be more to come. At this rate, the top 10 races of the second universe would all be eaten by him. If that happened, the nature of the matter would be different. He might not be able to handle it alone. At this moment, he was dragging this group of people into the water to eat together with him in order to tie the entire human race to his side. Anyway, among the 200 people, the top forces and powerful families in the technology and cultivation camps were included. It could be said that the forces and background behind them were basically equivalent to the entire human race, with these guys tied to him, not to mention the young master of the top 10 clans in the second universe. Even if the young master of the federation of the entire second universe was here, Yi Xian would dare to stew him in a pot. Soon, when this large piece of barbarian bull meat was finally eaten by everyone, and when they were almost done eating, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who was roaring and rushing over from the northwest, finally arrived. Although Lang Gonglia's cultivation realm was the same as Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian, which was the peak of the 9th level of the origin, after he revealed his greedy wolf form, his body was only about 100 meters long. This didn't mean that the greedy wolf bloodline in his body wasn't as strong as the other two. In fact, it was the opposite. The young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, was the most powerful existence among the 13 geniuses of the second universe who entered the inner space of the Shinnon Cauldron this time. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Greedy wolf howls at the moon. It could be said that with Lang Ganglia's monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the Federation of the second universe after he grew up. However, when he came to the third universe of the human race this time, he met young Master Ling Hu, who was recognized as a peerless genius of the human race in every aspect. Before this, no matter who it was, no one would have thought that the group of young clan leaders from the second universe would end up like this. But now, the facts were in front of them. 2 young clan leaders from the top 10 races had already ended up like this. This made people worry and think about it more than they should. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian's comprehensive combat strength was not as good as Lang Ganglia's, the difference was not much. After all, they were both young masters of the top 10 clans of the second universe. The difference in strength between them was so great that it was impossible for them to be like Tian Yuan. If that was the case, Lang Ganglai would not be ranked in the same circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Ganglai appeared in the huge silver light curtain above the Shinnon giant cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap array were nervous at first. Needless to say, Lang Ganglai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young prodigies of the second universe who had entered the cauldron's inner space. He was also the third to encounter Ling Hu young master. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things should not be done more than 3 times. Once more than 3 times, the bottom line in one's heart would collapse. What's more, Lang Ganglia's position was the highest among the 13 people. If even he could not escape the tragic end of being eaten by young master Ling Hu, then how could the remaining 10 people be lucky? It meant that the 13 young masters of the 2-universe federation who entered the space inside the cauldron would be eaten by others, and all of them would be annihilated. This kind of tragic result was definitely unprecedented in the history of the second universe federation. The intensity of the chain reaction was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Ganglia's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast space outside the space trapping formation instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the 2 elders of the Ainji clan and the barbarian Bull clan no longer clamored. They were also nervously watching the silver light curtain in the space trap array. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinnon cauldron, Yi Xian and Lang Ganglai, who had just arrived, exchanged a few words before they started fighting. According to Yi Xian's original intention, he had originally planned to ridicule them a little more. Since he had nothing to do, he was not in a hurry. It was rare to come across such a good opportunity to anger those old fogies outside, but they could not do anything to him. Yi Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his bad reputation. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young master Ling Hu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize the troubles in the future. At the very least, there would not be too many annoying flies coming to bother them. Even though they would be in big trouble the moment they arrived, Yi Xian had the ability to warp through space, so he was not afraid at all. His only wish was that there would be fewer Tom, Dick, and Harry bothering him. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry would delay his proper business of collecting all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals to concoct Geno potions, as well as preparing to use the Shinnon cauldron to brew great medicines in the future. However, that was not the case for Lang Ganglai. He was so angry that he could not wait to kill Yi Xian immediately. Moreover, he seemed to have realized that he was not a match for young master Ling Hu at all. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he did not say anything and directly started fighting. Yi Xian still fought alone, including the purplish warbler, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm, Origin Stage 9. He did not order them around and let them fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. Awoo! In the void, a giant wolf with a body of 100 meters tall and completely silver fur suddenly raised its head and howled toward the sky. Although this wasn't the first time Yi Xian had heard the howl coming from Lang Ganglia's mouth, he'd already howled many times before this fellow arrived. But this time, the howl was clearly different. It was not angry, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. Instead, it seemed to be longer, and there was a strange rhythm to it. Yi Xian was shocked, but he could not describe what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Gonglia's howl continued to resound in the sky, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the cauldron under the huge silver light screen formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball reflection technique. When this scene appeared, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground opened their mouths wide. Even Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. This was clearly the interior of the Shenong cauldron, so how could a moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange moon had something to do with Lang Ganglai. It was as if it was summoned by this long wolf howl, or rather, it was condensed by this long wolf howl. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled and was about to ask the devouring system for guidance, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "The greedy wolf howls at the moon." This is the legendary greedy wolf howls at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes, it is normal that no one in the clan can awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the members of the greedy wolf clan who possess this bloodline divine ability are in an invincible position. They are like a real greedy heavenly wolf, who can endlessly replenish their energy in battle and greedily plunder all the energy that the bright moon shines on, including their opponents. These words caused a wave of exclamations among the captives on the ground. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved when he heard these words. To be able to continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was merely moved. He definitely wasn't envious at all. Compared to his devouring doppelganger, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy that the devouring doppelganger devoured could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, which could be achieved after refining. However, judging from the fact that the illusory moon in the sky was a divine ability projection, the energy that it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect. It didn't solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, whether the power of this bright moon was as powerful as Gong Wuxin said it was still unknown. As for how powerful it was, he would know after testing it. Breakthrough in battle. Kacha. Kacha, with a thought from Yi Xian, the crackling sound of lightning could be heard from the sky. Everything was exactly the same as before. Both Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian had fallen because of this strange invisible lightning. It was simply too difficult to defend against. Lightning was fast and powerful to begin with, but it was also invisible. Who could defend against it? Following the sound of these lightning bolts, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others on the ground immediately showed a look of relief. They had basically gotten used to it. It was a conditioned reflex that once the sound of lightning came, someone would immediately fall. When Yi Xian first shouted at Ji Jinghong, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't think much of it and just thought it was a coincidence. However, when Yi Xian used this move to kill Jiao Ritian for the second time, even a fool would understand what was going on. Before this, Yi Xian had never used the spiritual lightning technique in the third universe of the human race. Therefore, even if he used it now, it wouldn't be like when he used the fallen sky bow, which immediately made people think about his true identity. Although this spiritual lightning technique was indeed strange and extraordinary, this was after all the space inside the giant star cauldron. This giant cauldron had been refined and collected by Yi Xian, so it was naturally under his control. In the eyes of Gong Wuxin and the others, it really wasn't a big deal for Yi Xian to create lightning bolts with a thought. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in this space inside the cauldron, he was actually the master. Previously, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize this point, but later they understood. Then, they recalled that Yi Xian had previously said that the space inside the cauldron had been adjusted by him, so that one could only enter but not leave. This made them regret their actions even more. In this place, Yi Xian was clearly a godlike existence, yet they didn't know what was good for them. They eagerly rushed over to their deaths and ended up in this state. In fact, they deserved it. They had guessed correctly. Yi Xian didn't want to expose the fact that he could control the central region furnace volcano inside the cauldron. Otherwise, when these invaders arrived, Yi Xian could have turned the space inside the cauldron into a sea of fire with a thought. The mountains around the central region's furnace volcano would remain unscathed in the sea of fire, but all the invaders would be suppressed. Of course, that would be too boring. In Yi Xian's opinion, this group of invaders was actually just a plaything he used to pass the time. This was something that even Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize. Otherwise, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have in their hearts? At this moment, as Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique appeared again, in Gong Wuxin and the others' eyes, this young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, who was known as the #1 person among the younger generation of the various clans in the Second Universe Federation, would most likely be suppressed immediately, just like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian. In fact, even Yi Xian thought the same. He was quite confident in his spiritual lightning technique, which had already advanced to a high level. Even if it was in existence at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm, he was confident that he could injure it. However, the reality made everyone's eyes drop. The Greedy Wolf clan's Greedy Wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Just as a few familiar crackling sounds of lightning were heard in the space inside the cauldron, the hazy moon hanging under the silver light screen in the sky suddenly flashed. Then, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of several thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. Moreover, as soon as the outline of the lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed and turned into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. They were actually swallowed. Wherever the moonlight of the moon of the Greedy Wolf shone, all the energy could be swallowed. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't cultivated to the extent that he could use the moon of the Greedy Wolf to swallow all the energy in an instant, in this moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the moon would sense it and exert its divine power on it, and then the more likely it was to be broken down and swallowed. The lightning bolts were too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured and broken down and swallowed. This scene was so unexpected that Yi Xian was stunned. On the ground, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war opened their mouths wide. Their faces were blank, and they couldn't believe it. Even the invisible lightning bolts manifested by the power of the cauldron were defeated. How terrifying was the Greedy Wolf clan's moon howls at the moon. This was only because Lang Ganglai had only cultivated it to the initial level. If he mastered it in the future, its power would be even stronger. Among the young geniuses of the 3 grand universes, who could be his opponent, being able to swallow energy at any time in battle was already in an invincible position. Following this scene, for the first time, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others didn't have high hopes for Yi Xian. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, acted as if nothing had happened. Although they didn't dare to say that they had seen through all of Yi Xian's abilities, at least they knew that this invisible lightning bolt was not his trump card. It wasn't even his trump card. At most, it was an ability that was quite handy to use. Ha ha ha, Ling Huchong, your invisible lightning bolt is useless against me. In the area illuminated by the moonlight of the moon of the Greedy Wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly detected and captured. Then, it will be broken down and swallowed. The more you use it, the stronger my counterattack will be. In mid-air, Lang Ganglai, who was in the form of a 100-meter-long wolf, raised his head and laughed. He spoke in a human voice. Now, let's try the first round of attacks formed by your own power. Moon of the Wolf Light Vortex. Whoosh! 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 Following Lang Ganglia's final roar, the hazy moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly. Many crescent-shaped light blades fell like rain, swirling and moving in different trajectories. In an instant, thousands of light blades poured down at the same time. Their target was clearly Yi Xian. It seemed like they were going to envelop him in an instant. This is interesting. He can actually swallow my spiritual lightning bolt. But this is good. Since I can't use my divine abilities and spells, and the energy is too active, then I'll just fight him with pure physical strength. It just so happens that I ate a lot of nutritious food before, and my physical strength has increased greatly. I feel like my body is going to explode. Now, I need to vent. Perhaps, I can even break through during the battle. As long as I can reach the 9th realm, origin, perfection, I can kill him with just this pair of fists. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Jean Haoyan and Medusa Puff. Little bastard, this old wolf will tear you apart. Ah, outside the Xianxia cauldron, in the void outside the space trap array, in the direction occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, an elder of the greedy wolf clan opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, followed by a shrill roar and roar. Not far away, several elders from the Angie clan and the barbarian Bull clan all cast a sympathetic look at him. It was too sullen, although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian were eaten, at least in the eyes of that little bastard Ling Hu, they were still worth eating, but now what about Lang Ganglai? He was actually called a fart weasel, and didn't even want to eat him. The dignified greedy wolf clan, ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe's Federation, was called a weasel. This was really bad, no wonder the patriarch of the greedy wolf clan was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. In the void and other directions, all the human powerhouses looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They were completely convinced by this monstrous young master Ling Hu. This guy was more than just a master of medicine, tools, and arrays. His combat strength was also incomparably monstrous, and he was comparable to the one who was causing trouble in the cultivation camp. However, these were not his strongest abilities. The most powerful thing about this guy was actually his mouth. Not only could he eat, but he also dared to eat, and he was good at insulting others. The dignified greedy wolf clan was called a fart weasel, and the 15th realm of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan Tu, was also called an old bastard by him. This kind of monstrous talent was absolutely unprecedented. It was already heaven-defying, in the space inside the cauldron. Boom! Boom! In midair, the glass mecha giant and Lang Ganglai, who had transformed into a 100-meter-long giant wolf, just arrived at a place, and a huge energy explosion sounded from time to time. For a time, the two were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had met someone who could really suppress him. The supreme power of the little invincible realm was finally thwarted. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the 9th stage, but his opponent was at the 9th stage of the 9th stage, and possessed the powerful bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Therefore, his combat prowess was almost on par with that of a late-stage Grotto Heaven expert of the 10th stage without being defeated. From this point of view, Yi Xian was still fighting across realms. Both sides of this battle were terrifying existences. This battle was earth-shattering, and even the horizon was covered by the raging energy storm. Unknowingly, more than 2 minutes had passed, and Yi Xian and Lang Ganglai were exchanging blows, fighting to their heart's content. Weasel, you've made me see you in a new light. Ever since I embarked on the path of physical evolution, this young master has never met an opponent like this. To be able to exchange blows with me in such a vivid manner, this is too satisfying. In the fierce battle, Yi Xian said in a voice that only he and Lang Ganglai could hear, "You're strong enough, and your body is hard enough. Not bad, you're the best training partner. I've decided to keep you alive, but not to eat, but to raise you as a human meat. Bah, it should be wolf meat sandbag, for training." Oh whoa, Lang Ganglai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he was not good with words, so he could only raise his head and howl to express and vent his anger. After changing his mind, Yi Xian immediately began to move the battlefield slowly. Unknowingly, the two of them had fought above the giant central region furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 8th stage of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 9th stage of the origin. He was immediately overjoyed. Previously, he had eaten a lot of nutritious food, and his physical body's vitality had greatly increased. His cells and genes had also undergone a certain degree of transformation and evolution. He had long felt that his whole body was about to explode, and this was the rhythm of a breakthrough. At this time, after a fierce battle with Lang Ganglai, Yi Xian's vitality surged rapidly as he warmed up. His entire physical body's vitality was mobilized, and he finally broke through the shackles of the human body's potential in one fell swoop, tearing apart 2 invisible shackles. In terms of physical body's vitality, he broke through 2 more barriers and officially stepped into the 9th stage of the origin. Rumble! Boom, the sound of energy explosions continued, but this time, it was not in the outside world, but in Yixian's body. As his physical body's vitality broke through two stages, Yixian's body seemed to have formed a huge river, and the terrifying vitality was surging endlessly. It seemed to have faintly caused the void to resonate with the outside world, and the rumbling of the energy in his body was about to spread to the outside world. What? Do you think this young master wants to raise you and use you as a sandbag in the future? Are you still not convinced? Yixian's confidence had increased by 2 stages in an instant. Now, he no longer took Lang Ganglai seriously, and if he was caught off guard, he could definitely knock him out with a punch. Oh woo, Lang Ganglia's response was still the same, and it was still an angry howl. Howl your ass, my eardrums are damaged. Go down obediently and accompany those 2 good partners of yours. Boom. Yixian threw a punch, and at this moment, Lang Ganglai just happened to raise his head and howl angrily. The 30-meter-long mecha's fist, which was larger than a person's body, directly landed on his chin. The terrifying vitality flowed through the fist and into Lang Ganglia's body, and like a roaring river, it instantly gave him a slight concussion and knocked him out on the spot. Oh woo, this time, the mournful howl from Lang Ganglia's mouth was abruptly stopped, and his huge body fell towards the central region's furnace volcano, and was directly engulfed by the orange flames that rose into the sky from the volcano's mouth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason for this was also Yixian's intention. After fainting and falling into this volcano, no matter how one looked at it, Lang Ganglai was definitely going to die. He was going to be burned by the flames until not a single strand of hair was left behind, and he was going to be turned into ashes. But in fact, he was not injured at all. After reaching the bottom of the volcano, he would be locked in another independent small cage like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Tian. No matter whether it was his aura or roar, he would not be able to escape. It was also at this moment that Lang Ganglia's huge body was smashed down by Yixian's punch, and disappeared into the volcano's mouth below. At the same time, from several directions in the distance, there were a total of 10 people, and they were the other members of this second universe's young prodigy hunting team. The leader was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, who was as famous as Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and Lang Ganglai, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Chaotic War outside the cauldron, following the death of the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, the surrounding void once again fell into chaos. Awoo! Awoo! In the void occupied by the second universe's allied forces, the elder of the Greedy Wolf clan was furious. The entire void was filled with his crazy wolf howls, which made people's hair stand on end. However, the human powerhouses in other directions were already used to it. They shook their heads and sighed, muttering to themselves that this time, the second universe's allied forces would probably be wiped out. They actually quite approved of young Master Ling Hu's cruelty in their hearts. At least, he didn't kill the previous human prodigies. However, he didn't show any mercy to the prodigies from the second universe's various clans. Those guys were incomparably arrogant. Previously, they had openly said that they looked down on the human race. Now that they had ended up like this, although the surrounding human powerhouses didn't clap and cheer, they still felt quite happy in their hearts. Based on this point alone, their impression of young Master Ling Hu improved slightly. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason he did this was not to show goodwill to the human race. The key was that the desire for good food was acting up. When he saw this group of animals from the second universe's various clans, he directly drooled. In the face of Lang Ganglia's death and the appearance of Jin Haoyan, Medusa, and the others, the elders of the Golden Eagle clan and the Colored Python clan, as well as the other 8 prodigies from the second universe's various clans, all had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. They had both hope and worry. They hoped that now that the 10 of them had finally gathered, they might really be able to suppress the cruel and hateful young Master Ling Hu. What he was worried about was that these 10 fellows would be like Ji Jinghong and the other 2 from before, being too arrogant and engaging in some kind of one-on-one duel. If that happened, they would really be completely annihilated. Fortunately, an angry roar came from the silver light curtain, which made them feel slightly relieved. Jin Haoyan and Medusa roared at the same time, and the 10 figures rushed up together. Unfortunately, what happened next was too unexpected. In an instant, the hearts of the elders of the various clans in the Second Universe's Federation were completely in their throats. At the same time, in the cauldron space, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Xianxia, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, both roared furiously. This fellow is too savage, simply hateful. Taking advantage of the fact that we haven't arrived yet, he actually used his superior numbers to deal with Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and Lang Ganglai in succession. Everyone, attack together. That's right. There's no need to talk about mercy with these human ants. Blood for blood. Today, no one here can escape. The 10 of us will definitely suppress all of you. As the two of them roared, the 10 young masters and young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe all roared at the sky. They activated their blood and manifested their blood bodies. Jin Haoyan was a giant golden eagle that was thousands of meters long like Ji Zhan. He was comparable to Ji Jinghong, and Yi Xian's eyes immediately turned green when he saw him. As for Medusa, she was a giant mottled python that was over 1,000 feet long. She looked extremely frightening. She flicked her tongue that was several feet long, and Yi Xian shuddered when he saw her. Although her bloodline was definitely extraordinary, Yi Xian was wary of this kind of vicious beauty and didn't really like it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he directly gave up on it and decided to suppress it instead of stealing the heavens and changing his mouth to raise it himself. The other 8 fellows were basically all huge in size. Although they didn't come from the top 10 clans in the Second Universe like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ritian, their cultivation wasn't weak either. Their blood was also extraordinary. At this time, the 10 giant beasts covered a small part of the sky. After manifesting their blood bodies, the 10 giant beasts immediately roared downwards. Jin Haoyan and Medusa pounced towards Yi Xian. Although more than half of the other 8 giant beasts did the same, 2 of them pounced towards Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others on the ground. They were clearly going to suppress the younger generation of the human race in one fell swoop. This is too much. What does it have to do with us? You're just from the outer realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't you think you're too arrogant? They look down on the human race. They deserve to be beaten. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress them. That's right. These guys are shameless anyway. Just now, it was clearly Ling Huchong who was fighting alone, but he said we were outnumbered. Since he said that, how can we be wronged? Let's just give him the outnumbered version. Kill. As he wishes, let's torture these foreign beasts. Seeing that 2 giant beasts were charging towards them, intending to suppress them together, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners were all angry. They had been holding it in before, but now they couldn't hold it in anymore. In an instant, more than 200 figures rushed into the sky together. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru didn't fall behind. They also attacked. Although these guys had been injured by Yi Xian before, it had been a long time. Under the condition of taking healing medicine, even if they hadn't fully recovered, they had basically recovered. Moreover, they had all eaten some roast beef just now, which was also a kind of supplement. At this time, more than 200 prisoners, who had basically recovered most of their combat power, rushed into the sky at the same time. All kinds of treasures were summoned, and in the blink of an eye, they fought fiercely with the 10-second universe giant beasts that covered a small part of the sky above. Roar. Screech. Roar, rumble. Angry roars shook the sky, mixed with a lot of energy explosions. In an instant, this part of the sky was occupied by a huge battlefield. The 10 giant beasts from the various races of the Second Universe were fighting more than 200 young elites of the human race. The scene was extremely chaotic. Every minute, every second, there was a rain of blood pouring down. Soon after, the ground below was dyed red. This was basically the blood of the 10 giant beasts from the Second Universe. Their bodies were big enough that even if they bled, they would still be able to bleed for a long time. After suffering such injuries, they were completely fine. Instead, they fought fiercely. Although the 10 giant beasts all had powerful combat power that could fight above their level, in the face of more than 200 human powerhouses who were on par with them in terms of cultivation realm, they were in a situation where they were suppressed. All of them were in a sorry state. But even so, the prisoners of war had no intention of stopping. Anyway, everyone was fighting side by side. Moreover, this group of so-called young masters from the second universe was too arrogant and provoked them first. In addition, the law didn't punish the majority. Even if a few were killed on the spot, they wouldn't be punished too severely. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another one tricked. Flaming Eagle Plume. Blazing Python Rainbow. In the chaotic battlefield in the cauldron, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Xianxia, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, were furious. They roared at the same time. This was the rhythm of both of them activating their bloodline abilities. Previously, the moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had disappeared after Lang Gang Lai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, was defeated and suppressed. However, at this moment, as Xianxia and Medusa activated their bloodline abilities and fully activated them, two different phenomena appeared in the sky above the chaotic battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia's falcon plume flaming rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his true bloodline body, Xianxia's wingspan was close to 10,000 meters, comparable to Ji Jinghong. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers. Right now, as Xianxia fully activated the Golden Eagle clan's flaming eagle plume, a small part of the sky was instantly illuminated. Every energy feather was shining with a golden light. Not only was there light, but there were also faint flames rising from them. This was clearly a powerful area of effect attack, but in Xianxia's eyes, the only existence that posed a threat to him was Yixian. Therefore, this was originally an area of effect attack of the Golden Eagle clan's bloodline ability. Countless golden flame feathers rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth as they whistled towards the glazed mecha giant. As for the Colored Python clan's Princess Medusa's blazing Python rainbow bloodline ability, it was two intense rainbow-colored beams of light. Although they did not seem shocking, the two dreamlike rainbow-colored beams of light shot out from Medusa's eyes at an extremely fast speed. There was even a strange sizzling sound in the void. It was as if boiling oil was poured into an ice field and was rapidly melting. Whoosh! In the next instant, a young prodigy from a certain top-notch family in the science and technology faction was darting about in the midst of the fierce battle. He unwittingly crossed the path of one of the two rainbow-colored blazing lights that was heading for Yixian. Yixian's rainbow blaze, which had been aimed at Yixian, ended up hitting this unlucky guy instead. A bright light flashed in Yixian's eyes as he locked his attention on this fellow. For some reason, the two seven-colored blazing lights that shot out from Medusa's eyes gave him a rather dangerous feeling. However, Yixian had no idea how powerful it was. He was paying close attention to it in order to investigate this matter. In his line of sight, the guy who was accidentally hit by one of the seven-colored blazing lights suddenly froze. Then, his whole body began to stiffen and petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, this unlucky guy's entire body had completely turned into a gray stone statue. There was no trace of life in him at all. He fell to the ground like a human-shaped rock. There was no doubt that when this human-shaped stone statue came into contact with the ground below, the result would definitely be a loud collapse. The unlucky guy's body would shatter into pieces of stone. He would definitely be deader than dead. F***ck. This is too insidious. Yixian was shocked and subconsciously cursed. He quickly moved and dodged the other streak of seven-colored blazing light. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Medusa, who had revealed her bloodline true form, which was a huge colored python. A hint of annoyance flashed in the latter's eyes at this moment. Her eyes stared at Yixian tightly, revealing a strong hatred, but she did not shoot out a similar seven-colored blazing light again. Yixian understood in his heart. It seemed that although this kind of magic was powerful and strange, it must have a limit. Just like the cooldown period of the energy cannon, after using it once, it had to wait for a period of time before it could be used again. It could not be used continuously. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yixian would not give her a chance to shoot out such a terrifying seven-colored blazing light again. Boom! With a flash of his figure, Yixian's figure had already arrived in front of the huge colored python in the blink of an eye. After a punch, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A small part of the huge colored python's body was severely injured. Many bones were broken. It let out a wail and fell to the ground below. At this moment, the rain of golden feathers that covered the heavens and covered the earth had finally arrived. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. As if he did not see it, he allowed the feather-shaped flame rain filled with golden flames to fall on the surface of the glazed mech, but it did not leave a single mark. After all, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure level. If it could not even block the energy flame rain cast by the 9th realm origin 7th order perfection opponent, then it would be too disappointing. Now it's my turn. Seeing that Xianxia's bloodline magic was useless against him, Yi Xian was completely relieved. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He whispered and rushed towards the opponent. This time, he even activated the glazed mech's antimatter energy thruster, doubling his speed. His whole body was like a purple flowing arrow. Xianxia could not dodge at all. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian had already appeared on the back of the giant golden eagle. Get the hell down, you! Crack! Crack! Boom! As he shouted, Yi Xian directly activated the spiritual source core in his brain. The spiritual thunder technique that had been used many times before was displayed again. This time, 3 invisible thunderbolts bit the tail and all of them struck the back of the giant golden eagle's head. If it did not faint after this, then it would be unreasonable. However, Yi Xian still felt that it was not safe. This golden eagle's feathers were as hard as steel. If it did not faint, then it would be really troublesome. To be safe, Yi Xian threw a punch with all his strength and smashed it directly on Xianxia's back. A huge energy explosion erupted, followed by a wail. Zhizhan's giant golden eagle, which was 10,000 meters long, fainted without any suspense. Its huge body followed in the footsteps of Ji Jinghong and Jiaori Tian, falling towards the central region's furnace volcano below as if it was aiming at something. This was the 3rd time Yi Xian had done this. Previously, Ji Jinghong and Jiaori Tian had both done this. Now, he had successfully captured another golden eagle. Very quickly, the enormous body of the falling giant golden eagle was engulfed by the orange flames that soared into the sky from the central region's furnace volcano. In the eyes of the experts in the outside world, falling into the depths of such a scorching volcano would definitely result in not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian had once again deceived the heavens and the sea. Screech! A woo! Following the fall of Xianxian, the other 9 giant dire beasts roared or wailed. Even Medusa, who had been smashed to the ground by Yi Xian and had now returned to her human form, was no exception. After a fierce howl, she viciously stabbed at Yi Xian in the sky, then turned around and fled. When they saw that Medusa was already in such a state, and that Xianxian was already finished, the other 8 dire beasts instantly lost their will to fight. As if they had agreed to it, they all reverted back to their original bloodline forms and became smaller targets as they scattered in all directions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you don't redeem yourself in 3 days, I'll eat you. You can't escape. I've adjusted the internal field of this star cauldron. Although those below the first level of the grotto heaven can enter, they can't leave. If you don't believe me, you can try. Don't blame me if you get killed by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. Seeing that the 9 young masters and princesses from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe wanted to escape, Yi Xian sneered. He didn't intend to chase them at all. He stood still and warned them loudly, now you only have one way to go. Before I change my mind, come here and surrender immediately. Since you saved me the effort of capturing you, I'll spare you some physical pain. As long as you behave, I promise I won't eat you. Otherwise, once I catch you one by one, it's hard to say what will happen to you. I won't eat your meat, but I'm sure you'll suffer some physical pain, broken bones, and broken tendons. Think carefully. I've always been an impatient person. I'll only wait for 3 minutes. I won't wait after that. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the 200-plus prisoners that had gathered behind him because the battle had ended. He loudly ordered, those who haven't returned in 3 minutes, capture them all. If there's any resistance, kill them all on the spot. This young master is to blame. Hearing this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The 8 great Vidras, on the other hand, responded loudly. It was obvious that they were deeply immersed in their role and had even trained to be henchmen. Rumble, as soon as Xian finished speaking, a violent burst of energy came from the distant sky. A young master from a certain race of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't believe it and rushed toward the atmosphere formed by the nine-colored mist in the sky. As a result, he was directly blown to pieces. His whole body turned into a cloud of blood and instantly died. This scene was so shocking that the other 8 people were instantly shocked. They stopped at the same time and turned to look at Xian. Ling Huchong, do you really want to become enemies with all the races of the Second Universe? The little princess of the colored python tribe, Medusa, was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never felt so sullen before. She had failed in her hunt and was being abused instead. Now, she couldn't even leave and was forced to surrender to her prey. She had never thought that something like this would happen to her today. It was too hurtful to her pride. You shameless little girl. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Xian was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Medusa. You brats traveled billions of miles from the second universe to come here. What did I do to offend you? Now that you're no match for me, you actually dare to reprimand me for being your enemy? Humph, did you not consider this question before coming here? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian's figure had already leaped up and rushed straight toward Medusa and the other 8 people. Even the Glaze Mech's antimatter energy thruster had been activated. His entire body turned into a flowing arrow that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He instantly arrived in front of Medusa. As he roared, he threw a punch. Congratulations, little girl. Your words just now successfully pissed me off. Now, I've changed my mind. The 3-minute time limit is cancelled. I won't accept voluntary surrender anymore. I'm going to beat all of you up one by one. I'll start with you. Boom. Kachacha, as he spoke, Xian's right fist had already thrown out. The Glaze Mech was 30 meters tall, and his fist was bigger than a person. It suddenly landed on Medusa's body, and the sound of bones shattering could be heard. She was caught off guard and was hit squarely on the head. She spat out blood and fainted on the spot. The other 7 people were shocked. Without another word, they turned around and ran. They had just gathered, but when they saw the danger approaching, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ha ha ha, are these the so-called young patriarchs and geniuses from the various races of the second universe? In my opinion, they are clearly a group of motley crew. They turned around and ran without saying a word. Moreover, their movements are so skillful. This isn't the first time, right? Xian raised his head and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he had already chased after them. The Glaze Mech's antimatter energy thruster was still active. His entire body turned into an arrow that could not be seen by the naked eye, flying in all directions. Every time he caught up, he would directly raise his arm and throw a punch. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 8 geniuses of the second universe, including Medusa, were all knocked out. There was no exception. It seems that it's faster to do it yourself. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Xian stopped and swept his gaze across the 8 people who had fallen to the ground. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others, who were already dumbfounded in the distance. What are you waiting for? I don't keep idle people under me. Remember to be smart in the future. I am in charge of beating people, and you are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking in the prisoners of war. Before he could finish speaking, the 8 great guardian deities had already walked over eagerly. The other 200 or so prodigies of the great clans hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed behind. Very soon, they carried Medusa and the other 8 back and threw them on a small hill, where they lay on the ground. Your cultivation level is actually at the 9th level of the origin? As soon as Xian's figure arrived, Gong Wuxin stared at him with a strange expression and muttered with a little hesitation and fear. When Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the origin, it was enough to completely destroy him. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the origin, it was obviously easier for him. It was estimated that with a punch, most of the bones in his body would be broken on the spot, and he would not be able to move for half a day. No wonder he was able to knock out Medusa and the other 8 young masters from the various clans of the second universe in less than 3 minutes. It should be known that these 8 fellows all had the powerful bloodline of ancient beasts, and the density was extremely high. Their chi and blood were enormous, and their bodies were as hard as a rock. These were their common characteristics. At the same cultivation level, even Gong Wuxin and the other geniuses of the human race would need 3 or 4 people to fight against them. However, under Yi Xian's iron fist, they were as weak as lambs. In comparison, the latter was more like a ferocious beast that swept all directions with his fist. They were all from the human race, but the gap between them was so huge. This was a blow to Gong Wuxin and the others, and they began to doubt their lives. Yes, I had a good fight with that weasel just now. My muscles and bones were completely stretched, and I accidentally broke through to the next level. Awesome. Yi Xian grinned and casually brushed this matter aside. Then, ignoring the stunned expressions of Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, he turned his head and swept his gaze over the silver light curtain that covered a small part of the sky above his head. Pointing at the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the others who were still unconscious on the slope, he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Old bastards from the second universe, listen up. Send all the spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and rare minerals that this young master needs as soon as possible. The more the better." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The #1 foodie in the world. The time limit is only 3 days. I won't wait any longer. After 3 days, I will stew these 8 little bastards in one pot. Pft. Pft. Outside the Shenong cauldron, in the corner of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces, as Yi Xian's words came out through the silver light curtain above the formation, there were immediately sounds of spitting blood, one after another. The elders of the various clans of the Second Universe who were in charge of leading the team were all furious. Previously, when Yi Xian suppressed and even killed Ji Jingheng and the other young masters of the various clans of the Second Universe in a short period of time, this group of old guys was already full of anger and almost exploded. At this moment, when they heard that Yi Xian actually wanted to use this matter to blackmail the various clans, they didn't want to obey and directly stew their young masters in one pot. Coupled with the words "old bastard," the group of elders finally couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded. I'm going to kill this old man. Ling Hu Chong, this old man will skin you alive. Damn this broken cauldron, it's as hard as a turtle shell. Even the 15th realm of the universe can't break it and can't enter to kill this bastard. I hate it. In anger, the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition forces was disturbed by the thunderous roars of the elders of various clans. The airflow was turbulent, and the wind was fierce. Seeing this scene, all the human clan masters who were guarding in other directions were collectively petrified. They now had a clearer understanding of young Master Ling Hu's monstrous level. It was just one person, but he had made the elders of more than a dozen clans so angry that they all vomited blood and went crazy. A small part of the void was trembling. This kind of ability was probably only him. Later, when these human clan masters came back to their senses, exclamations and exclamations that were deliberately suppressed sounded one after another. He defies the natural order of things. Young Master Ling Hu is definitely challenging an era. He's alone, and he's suppressing 2 major dimensions. The younger generation of the human race and the Second Universe's various races are all being suppressed by him alone. He's really a peerless monster. This kind of momentum is already invincible. Even the invincible war god, who is tormenting the cultivator camp and still can't be determined whose clone it is, will be overshadowed by him. That's right, young Master Ling Hu is fully deserving of the human clan's #1. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant and doesn't have a sense of honor for the clan. And clan's honor? The human clan's younger generation? I don't think so. Don't forget that there's still Prince Xian. Although he hasn't made any moves recently, which one of the previous incidents was weaker than this? Even the 6th 10 out. 10 is his translations, isn't the invincible war god still causing a ruckus in the cultivator camp? We still can't determine whose clone it is. If it's confirmed that it's Prince Xian's clone, then the title of the #1 of the younger generation will belong to him. Even a clone can be considered a peerless monster. Do we even need to talk about the main body? If the main body and the clone work together, they will definitely crush young Master Ling Hu. If they want him to admit defeat, boom. Rumble. While the human clan masters were whispering to each other and discussing animatedly, the dozen or so small fortresses and space fortresses of the Second Universe's alliance army in the void were unexpectedly activated and rapidly moved in the direction of the Xianxia nation. Obviously, they were afraid and decided to compromise with Yixian. Otherwise, the 8 young masters of the Second Universe's various clans, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, would be stewed in a pot. That kind of scene was too beautiful and too demonic. If it really happened, the various clans of the Second Universe's alliance would be too ashamed to live in the world. Although this was too shocking and ordinary people would definitely not do it, young Master Ling Hu was definitely not one of them. Didn't he already eat 2 of them before, other than the Greedy Wolf clan's young Master Lang Ganglai, the Golden Eagle clan's young Master Jin Haoyan, the Silver Eagle clan's young Master Ji Jinghong, and the Barbarian Bull clan's young Master Ri Tian? None of them were spared. They were all killed and their flesh was roasted. It was a tragic sight. The reason these old fellows were rushing to the Xianxia nation was because they wanted to connect the Tier 3 star network of the Xianxia nation to the Tier 1 star network of the Immortal Dynasty. They wanted to open a wormhole transmission channel and send all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that Yixian needed from the various clans of the Second Universe. Of course, this kind of wormhole transmission consumed a lot of energy. Even they would feel the pinch. However, they couldn't care less now. In order to prevent Medusa and the others from being stewed in a pot, they could only grit their teeth and swallow the price no matter how high it was. Looking at the huge army of the Second Universe leaving quickly, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other and raised their hands to wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. At this time, they were very scared, especially Tuoba Xiong. Luckily, young Master Ling Hu didn't stay in the Tuoba family all the time and left on his own initiative. Otherwise, with this young master's great appetite and the world's #1 foodie temper, if there wasn't enough food like braised dragon liver and brown sauce in the future, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't pick some white and tender existences from the Tuoba family and secretly wash them clean and cook them. It was too cruel and too terrifying. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong almost raised his hand to slap himself. He was really muddle-headed before. He actually wanted to force that guy to stay in the Tuoba family. Luckily, he failed. Otherwise, he would have invited a wolf into the house. Moreover, it was a hungry wolf that could eat people. Fortunately, the allies of the Second Universe sent a group of young masters and young masters with strong bloodlines. After shivering, Tuoba Xiong's face was full of relief. It was probably because those powerful elders from the Second Universe had left in a hurry that this old man dared to say anything without hiding anything. I think after that monster tasted this kind of top-grade ingredient, he probably doesn't care about the braised dragon liver anymore. I don't think he will come to harm us again, Tuoba Xiong said. Tuoba Xiong's face was full of joy. Bodhisattva, if this monster isn't killed this time, don't let him stay in the human race's territory. If he wants to go to the Second Universe. The universe there is full of descendants of all kinds of divine birds and fierce beasts. If he wants to eat, he can eat as much as he wants. After that, the people in charge of the big families and forces in the human race's camp began to communicate with each other and get busy. Although Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other captives of the human race didn't have to worry about being stewed and eaten by young Master Ling Hu, that guy was too cruel. If he didn't get the ransom, it was very likely that he would cripple or kill them. He would definitely do this kind of thing. In the eyes of these people in charge of the big families and forces, Yixian was definitely going to die this time. Soon, the day when ancestor Qianquan of the Zhan family returned would be the day he would be beheaded. Therefore, in terms of the ransom, the big families were very generous. After all, it was just a matter of passing through their hands. Once this guy died, they would immediately return to their hands. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. They re all in this together, inside the cauldron, after confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Yixian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter. After confirming that the inner field of the Shenong cauldron was already under Yixian's control, even the experts below the 10th level of the heavenly passage could only enter and not leave. In the end, the few people who had acted alone or escaped from the great battle obediently gathered together. After all, if they wanted to leave the farmer god cauldron, they would have to go through Yixian. If they kept hiding in the distance and angered the ferocious young masterling Hu, they would be locked up in the cauldron space forever. That would be troublesome. Half a day later, the 8 heavens prides of the Federation of the Second Universe, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, finally woke up one after another. As for their storage magic treasures and cultivation resources, everything was naturally plundered and stored in Yixian's undying world. Seeing that these guys had woken up, Yixian casually threw a small bottle of healing medicine to each of them. At the very least, he had to let them regain their mobility. Otherwise, when the ransom arrived, would he have to support them and send them out? Watch these 8 guys carefully. This young master wants to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. If they don't behave, just beat them up. If they die, it's on me. After everything was settled, Yixian waved his hand and gave a few instructions to Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. Then, he was about to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru staring at him. Because of the silver light curtain in the sky, the 3 girls didn't dare to exchange glances to avoid being seen through. However, Yixian knew them very well. With just a glance, he understood the 3 girls' thoughts. At first, he wanted to ignore them, but then he thought that if he did, he would definitely be punished. Helplessly, he could only sigh and pretend to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the 3 women. After looking them up and down, he waved his hand and said, "You 3, come with this young master. You need someone to wait on you even if you want to serve tea or water." Although these words fulfilled the wishes of the purplish warbler girls, they didn't feel good. The 3 girls' faces immediately darkened. They weren't pretending, they were really a little annoyed. "How dare you ask me to serve tea and water? Okay, you're good, young master Zhao Chanru, huh?" The 3 girls exchanged glances and muttered in their hearts. They were thinking about how they would deal with Yixian's. As for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chen, and the others, after being stunned for a moment, their expressions instantly became strange. They glanced at Yixian, then looked at Xian Yuanziying and the other 2 girls, who had faces full of shame and indignation. They all sighed. In their opinion, Yixian must be up to no good by suddenly taking the 3 purplish warbler girls away. It was a pity that these 3 delicate beauties were about to be taken by a pig. What a scourge. Then, Yixian quickly left with the 3 purplish warbler girls. Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chenzi, and the others couldn't leave anyway, so he wasn't afraid that they would run away. Although there weren't any buildings in the space inside the farmer god cauldron, Yixian had refined the entire cauldron. The field inside the cauldron could be changed according to his will, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to create a temporary cave residence. Considering the existence of the silver light curtain in the sky, Yixian took the 3 purplish warbler girls into a dense ancient forest and directly went underground. From there, they came to the depths of the furnace volcano in the central region. The furnace volcano looked like a ring-shaped volcano from the outside, but the structure inside was actually the same. The deeper one went, the wider it became. When they reached the deepest part of the volcano, they could no longer see any flames, but it was not dark. The orange-red flames above were like a canopy. The flames illuminated the bottom of the furnace volcano very brightly. Moreover, it was a pleasing orange-red color. The bottom of the furnace volcano was like a vast plain, with no end in sight. In the center was a large lake surrounded by 9-colored mist. This lake should be the core of the furnace volcano. The roots of the orange-red flames extended from the lake and expanded upwards like a mushroom cloud. Presumably, the 2-colored flames to the 9-colored flames in the future should be the same. Even Yixian couldn't completely understand the 9-colored lake in the central region, but other than that, he could control the other areas at the bottom of the furnace volcano at will. At this moment, he had constructed 5 independent spaces on the walls of the volcano with his thoughts. 1 small space and 4 big spaces. The small space was sealed, without any gap, and the immortal and imperishable bead was placed inside. As for the 4 big spaces, they were like cages, imprisoning Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, Lang Ganglai, and Jin Haoyan respectively. At present, the 4 of them had all woken up, and were roaring loudly. From time to time, there was a loud roar of bombardment on the walls. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The walls at the bottom of the furnace volcano were equivalent to the walls of the farmer god cauldron. This was a primitive treasure. Even the 15th level of the universe realm couldn't leave a scratch on it. If Xian didn't agree, they would never be able to get out. Although they were making a lot of noise now, after a long time, they would all die. At this moment, Shan Yuanziying and the other two girls followed behind Xian and entered the space at the bottom of the volcano. With a glance, they saw Ji Jinghong's group of 4 imprisoned within the rock wall cage. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately cried out in alarm, "Eh? These 4 guys are here? And they are all locked up? After all this time, you didn't kill them? With your gluttonous nature, how could you be willing to waste such a good top-grade ingredient? You just cut a small piece and roasted it for a taste. After all, it turns out that you just want to raise it and eat it slowly. That's a good idea. If you're hungry, you cut a piece to go with wine. Anyway, it'll grow back in a few days. You'll never be able to finish it. But, why did you keep that weasel as well? Meat is smelly. Can you eat it? If you keep it here, be careful not to smoke the birds, cows, and eagles. They are so delicious. It would be a pity if the meat is smelly." The 3 girls only said one sentence each, but their lethality couldn't be underestimated. Xian was scared out of his wits as he stared at them with his mouth agape. His entire mind was muddled. This mouth. Wasn't it too poisonous? As for Ji Jinghong and the other 3 imprisoned in cages, they instantly went berserk and roared like crazy. Especially Lang Ganglai. This time, he was really looked down upon too much. His whole body was about to explode. He slammed his head on the wall and was furious. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3351, Chapter 335 Heavenly Cave. Stop messing around. The rock wall at the bottom of this furnace volcano is equivalent to the wall of the Shanong cauldron. This cauldron is an ancient treasure. Even if the 15th Great Realm Master comes, he won't be able to leave even a scratch on it. Even if you crack your head, you won't be able to move it even a little bit. It was probably because the 4 of them had suffered too much shock that Xian gave them a rare few words of consolation. As for the matter of eating you, you can rest assured that this young master has no such intention. Although the reason why I kept the 4 of you here was because of the bloodline in your body, this young master didn't do it to satisfy my appetite. Instead, it was to refine medicine. In the future, when I need it, I'll ask you to give me some blood or cut off some liver or kidney for this young master. Unfortunately, the effect of his words of consolation was truly speechless, and actually backfired. When Ji Jinghong and the others heard that Xian actually planned to raise them and bleed them one by one in the future, and from time to time, they would have to cut off a piece of liver, a piece of kidney, or something like that for him to use as medicine, they immediately went crazy. Their roars became even more intense. "Ah, kill you. This father will kill you. Demon, you are a demon from head to toe. I'd rather die than become your living medicine. Ling Huchong, just give up. If worse comes to worst, I'll just blow myself up," Ling Huchong said. While roaring, a majestic and chaotic aura gushed out of Jiaori's body. It seemed that he was really ready to self-detonate. Explode. Explode if you have the ability. Don't forget that this is this young master's territory. Even if you explode into a bloody mist, it won't be a waste. This young master can collect it with a thought, put it in a bottle, and use it slowly in the future. Xian curled his lips and didn't accept the threat at all. He sneered and said, "Moreover, this young master wants something. How can I be satisfied if I don't get it? If you dare to self-detonate, this young master will immediately run to your barbarian bull tribe if this young master can survive this disaster. I believe that the barbarian bull tribe should have more than one son, right? When the time comes, we'll skewer all of your brothers and sisters and let them bleed one by one every day. Besides, do you think you still have the ability to self-destruct after being locked in this young master's Shanong cauldron? Be careful that you don't die from self-detonation and end up half dead. You'll slowly recover, but in the end, you'll still have to obediently bleed. Sai, you can do whatever you want if you want." After saying that, Xian waved his hand and sealed the rock cage that imprisoned the 4 of them. Not a single sound could be heard. Similarly, they could not sense anything outside the cage, whether it was sound or sight. However, Xian did not calm down because of this, because in the next moment, the 3 purplish warbler girls started to cause a ruckus. Of the 3 girls, 2 of them were tugging at his arms and swinging him left and right, while the last one was standing in front of Xian, pounding her little fists on his chest like she was hammering a stake. Xianxia cauldron? You said this is the Xianxia cauldron? That's a legendary primordial treasure, right? We're doomed, we're doomed. We've really hit the jackpot this time, to be able to randomly pick up such a treasure in the void. We've earned big this time, we have to share the spoils. We have to share the spoils. Yes, yes, yes. As the saying goes, those who see it have a share. The last time you entered the Xianxia cauldron, we went together and even covered for you, not revealing your identity. In the end, you got such a huge benefit, but we didn't get anything. This is too unreasonable, we have to compensate you, but this Xianxia cauldron is a whole, you can't just cut off a piece and take it away. In this case, the cauldron can be yours, but you have to show some appreciation in other aspects, such as, in addition to the battle armor, you have to help us upgrade our small private warships. That's right, we're all familiar with each other, so we'll let it go this time, but you can't cut corners. You have to have all kinds of arrays, especially that killing array system. My brother, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be a Grandmaster Array Master, to even be able to come up with such a battleship killing array system. After all this time, it turned out that the 3 girls were waiting for him here. Xian finally understood and immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. He spread his hands and said, "It's not impossible to help you fuse your small private warships, but you have to let me do it one by one, right? I haven't finished the battle armor from before, and this is only the first fusion. The materials you gave me for the second fusion are still there, so I have to finish the battle armor first before we talk about the warships, right?" Hearing this, the 3 maidservants exploded on the spot, and once again began to chatter noisily. What? You haven't used the materials for the second fusion? We've already brought the treasures and materials for the third fusion this time, aren't you too slow? You can't slack off like this, you have to work overtime. That's right, the situation today is special, so I won't force you, but the next time we meet, the third fusion must be completed. Otherwise, we'll settle everything at once. In the end, Xian could only pat his chest and promise that after this matter was over, he would finish the third fusion first. The next time they met, the 3 battle armors would have all been fused for the 3rd time. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of others. As a result, the 3 maidservants finally stopped bothering him and didn't continue to pester him. By the way, you said you were going to make a breakthrough in seclusion? Then, the purplish warbler changed the topic and asked Xian with a strange expression, "Didn't you just make a breakthrough in the battle? And it's 2 consecutive breakthroughs, from the origin level 7 to the perfection level 9. Why are you breaking through again so soon? You're in such a hurry, be careful that your realm is unstable. Besides, it's not that easy to make a breakthrough in a major realm, it depends on luck. You seem to be a little too hasty. Do you think I want to?" Xian rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. "My cultivation has always been stagnant, and now I'm still at the black hole level 1. The breakthrough I'm talking about now is the path of physical evolution, and I'm relying on the gene cultivation fluid to make a breakthrough. Now, my physical body is at the perfection level 9 of the origin level 9, and I prepared more than 1 bottle of the level 10 fluid. I can take it at any time to make a breakthrough. Once I succeed, I'll immediately advance to the Grotto Heaven level 1, the 10th major realm. Of course, that's in terms of physical body strength. What? You're walking the path of physical evolution? And you even have the level 10 fluid?" Duanmu Xiaocha jumped up immediately and spread her big hand in front of Xian. "I wanted to try it, but I was worried that there wouldn't be any more level 10 fluid after reaching the 9th level. Since you have it, share it with me immediately. I'll say it again, everyone has a share." A Bountiful Harvest Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Clues to the Cave Emptiness. After calming himself down, Xian stepped out of the simple and temporary cave residence. Outside, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had finished their stroll and were waiting outside the cave residence. Seeing Yi Xian walk out of the cave residence and sensing the powerful aura of the grotto heaven realm faintly emanating from his body, the three girls had different reactions, but they were all happy for him. Congratulations, you've finally entered the grotto heaven realm. Wow, the grotto heaven realm is still there. Big brother idol, you have to protect me. From now on, if anyone dares to bully me, Duanmu Xiaocha, I'll tell them your name. You're really a bastard. I've just entered the 9th stage origin realm and was about to catch up to you. Who would have thought that I would be left behind in less than half a day? How infuriating, Yi Xian rolled his eyes at her. It was one thing for the purplish warbler to grumble happily, but what the hell was Duanmu Xiaocha talking about? She made it sound as if she had committed a sin since she was young and was bullied all the time. She was clearly the little princess of the Duanmu clan, one of the top 3 clans in the Heavenly Wind Empire's gene fluid industry. She was the designated successor, okay, with her temperament as a little witch, it was good enough that she didn't bully others. How could others bully her? Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that she would use his name to intimidate others and flaunt her prowess everywhere. After all, after this battle, young Masterling whose name would definitely resound throughout the 3 dimensions of the universe. It was very likely that his fame would overshadow Prince Xian's. In the future, once Yi Xian took the initiative to reveal his identity, this girl would most likely pull on his tiger skin and flaunt it everywhere. Unfortunately, he couldn't warn her about this matter because that would be tantamount to reminding her in advance. With this girl's temperament, she might start to think about it later. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile again. Then, before he could say anything, Shan Yuanziying spoke up first. She frowned and asked, "Oh right, I didn't pay attention before and forgot to ask you. You said that your cultivation technique had been stagnant for a while, and you stopped at the first level of the black hole. You changed your path to physical evolution because... Are you cultivating the void cavern technique? Huh? How do you know the technique?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before subconsciously replying. Then, he instantly came to a realization and a happy expression appeared on his face as he excitedly asked, "I understand now. So the tortoise shell that I bought at the Heavenly River auction house was actually taken out by you. Is that so?" How could he not? There had never been any clues to the later stages of the Dongshu fragment. As for the existence of the tortoise shell that was auctioned off in the Heavenly River Star, as long as Yi Xian had the heart to personally make a trip to the Heavenly River Star, he would definitely be able to find out. But what if he found out? What if the other party was not on Sky River Planet, or had other intentions and did not tell him the truth? Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. Because of this, he had always lacked interest in this matter and did not hold much hope, so he was not in a hurry to go to Sky River Planet. Of course, there were too many things on hand and trouble came one after another. One of the reasons was that he really didn't have the time. But now, all these problems had been solved. The original owner of the ancient tortoise shell that contained the first 8 levels of the cave technique was in front of Yi Xian at this moment, and he was an acquaintance. There was no possibility that he would hide anything from Yi Xian. For him, this was definitely a great surprise. Because it was very likely that he would be able to find clues about the rest of the cave technique. It seems that I guessed right. The technique you practice is indeed the cave technique. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the purplish warbler understood everything. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, "This is all my fault. When I first obtained the ancient tortoise shell, I actually struggled for a long time. In the end, I gritted my teeth and gave up completely. After all, this is an ancient technique that can be called a supreme treasure. No one can easily ignore it. But later, when you bought the tortoise shell, I didn't mean to not remind you. If it weren't for the accident that happened soon after leaving Sky River Planet, I would have asked you about this matter and given you some advice. Later, when you and I were separated, I didn't know where you and Lulua were. I didn't even know whether you were alive or dead. At that time I was so anxious that I completely forgot about this matter. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You knew that it was incomplete and only contained the first few levels of the technique. You could only cultivate it to the 8th level of the black hole realm, but you still practiced it." At this point, the purplish warbler smiled bitterly again. "Because of this, you can only stop practicing this technique and change your path to the evolution of the human body. This is all my fault. Fortunately, your talent in alchemy is amazing. You were able to concoct the 10th and 11th level geno fluids on your own. Presumably, it will be difficult to concoct the 12th and 13th level geno fluids required for the evolution of the human body in the future. In the end, this matter did not lead to the end of your path of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. After saying this, the purplish warbler had an apologetic look on his face. After all, this was the truth. If it were not for Xian, this matter would have been extremely troublesome for him. In fact, if it were another Starry Sky Master, it was very likely that they would not even be able to obtain the 8th or 9th level geno fluids. They were too precious. In that case, it would be impossible to decide to walk the path of the evolution of the human body. This also meant that their cultivation would be completely stagnant, and there would be no hope for them to move forward. No, why are you saying this? What's the relationship between the two of us? You can trick anyone, but you can't trick me. Because of his excitement, Xian did not choose his words carefully. As soon as these words left his mouth, the purplish warbler's face immediately turned red. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru on the side also covered their mouths and snickered. However, he did not realize that something was wrong at all. He then continued to ask, his hand subconsciously holding the purplish warbler's soft shoulders, "Anyway, that's not important. Not to mention that you didn't persuade me, even if you did, I have to learn the void dimension technique. The most important question now is, that ancient tortoiseshell, where did you get it? You want to find the next part of this technique?" The purplish warbler was shocked, and the bashful look on her face quickly disappeared. She stared at Xian with a serious expression and warned, "I advise you to stop here and not dwell on this matter. Because I also tried to find it before. Not only was there no result, but I also narrowly escaped death, and that was under the circumstances that there was no external pressure. But you are different, you and the various races of the Second Universe Federation are now like fire and water. The other exit of the giant universe wormhole that connects the first universe and the second universe is always guarded by the allied forces of the second universe. All the warships that enter and leave the wormhole must be inspected to prevent the experts of the Tianji clan or their slave races from sneaking in. As long as you go there, you will be discovered immediately." Chapter 3354, Chapter 335 Abyss Turtles. See, what's more, the place where I got the ancient turtle shell is an extremely dangerous place in the second universe. How can you still have the energy to explore the Abyss Turtle Sea when the external pressure is so strong that it's terrifying? Hearing this, Xian was stunned. The Abyss Turtle Sea? The Abyss Turtle Sea in the second universe? The purplish warbler was right. Given the irreconcilable relationship between Xian and the races of the Second Universe Federation, it would indeed be difficult for him to move an inch if he went to the second universe. On the one hand, the exit of the giant natural wormhole from the first universe to the second universe was guarded by a large number of the allied forces of the Second Universe Federation, and the inspection was very strict. On the other hand, even if Xian could change his appearance again, or simply go with the identity of Prince Xian, he would still expose himself as young Master Ling Hu in the end if there were no accidents. This was because Xian's combat weapon, armor, and warship had all been exposed as young Master Ling Hu after the last fusion. In a short time, it was obviously impossible for him to refine these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses and change their appearance again. After all, they were quasi-Starry Sky supreme treasures. Ordinary materials and treasures of the same type were not worthy of them at all. If he forcibly mixed them in and refined them, it was even possible that the grade would be affected and the refinement would fail. The further he went, the more likely the refinement would fail, which was equivalent to wasting all his previous efforts. Therefore, Xian could not be reckless with every refinement in the future. He had to be very careful. In addition to these three basic treasures of the Starry Sky powerhouses, he had exposed many magical secret methods and spiritual skills as young Master Ling Hu. After arriving in the second universe, it was impossible not to reveal all of these. At least, small private warships were often used. Moreover, the Abyss Turtle Sea was extremely dangerous, even in the periphery. Xian needed to summon the indestructible glass armor, and although the Void Sea was dangerous, it happened to be quite beneficial. Therefore, not only the powerhouses of the Federation of the Second Universe but also many of the powerhouses of the human race of the Third Universe flocked there. Under such circumstances, with so many eyes, the chances of Xian being exposed were extremely high. Once his identity was exposed, it would definitely have a huge impact on Xian. At the same time, there would be danger looming. All the races of the Federation in the Second Universe would probably go crazy and try to keep him here. The Nether Turtle Ocean is the habitat of the Nether Turtle clan in the Second Universe. Even though the Void Ocean is too vast, so the Nether Turtle clan doesn't prohibit outsiders from exploring it. It's even to the extent that the human experts from the First Universe are no exception. However, it's really too dangerous for you to head there. Just as Xian was pondering, Zhao Qianru took over the conversation. She looked at Xian with a serious expression and said, although the Nether Turtle race is reclusive and doesn't like to interact with others, they are still one of the races in the Second Universe's Federation. Furthermore, they are one of the top 10 races. If you enter the Nether Turtle Ocean, even if you won't be discovered by other powerhouses, you definitely won't be able to escape the surveillance of the Nether Turtle clan. There's at least a 90% chance of your identity being exposed. Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha tried to persuade him again. Therefore, it's better not to consider this matter anymore. It's too dangerous and not worth it. After all, after Big Sister Ziying obtained the ancient turtle shell, she also explored the nearby Void Ocean. She didn't find anything at all. Even if you go, you might not be able to obtain anything. Why bother? At the end of her sentence, Duanmu Xiaocha pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Xian. She said, if anything were to happen to you over there, how would we three sisters be able to live? Ba, don't misunderstand, what I mean is that you are my idol. If something were to happen to you, I would definitely be sad. If there's really no way to live, it'll be the two of them at most. Especially Big Sister Ziying. In any case, it doesn't include me. Before Duanmu Xiaocha could finish speaking, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru had already reacted. Large amounts of red light appeared on their faces at the same time. Perhaps it was because they felt too embarrassed, but they actually chased after Duanmu Xiaocha and slapped her to cover it up. Aya, you damned girl. You've chosen too cleanly. So what if you're playing? You're extremely nimble when it comes to harming the two of us. I didn't notice that this little girl really knows how to scheme. For a time, the three of them were in a mess, and it instead left Xian, who had a solemn expression and thought that he was talking about an important matter alone at the side. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Xian asked Purplish Warbler about the exact location of the Nether Turtle Ocean where she'd obtained the ancient turtle shell by chance. On the surface, he expressed that he would seriously consider this question. At the very least, he hadn't decided to go to the Nether Turtle Ocean yet. But in reality, Xian didn't need to consider this question at all. He was definitely going to the Second Universe. Even if he didn't mention going to the Nether Turtle Ocean to search for the follow-up to the Hollow Dimension technique, he still had to go. This was because ever since his system title had been upgraded, Xian now had the ability to jump across dimensions. However, if he wanted to activate this ability and successfully perform a coordinate jump, the prerequisite was that the dimension he was going to had to be adjacent to each other. Moreover, he had to have already imprinted the coordinates of the target dimension in advance. At present, there were only 3 known dimensions, or rather, the ones that had been more or less completely explored. They were the first universe occupied by the Tianji clan, the second universe shared by the various races of the Federation, and the third universe occupied by the human race. These 3 dimensions were all connected to each other because they were all connected by giant natural wormholes. However, Xian had already imprinted the coordinates of both the first and second universes. He had never even gone to the second universe before, so he hadn't completed the mission yet. Just for the sake of completing this mission, he had to go to the second universe no matter what. As for the so-called danger, Xian didn't care at all. In his opinion, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Back when he was just a core realm cultivator, he dared to venture into the first universe ruled by the Tianji clan alone, let alone now that he was already a level 1 Grotto Heaven realm cultivator, who was already a level 1 Starry Sky realm cultivator. People couldn't go back in time the longer they lived. Just this reason alone was enough to make Xian firm on his decision to go. Then, Yi Xian asked how long he had been in seclusion this time. When he learned that 2 days had already passed, he immediately couldn't sit still anymore. He waved his hand at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru and said, I almost messed up the proper business. Previously, I made an agreement with those old bastards of the various races of the Federation in the second universe. If they don't ransom the people in 3 days, I'll stew them all in one pot. This matter can't be delayed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold the fort later. As a person, I can't go back on my words. Green rope transforms into a dragon. The 3 purplish warbler girls behind him were stunned for a moment, and then rolled their eyes. It was really intoxicating for him to use the phrase, can't go back on one's word. At the same time, in the void outside the cauldron, 2 figures were flying toward the cauldron from 2 different directions. They were Xiaoyaozi and Xianxia Fairy, 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan who had recently appeared in the world. Right now, 2 days had passed since Yi Xian gave them the 3-day deadline. The allied forces of the second universe that had gone to the capital of Tianshan country, Tianshan Star, had already returned yesterday. They had spent a lot of money to send all kinds of treasures and rare minerals through the micro-wormhole. They had put them into small space boxes and sent them into the Shinong cauldron. It was the same for the top families and forces of the third universe. Many small space boxes, which contained the so-called ransom they thought should be enough, were thrown into the mouth of the Shinong cauldron. Of course, every small space box had a label, indicating the origin of the thrower. What followed was a long and boring day of waiting. Young Master Linghu did not show up for the entire day. Instead, the human prisoners of war were busy under the leadership of the so-called 8 great guardian deities. There were more than 200 small space boxes piled up into a small hill. They would open every small space box to check if the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals inside matched the quantities on the lists. They did their best, but the elders of the various races of the Federation in the second universe gnashed their teeth in anger. The people in charge of the top families of the human race were even more embarrassed. They could only use one reason to comfort themselves. They were forced to do this, and they had no other choice. It was also at this moment that a silver ray of light shot over from the distant void. This person was Fairy Xianxia, and she came from planet Xianxia in the Heavenly Wind Empire. She was one of the 4 peerless prodigies of the human race. She was young, but she was already a 9th-stage mystic light realm cultivator. She created the Jade Dragon Island and called herself the Island Master. She also had the ancient treasure, the soul-binding chain. Although this treasure was in the shape of a rope, its power was extraordinary, and it had a strong origin. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world. It had already existed during the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, this spirit stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon during the ancient times, exploiting the chaos energy. Finally, it matured and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After it died, it was buried in the spiritual mountain, and spiritual stone. 1,000 years later, the spiritual stone and stone, spiritual stone. It was said that when the spiritual stone studio, it was spiritual stone, Tao, spiritual stone, and spiritual stone, spiritual studio, spiritual and Z, spiritual studio, is spiritual studio editor studio. The reason why Xianxia Fairy became famous and was respected as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human clan was not unrelated to her own terrifying talent, but to a certain extent, it was because of this. Back then, he had displayed the soul shackle in front of everyone. When this shackle was casually tossed out by her, it instantly shone brightly with silver light and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long silver dragon phantom. The desolate aura it emitted covered the heavens and the earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into 2 in the blink of an eye. It was like pulling tofu with steel wires, and it was truly shocking. The sudden arrival of Fairy Xianxia was obviously for young Master Linghu. This caused a commotion. After the initial shock, the experts of the human clan who were trapped in the void around the formation began to whisper to each other and discuss among themselves. Could it be that Fairy Xianxia refused to accept the reputation of Linghu young master as one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the clan? Was that why she had come in person and wanted to take him down a notch? Unfortunately, she did not have the chance to do so. Young Masterling Hu was holed up in the giant star cauldron and would not come out at all. He had already altered the cauldron's internal domain. Although it was no longer the same as before, where only starry sky experts below the origin realm could enter, it was only an increase of one major realm. The highest level of cultivation that could enter was now limited to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. At the 9th major realm, the grand perfection of the 9th rank. Fairy Xianxia, on the other hand, was at the peak of the 9th realm of the mystic light realm. She was definitely powerful, but she had exceeded the limits of the internal field of the giant star cauldron by an entire realm. There was no way she could enter. It's a pity that young Masterling Hu is holed up in the giant star cauldron. Otherwise, this battle would definitely be very exciting. That's right. A peerless genius fighting a peerless genius. This is a grand occasion for the younger generation of the human clan. It could have happened, but now it's completely impossible. What a pity. It's obvious that young Masterling Hu is not competent enough. Maybe he's holed up in the giant star cauldron not just to avoid the grand cultivators of universe. He's too famous, so naturally, he's under a lot of pressure. Young Masterling Hu probably predicted this situation and avoided it in advance. Some people thought that young Masterling Hu had escaped a calamity today. Otherwise, even though he was known as one of the two peerless prodigies of the human race, he still hadn't truly matured yet. Even though he had astonishingly broken through 2 minor stages in a row during the previous battle, his cultivation base was still only at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the origin stage. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he wasn't the invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the self-cultivator camp. This wasn't his strength. If he were to fight Fairy Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, he would probably be defeated. While the discussion was going on, the fairy-like Xianxia fairy in a white dress finally came close. Her face was cold, without any expression, but her eyes were glittering. She completely ignored the large number of starry sky experts, battleships, fortresses, and even small fortresses in the void around the space trap formation. In her eyes, there seemed to be only the tunnel that the space trap array had opened for her. After entering the array, she would be able to reach the space above the giant star cauldron. Sure enough, after arriving, Fairy Xianxia didn't stop for a moment. She immediately jumped into the tunnel and headed straight for the giant star cauldron in the center of the space trap array. Seeing this scene, the numerous powerhouses in the starry sky outside the grand array cried out in surprise again. What does she want to do? Does she want to enter the giant star cauldron? How is that possible? Since she knows that the incident happened in this star field, Fairy Xianxia must have gotten some information from the star web before she came here. So, how could she not know the entry limit of the giant star cauldron? Could it be that she has another way to force her way in? If that's the case, then the Heavenly Battle Empire's ancestor Zhan too came here for nothing. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay here and wait for Fairy Xianxia to come to him? He can just use this method to enter together. Whoosh! Before the discussions around the space trap array stopped, Fairy Xianxia, who had already entered the array, had already made her move. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, she waved her right hand, and a green light shot out. Fairy descends as Fairy Xianxia waved her hand, a green waterfall shot out from her hand. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a green dragon that was thousands of feet long. Before the many starry sky masters outside the void trap formation could recover from their shock, the giant azure dragon opened its ferocious maw and swallowed Fairy Xianxia in one gulp. Then, it turned around and plunged headfirst into the 9-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron, disappearing. If an existence whose cultivation base had exceeded the 9th stage of the origin stage attempted to enter the giant star cauldron, they would be attacked as soon as they came into contact with the mysterious 9-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron. The 9-colored mist above the mouth of the cauldron would turn into a mysterious 9-colored flame in an instant. Using the aura of the divine sense as a guide, it would lock onto the body and burn continuously until the body and soul were destroyed and turned into ashes. After all, the farmer god cauldron was a primordial treasure. When it was combined with the farmer god cauldron, its level was raised to the level of a primordial treasure. The 9-colored flame, which represented its strongest power, was obviously no small matter. Previously, an expert of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had tried it. An elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, who was at the late stage of the Void Realm, almost died under this mysterious and terrifying nine-colored flame. Even the mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan, Xianxia ancestor, was extremely afraid after trying it. He concluded that even if he forced his way in, the result would be either death or injury. Moreover, it would be a serious injury that was close to death. If not, Xianxia ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan would have forced his way in long ago. He would not have spent so much effort to visit a friend and ask for help. This kind of thing required one to owe a favor, and the favor of a mighty figure of the Heaven and Earth Emperor clan was obviously not so easy to owe. It was very likely that it would be of great importance in the future. However, at this moment, the green dragon plunged headfirst into the giant star cauldron, but it did not cause any changes at all. The mysterious nine-colored mist above the mouth of the giant star cauldron only surged for a while before it became still. It did not seem to reject the green dragon. As for Fairy Xianxia, after she was swallowed by the green dragon, her aura was concealed by the body of the green dragon. Even the internal field of the farmer god cauldron could not sense her. It could be seen that the treasure that summoned the green dragon must be extraordinary, at least a primordial treasure, not inferior to the farmer god cauldron. Look, she actually went in, safe and sound. The nine mist above the cauldron's mouth of the cauldron did not stop her. This is really too shocking. What is the origin of that green dragon? This dragon seems to be formed from a thin rope. When Fairy Xianxia threw it out earlier, it was clearly a green rope, its soul entangling chain's soul binding it must be that treasure. I didn't expect it to be able to transform into a green dragon. It's obvious that Fairy Xianxia did not use its full power last time. She held back. It seems that the four peerless prodigies of the human race must have held back, including the carefree child, the fallen demon child, and the demon dust woman. Their true strength must be even stronger. Young Master Linghu is in trouble this time. No matter how strong the internal field of the giant star cauldron is, there are still flaws. Fairy Xianxia is at the peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm. She is 2 realms stronger than young Master Linghu. No matter how monstrous he is, he won't be able to defeat her this time. He is destined to be suppressed. As these cries of surprise rang out, the face of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's clan elder, Xianxia, who was guarding outside the Great Void Trap Formation, who was at the peak of the 9th level Void Realm, had completely darkened. He never thought that someone would be able to ignore the restrictions of the giant star cauldron's field and charge in with a cultivation that far surpassed the 9th realm of the origin. Even the most powerful beings in heaven and earth wouldn't be able to do this unless they had a specific secret technique. However, a peak of the mystic light realm, the 11th realm, managed to do it. To Xianxia, this was a huge change. He wasn't worried that Yi Xian would be killed by Fairy Xianxia, who had accidentally entered the space inside the cauldron. Instead, he was worried that Fairy Xianxia would be the first to take away all the fortunes related to Yi Xian. She was at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, which was more than 2 whole realms higher than young Master Linghu. She definitely had the power to crush him, and it was even possible to capture him alive. Since the soul-entangling chain, which had transformed into a 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, could easily ignore the rules of the field and force its way into the space inside the giant star cauldron, it meant that its level was definitely not lower than the giant cauldron. It was at least a primordial treasure. If Fairy Xianxia had such a treasure with her, she could easily escape after capturing young Master Linghu. She would leave the way she came. With the mysterious power of the soul-entangling chain, there was no supreme figure of the 15th Great Realm present. Who else could stop her? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's face became more and more gloomy. After thinking for a while, he immediately issued an order and shouted in a deep voice, "Immediately close the portal of the void trap array. This woman has an ancient treasure in her hand. Even so, I don't know if we can stop her. Everyone, be alert. Once the situation changes, immediately take action." In other words, he was clearly reminding the experts of the various forces in the void that young Master Linghu, who was in the giant star cauldron, was very likely to come out soon and be captured by Fairy Xianxia and forced to flee far away. The powerful beings of the human clan in the surrounding space were instantly refreshed. After waiting for so long, the critical moment was finally here. They originally thought that this moment would come when the powerful beings of the war race returned, but they didn't expect that it would be brought forward by the sudden arrival of Fairy Xianxia. At the same time, in the space occupied by the allied forces of the second universe, there was also a burst of arrogant laughter, revealing a sense of venting. Ha ha ha, is that brat finally going to die? This is so satisfying. This time, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him stay. Ha ha ha. Old wolf, count me in. Me too. I don't care about any benefits on this brat now. As long as he appears, I will definitely attack with all my strength. If I can keep him alive, that's fine. If I can't, I will kill him directly. Fellow cultivators of the human clan, please don't stop me at that time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile. With the strange laughter of these old monsters of the allied forces of the second universe, the high-level beings of the human clan present suddenly frowned. However, before they could say anything, some of the powerful beings of the starry sky who had been paying attention to the silver light curtain in the void trap formation had already exclaimed. Look, young masterling who has finally appeared after disappearing for 2 days. 8 heavenly kings inside the Shinnon cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru walked out of the furnace volcano and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. In their line of sight, the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Chenzi, Gongwu Xian, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war were excitedly gathered together and discussing animatedly. They were inexplicably excited as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. The other prisoners of war were basically all gathered around and looking inside. In the center of the encirclement where the 8 great guardian deities and others were gathered, a pile of small space boxes could be seen. Damn. It seems that you guys are really King precious. It hasn't even been 3 days and the small space boxes are already piled up like this? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. As he spoke, he turned to look at Medusa and the other young masters of the second universe and grinned. Don't worry, since the ransom is already in place, as long as the quality and quantity are comparable to your value and can satisfy this young master, everything that was promised before will be kept. This young master won't kill you, nor will I eat you. When I find an opportunity later, I will definitely let you guys go. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Medusa and others roared. The 8 of them roared at the same time, and they were furious. What? You want to find an opportunity to let us go? Ling Huchong, don't be so shameless. You've already received the ransom, but you're not willing to let us go. This is clearly shameless. Are all humans so shameless? This is too much. Let us go immediately. We want to leave now, that's right, we can't waste a moment. We must let them go immediately. Before these people could finish roaring, Yi Xian rushed over and raised his hand to slap the one who was the most arrogant. Slap. 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 Gr raised his hand and pointed, almost hitting the tip of this guy's nose. Humans are shameless? Try saying that again if you have the guts. Do you believe that I will kill you right now? This guy was scared out of his wits on the spot. His face was pale, and his lips moved a few times, but he didn't dare to squeeze out a single word from between his teeth. Stay here obediently. This young master said that he will let you go, and I will definitely not go back on my words. Seeing that the other 7 people was stunned, Yi Xian's anger dissipated a little. Yi Xian's anger was reduced, and he continued, as for when I will let you go, that is up to this young master. That is, I will decide. Do you think that this young master want to keep you here and on ice? When the time comes, no matter how much you cry and beg to stay, this young master won't agree. That includes you too. You. On of course, before I will definitely master, and, and of course. As of me, on, and master, of you. Of. Was. And of the of course. Ons, and, you. On of them, of course, of mind, of ye, masters, of Chen Zi, of. Of course not, young master. Yi Xian was in a fit of anger, and his words were not polite at all. Wu Chenzi, Gong Wu Xin, and the other prisoners' faces darkened. However, the 8 great guardian deities did not feel this way at all. They all smiled and greeted Xian flatteringly. One of them had already handed over a long list. He grinned and said, "Young master, don't worry. We will keep a close eye on these guys. If anyone dares to disobey us, we will immediately. Here is the list. We have checked all the space boxes sent by the top families and sects, including the space boxes sent by those old bastards from the Federation of the Second Universe. The quantity and quality of the heaven and earth treasures are all correct. You will understand after you take a look." After that, the list was handed over to Xian with great respect. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners glared fiercely at the 8 great guardian deities. They gritted their teeth and looked like they couldn't wait to eat the 8 of them alive. Xian couldn't help but take another look at these fellows. There was a playful look in his eyes. One had to know that there was still a silver light screen in the sky above their heads. These fellows' behavior, words, and actions were all transmitted through this silver light screen to the outside of the space inside the cauldron. In all likelihood, all of this fell into the eyes of the group of old men waiting in the void outside the cauldron. There was no way the 8 of them didn't know about this, but they still dared to act like this. Just based on this point alone, Xian couldn't help but think highly of them. Did the families behind the 8 of you send any ransom money? After glancing at the list in his hand, Xian waved his hand and stored all the space boxes into his undying world. His expression didn't change as he casually asked. The 8 great guardian deities were stunned for a moment before one of them weakly replied, "No," including the 3 beauties Shen and Duanmu. Their families didn't send any ransom money either. The 3 of them didn't attack this young master, so they aren't prisoners of war. They are this young master's friends. What ransom money is there? Xian curled his lips and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities. He continued, "As for the 8 of you, although your recent performance has been good, you still attacked this young master before. This young master can choose not to take your cultivation resources, but since the ransom hasn't arrived, this young master doesn't want to take them. The few of you can use your bodies as payment. For the next 100 years, you will do menial tasks for this young master. Once the time is up, this young master will let you go as you please. Do you have any objections? If you have any, say it early. This young master will kill you on the spot and save us the trouble." The 8 great guardian deities shrunk their necks in fear and repeatedly said that they wouldn't dare. However, their faces were filled with joy. The 8 of them could clearly see that Xian had purposely said those words to fulfill their wishes. Not only would they follow Xian, but they also wouldn't have to worry about the families behind them being questioned and held accountable by the other human forces. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The 8 of them were originally in the same small team as Dongfeng Lin and had come to hunt young Master Ling Hu. However, ever since they were subdued by Xian and were given the title of 8 great guardian deities, they had been ordered to take care of Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war. It was unknown when they had thought it through, but they actually sincerely wanted to follow Xian. It just so happened that Xian had also noticed this. He admired the 8 of them for their adaptability, and had the idea of taking them under his command. As a result, the 8 great guardian deities under Prince Xian came to be. They reigned over the 3 great planes of the universe and were revered by tens of thousands of people. Today, the 4 prodigies of cultivation, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were standing aside and looking at the 8 of them with disdain on their faces, wouldn't even have the qualifications to raise their heads in front of the 8 great guardian deities in the future. They could only prostrate themselves on the ground and respectfully kowtow to them. 100 years? I'm very curious. Where did you get the confidence to live for so long? Is it because this island master hasn't arrived yet? I just happen to be lacking a female servant. As this sarcastic voice sounded, the azure dragon that was soaring in the sky suddenly opened its mouth. A silhouette wrapped in silver rushed out of the azure dragon's mouth and stood on top of the azure dragon's head in a flash. At this moment, the 3,000-meter-long azure dragon had already stopped in its tracks and was floating in the air in the distance. A pair of green eyes stared at Xian with merciless disdain. This scene appeared too suddenly. Everyone, including Xian, was stunned. Then, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others exclaimed one after another. Fairy Xianxia? She's indeed extraordinary. She's able to break through the barrier of the Shenong giant cauldron despite being at the peak of the mystic light realm. She's going against the heavens. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Is something big going to happen? As these exclamations sounded, Gong Wuxin and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. As the prodigies of the various sects, clans, and forces of the human race, they didn't even respect the invincible battle god and young master Ling Hu, who were causing a ruckus in the cultivation camp, who were known as the three masters of medicine, tool, and formation. As for the carefree Z, Fairy Xianxia, the fallen demon's son, and the demon dust woman, these four so-called prodigies of the human race, they were even more dissatisfied. However, after witnessing Fairy Xianxia's power with their own eyes, Gong Wuxin and the others finally realized the difference between them and Fairy Xianxia. They hadn't seen the invincible battle god before, so they didn't know how he looked like. However, they had fought young Master Ling Hu before. It could be said that if young Master Ling Hu didn't have the glazed armor and other treasures, they might have been able to defeat him. From this perspective, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them and the two so-called prodigies of the human race. However, Fairy Xianxia in front of them was a huge blow to them. She was from the same generation as them, but she was already at the peak of the mystic light realm. This was enough to make Gong Wuxin and the others feel dejected, not to mention that she had the desolate Era's soul-binding chain. At this moment, she was standing on top of the azure dragon's head in silver. Her peerless beauty was indeed dazzling. She was worthy of being called a prodigy of the human race. Even Medusa and the other 8 young masters from various races of the Second Universe Federation, who were being held captive on the slope, couldn't help but be a little absent-minded when they looked at Fairy Xianxia's peerless beauty. As people who had the bloodline of ancient divine birds and divine beasts, they had always been extremely arrogant and did not take the human race's geniuses seriously. Even though they had been defeated by young Master Ling Hu today, they were still unconvinced. In their opinion, young Master Ling Hu was wearing a quasi-starry sky-rank glazed battle armor, so he had an unfair advantage. However, at this moment, Fairy Xianxia's peerless beauty made them lose their temper. They finally realized how big the human race was. At least, they weren't their match. Everyone was dazed by Fairy Xianxia, who was as graceful as an immortal. They couldn't keep their cool. Only Yi Xian was stunned for a moment at first, but he quickly calmed down and didn't have any surprised reactions. He raised his hand and pointed at Fairy Xianxia as he said, "This island master? Are you from Jade Dragon Island?" Fairy Xianxia? Without waiting for the other party to reply, Yi Xian's figure leaped into the air and punched towards Fairy Xianxia. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. This young master just so happens to lack a pleasing female servant, so it's yours. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, glazed Fairy Xianxia's giant fist arrived. It made a sonic boom in the void. It was many times stronger than before. This Shenong's cauldron is my territory. You came here uninvited and ignored the rules I set because you have a primordial treasure. Since that's the case, I'll take away your soul-entangling rope. You'll remember this and don't be too arrogant. Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground were shocked when they heard the explosion. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other young masters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were shocked. They all cried out in surprise. What? The power of this punch. It's the aura of level 1 Grotto Heaven. Did young Master Ling Hu break through again? He said he was going into seclusion. I didn't expect him to succeed. But how is this possible? He just broke through once in a battle, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. After the battle, he went into seclusion again. In just 2 days, he broke through a big realm and entered level 1 Grotto Heaven. Is he still human? I've never heard of cultivation like this. He broke through 2 small realms and still has energy. What kind of medicine did he eat? I get it. Young Master Ling Hu must have eaten the most roasted chicken wings and beef tendons. Even the girl from the Xianyuan family broke through 1 small realm. What's the big deal about him breaking through 3 realms? As these cries of surprise rang out, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other human geniuses reflexively looked towards Medusa's group of 8. Previously, they had each been given a small piece of roasted beef, so they knew its effects. The key was that Xian had used the Shenong cauldron's orange-red fire to roast it to an extraordinary effect. These guys were obviously tempted again. Their eyes were glowing with a green light. Anyone who saw them could tell what they were thinking. Medusa and the others of the colored python clan shuddered. The 8 of them felt uncomfortable. They felt that the human race was too ferocious. They were not as gentle and easy to get along with as they seemed on the surface. This scene was seen by all the masters of the starry sky outside the space trap formation through the silver light curtain in the sky. The second universe's allied forces immediately roared angrily again. The leaders of the human race's major sects and top families all looked embarrassed. Their juniors were staring at the young masters of their allies from the second universe with green eyes. They looked like they were about to drool. It was really embarrassing. These stinky brats were all led astray by young Master Linghu. That guy was poisonous. Would it be contagious? Now, many people were starting to worry in their hearts. What if their young master returned and became a glutton like young Master Linghu? This matter would really be ket up and vexed. You want my soul-binding treasure chain? Linghu Chong, you are really greedy. Unfortunately, you can't take it even if I give it to you. The chain has been refined. Unless I die, no one can take it away. At the same time, in the sky inside the cauldron, Fairy Xianxia sneered at Yi Xian's words. Her figure flashed and she dodged Yi Xian's powerful punch that produced a sonic boom in the air. He then nodded and continued, interesting. To think that you've reached level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Unfortunately, you're still too far away. You're nothing in front of this island master. Suppressing you makes this island master's cheeks burn. It feels like I'm bullying an ant, swish. Intermediate mutation system whoosh, the sound of the air being torn rang out as the soul-entangling rope revealed its true form. The rope was 300 meters long and was only a finger thick. It was like a slender green spirit serpent as it rapidly coiled towards Yi Xian. It was said that this chain was created after the death of a spiritual beast, so if one could fully unleash the power of this chain, even a god wouldn't be able to escape. Flying in the sky and escaping in the earth would be bound by the chain. At this moment, when it was used, it immediately caused Yi Xian's heart to jump as he felt a strong sense of danger. As expected of a primordial treasure, its power was indeed extraordinary. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, as Fairy Xianxia had said, this treasure had already been refined by her. If he wanted to seize it, he would have to kill Fairy Xianxia. That was something Yi Xian didn't want. It was rare for the human race to have several people who could be called peerless geniuses. They were all young people with great room for development in the future. Perhaps they could lead the entire human race to glory. If he caused them to die early for his own selfish desires, this was something that Yi Xian couldn't do. The rope has a spirit. Since it has already recognized you as its master, this young master naturally can't seize your beauty. However, I don't want the rope, but there's no need to be polite with the person. Yi Xian sneered, and his tone was incomparably domineering. It's the same if I take you as my servant. At that time, you'll be mine, let alone this rope. That's right, let's do that, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-entangling rope that shot over like a slender spirit serpent had already descended and directly tied up the mecha giant that was like a small mountain. It was unknown how many rounds it had wrapped around the mecha giant countless times. The surface of the mecha giant was densely wrapped all over. Sigh, in the end, young Master Linghu was still no match. He was suppressed in just one exchange. The difference in cultivation is too great. Young Master Linghu's Shenong treasured cauldron has already been used. Now that he's inside the cauldron, he won't be able to use it as he pleases. His invincible legend has been shattered. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war let out sighs. The 8 great guardian deities were even more absent-minded. Yi Xian had been suppressed as soon as they met face to face. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. After all, this was an existence that had once completely suppressed all of them, yet he was unable to withstand a single blow. It was somewhat disappointing. Everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Outside the cauldron, in the void around the space trap formation, there were also a lot of exclamations. The Starry Sky Masters were also very disappointed. Was a peerless genius going to die? It was rare for the human race to have two peerless geniuses, but now, only the invincible war god was left. Young Master Linghu had already been suppressed. As the exclamations sounded, everyone was even more prepared to make a move, especially on the side of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe that occupied a corner of the void trap formation. Some of the more powerful elders of the various races were about to take out their own magical treasures. Fairy Xianxia had the soul-entangling treasure chain, which could even ignore the rules of the Star Cauldron. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with it. Otherwise, they would most likely be able to escape. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-entangling treasure chain, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't shocked by the power of the soul-entangling treasure chain, but because the familiar notification sound of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his head. The content was too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A system carrier has been discovered. Host, Fairy Xianxia, Peak Mystic Light Realm Level 9. System Evolution Level, Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system competition mission has been activated. Mission requirement, subdue Fairy Xianxia. Mission success reward, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. A system carrier like himself, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Ever since he had obtained the devouring system, this was the first time he had encountered a system carrier like himself. Before this, Yi Xian already knew that the devouring system was the invention of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. After Xingbo's death, the second intelligent robot he created, which was the current imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, Dr. had spread the system seeds out to select geniuses from the human race. Even until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what Xingbo's or Dr's ultimate goal was after the devouring system had evolved to its final stage. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the number of system seeds that Dr. had spread out back then was definitely huge. However, no matter how many system seeds there were, they were scattered throughout the entire third universe that was occupied by the human race and even the other universes. The chances of those who obtained the system seeds and became the system carriers meeting each other was still very low. After all, the territory was too vast. And now, Yi Xian had encountered one and had even triggered a system competition mission. He had to fight with the other party, and the other party would be subdued. Moreover, the loser would also be allowed to choose a treasure from the system exchange store. This was no joke, because the system exchange store was not a place where one could take things for free. Once the other party chose a treasure, the loser would definitely have to foot the bill. If the other party chose a treasure of great value, he would instantly be in debt and would have to work for the system in the future to find devouring source crystals to repay his debts. At the same time, this was also an opportunity, because as long as he succeeded in subduing the other party, he would be able to obtain a system exchange treasure that he had taken a fancy to but did not have the ability to exchange for. After thinking this through, Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. This was an item from the system exchange store, so it was very difficult to find it outside. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Fairy Xianxia's face was full of shock and she fell into a daze. In her mind, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Linghu Chong, Grotto Heaven Rank 1. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. The authenticity of the basic information cannot be confirmed. The other party's identity is suspected to be fake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement, subdue Linghu Chong. Mission reward, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. You're also, as the system notification sounded in her mind, Fairy Xianxia was completely shocked. Like Yi Xian, this was the first time she had encountered a system carrier of the same kind as her. Moreover, although Yi Xian's devouring system was the same as hers and had only evolved to the intermediate level, Yi Xian's devouring system was an intermediate mutation. Since it was a mutation, it meant that it had unlimited possibilities, which made Fairy Xianxia feel threatened. For example, although the system notification clearly indicated that this young master Ling Huchang's identity might be fake, it was unable to find out his true identity. Even basic information was blocked, which showed how strange the other party's system's mutation was. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Suppression. I have to say, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Although you're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, you're a mid-level mutation. Even the Island Master can't see through you. That alone is enough to be proud of. Killing intent flashed in Fairy Xianxia's eyes as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. She sneered and continued, unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, all treachery is just an illusion. It's meaningless. I don't care what your true identity is, nor do I care what you've experienced to make it enter the path of mutation and evolution. In short, today, you're destined to fall here. Or, surrender to me. You don't have much time. I will give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Even if you hide in this quasi-starry sky-grade combat armor, you won't be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't ever doubt the sharpness of the soul-entangling rope, it is indestructible. As she spoke until here, the light in Fairy Xianxia's eyes shone once again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smug expression, as if she was certain that this battle had already been decided by her in advance. Everything had already been decided the moment she seized the initiative and tied up Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, with the soul twining chain. The so-called system competition war had ended before it even started. Puff. I say, girl, do you think this is fun? However, what surprised Fairy Xianxia was that just as she finished speaking, not only did Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-binding chain in the air like a gigantic human-shaped dumpling, not only didn't panic, he even seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. He even rolled his eyes. We are the same kind of people. Who doesn't know who is who? Since you are acting like this, why don't you change your name? Don't call yourself Island Master of Jade Dragon Island. In my opinion, Big Tail Wolf suits you very well. It is perfect. As he spoke, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fairy Xianxia to react. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled as he abruptly shouted, "Isn't it just a lousy rope? At most, it is a desolate-era treasure weapon. Who are you trying to scare?" Following these words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly blazed. Two indistinct cyan lights flashed as they shot out at an extremely fast speed and landed on the soul-binding chain that bound his body. These two green lights were precisely the power of the demon's soul pupil that was like a divine eye in the depths of Yi Xian's brows. Once this pupil was activated, there was a certain chance of triggering the mysterious effect of peering into one's origin. Previously, in the desolate-era prison in the demon domain of the first universe, Yi Xian had triggered the demon's soul pupils peering into one's origin. That was how he could clearly see the primal chaos spiritual chi contained in the endless corpse pool. Then, he immersed himself in it and performed the first divine dragon body tempering technique, successfully awakening the golden divine dragon bloodline that originated from the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. And now, as Yi Xian activated the demon's soul pupil again, the peering into one's origin effect was triggered again. In an instant, the soul-entangling chain that tied Yi Xian up like a big dumpling suddenly became different in Yi Xian's eyes. With the help of the demon's soul pupils peering into one's origin, Yi Xian clearly saw the keynote of the chain's power field. Like the 7 inches of a snake, it was the weak point of the chain. Soul-entangling chain? In this young master's opinion, it's just SOSO. Don't look at how you tied it up just now. If this young master wanted to break the binding effect of this chain, it would be a piece of cake, ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, Yi Xian immediately activated the mental source core in his brain. A wisp of invisible mental power shot out from between his eyebrows and accurately landed on a section of the soul-entangling chain on the right side of his chest. Hiss! In the next moment, a faint sound like silk tearing was heard. The cyan soul-entangling chain that had wrapped around Yi Xian's mecha like a big dumpling loosened on its own. Before Xianxia Fairy, who was holding the end of the chain, could react, Yi Xian's body suddenly struggled and rushed into the sky. Now it's this young master's turn. Girl, I hope you can withstand this punch. Boom! Yi Xian's figure soared into the sky. While he was still on the way, Xian shouted out explosively once again. His momentum suddenly came to a halt, and he swung his right fist. His entire body explosively fell down like a dark purple meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fairy Xianxia. His enormous purple fist, which was even thicker than his body, brazenly smashed down. The latter's expression instantly changed, and shock was written all over her face. Obviously, she never thought that Xian would be able to break free from the binding of the soul-entangling chain so easily. It was as if he had already understood the profundity of the chain's power and directly dispelled it. Fleeting beauty, wave after image. Boundless illusion, movie slaughter. While her mind was in shock, Xianxia Fairy's figure did not retreat but moved forward instead. Her right wrist suddenly shook, and the 1,000 feet long cyan treasure chain changed again. With a dazzling cyan brilliance, it circled and intertwined in front of her body, forming a huge net shield. At the same time, from the gaps of this huge net shield, countless cyan sharp needles shot out. They were extremely sharp, and they fiercely pierced towards Xian, who was already close to her and was about to punch her. In the end, I still underestimated you. You can force this island master to have no choice but to face this battle with all my strength. Ling Huchong, you should be proud of yourself. Seeing that Xian's entire body was once again enveloped by the green net shield that covered the sky and the earth, the right fist that he raised his arm to punch out had no choice but to withdraw under the countless arrows of the treasure chains. Fairy Xianxia calmed down slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile that could make people laugh. Her tone was still confident and proud as she said, "Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed today. Do you really think that this island master's soul-binding treasure chain only has these changes? You are not qualified to experience its true power. Just these few conventional derivative attacks are enough to suppress you." Xian curled his lips and was calm and fearless. He rudely replied, "Don't be too confident. Be careful not to cut your tongue. You will be struck by lightning if you are pretentious." Crack. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Before he finished his words, a few abrupt and clear sounds of explosions suddenly came from the void above the two people who were fighting. At this moment, Xian quietly activated the spiritual thunder technique. 5 or 6 invisible spiritual thunderbolts struck down from the sky, locking on Xianxia Fairy and accurately falling on her head. Awoo! In the next moment, a familiar howl of a wolf entered her ears. Fairy Xianxia was caught off guard and was struck by the 5 or 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. Her whole face turned black in an instant, and her fine black hair turned into electric curls and stood on their ends. Chapter 3361, Chapter 336 specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Awoo! Caught off guard, Fairy Xianxia was suddenly blasted by Xian's spiritual lightning technique. The formless spiritual lightning technique covered her head and accurately struck her head. Currently, Xian had already stepped into the 10th level of the heavenly passage. He was far more powerful than before, and the power of his spiritual lightning technique had greatly increased. Even though Fairy Xianxia's cultivation was much higher than his, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, she was only one step away from reaching the 12th level and becoming a void realm old monster. Even so, she was still struck miserably by Xian's spiritual lightning bolts that were condensed from level 7 spiritual energy. Her entire person went crazy. This scene shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who were watching the battle on the ground. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other 8 young clan leaders from various clans of the Second Universe Federation were stunned. Fairy Xianxia's strength was obvious to all. Previously, when she descended from the sky on that 1,000-zhang long green dragon, her aura was like a rainbow, as if she was a real immortal. Her radiance was too dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at her. But at this moment, not only did Xian, who was clearly bound, easily escape, he even counterattacked in an instant. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, he had already launched a counterattack. A few invisible bolts of lightning shot out, and in the blink of an eye, Fairy Xianxia was turned into a madwoman who was on the verge of going crazy. Everything happened too quickly, and the degree of the reversal was too shocking. For a moment, no one could accept it. Dan Fan, who saw it with his own eyes, was stunned. Spiritual reversal. Before Fairy Xianxia could finish screaming, Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he activated the spiritual ability he had just mastered not long ago. As the spirit source core hovering above his sea of consciousness began to revolve crazily, a vast and boundless spirit power instantly burst out. It was invisible and formless, but it instantly spread out on the net formed by the spirit entangling chain in front of Fairy Xianxia. Even the countless sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield were not missed. They were all covered by the invisible mental power and instantly affected the internal field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Rumble. Swish. Swish swish, rumbles of energy surged like a tide, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air being torn apart. The huge net shield had just opened up in front of Fairy Xianxia, but sharp blades suddenly shot out from the gaps. But at this moment, under the power of Yi Xian's mind reversal divine ability, everything was replayed. The sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield suddenly retracted and stabbed back. The huge net shield that had just spread out also instantly shrunk inwards. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Fairy Xianxia's body. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were watching the battle from below, only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Fairy Xianxia, who was about to go crazy with hatred and howling, was completely trapped by the green net shield formed by the spirit entangling chain like a fish in a net. It was a perfect translation, and everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, that kind of divine ability again. The power is simply too strange. All the attacks were reversed. They were originally aimed at young Master Linghu, but in the end, they backfired on themselves. This is simply too frustrating. It seems that we still underestimated him. That's right. Young Master Linghu not only possesses great treasures, but he also possesses powerful and strange abilities. This battle has already shown the problem. He is only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he is able to suppress Fairy Xianxia, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Sky realm. This is not just a gap of one level, but almost two. It is like a gap between heaven and earth, but he ignored it. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is indeed worthy of being one of the two peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He captured Fairy Xianxia alive. Most of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race are no match for him. Even the invincible war god, who is still causing trouble in the cultivation camp, has never achieved such a feat. What are you waiting for? Did you forget what boss said before? He is in charge of suppressing the enemy, and we are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking over the prisoners. This is one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This is too rare. If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to experience it again. Amidst the shock, the group of people on the ground discussed animatedly. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. In the end, they shouted as they swarmed forward and soared into the air above Yi Xian. When they got close, without waiting for Yi Xian's order, they skillfully lifted the cyan net and brought Fairy Xianxia to the ground below. Along the way, they threatened her. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Too cruel. Linghu Chong, I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you. At this time, Fairy Xianxia was in a mess. Her body was trapped in the cyan net transformed by the soul-twining chain. She struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only sullenly let one of the 8 great guardian warriors grab a corner of the net and lift her to the ground below. This was too humiliating. Fairy Xianxia was about to explode. She glared fiercely at Yi Xian through the gaps of the net and screamed. She was done. The soul-twining chain that had transformed into a cyan net was originally her personal treasure. She had long refined it and could control it at will. However, at this moment, for some reason, it suddenly backfired. After tightly wrapping Fairy Xianxia's body, it was completely out of her control. Otherwise, she would have broken free at the first moment and gone berserk, charging toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian was well aware that the soul-entangling chain was still Fairy Xianxia's, and Yi Xian hadn't tried to refine it. The reason why he had temporarily lost control was entirely because of the mysterious effect of the spirit reversal divine ability that Yi Xian had just used. In a short period of time, it had messed up the power field of the treasure chain, and it wouldn't be long before it recovered. At that time, Fairy Xianxia would be able to retract the soul-twining chain that was trapping her and regain her freedom. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian had to finalize the result of this battle before his opponent regained her freedom. At that time, the system's mission would have been completed and handed in. No matter how unwilling Fairy Xianxia was, it would be useless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the ground below. The mecha giant stood in front of Fairy Xianxia, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you admit defeat?" Fairy Xianxia sneered and sneered, "What a joke. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Do you really think you've suppressed this island master? You're just using a sinister method to ambush me." This island master was careless and fell. "Otherwise, I would have tortured you until you cried. You're quite stubborn." Unfortunately, this young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness. Pa. Pa, pa, pa. Chapter 3362, Chapter 332 Crystal Mother Pa. Pa pa pa. After landing, Yi Xian immediately put away the glazed indestructible armor. Originally, he thought that the system's competitive task was completed, but who would have thought that Fairy Xianxia would be so stubborn and unconvinced? Frowning, Yi Xian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times without hesitation. Then, as if he felt that it was not convenient, he simply grabbed her along with the blue net, flipped over her body, and pressed her down on the ground. Then, he began to whip her again and again. Although this girl's temper was not very good, her figure was hard to find. Needless to say, her beautiful buttocks were plump and elastic. It felt quite good to the touch. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that it was extremely crisp and clear. There was not a single bit of fat, and it was very tight. While slapping, Yi Xian scolded endlessly, "You call yourself the island master, but you are easily suppressed by this young master. You don't even have the courage to admit it. You really need to be taught a lesson. Today, this young master must teach your unruly and unreasonable temper a lesson. Either admit defeat, or I will whip your buttocks until they bloom. Choose one of the two, you decide for yourself." Pa pa. Pa pa pa. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, but his hands did not stop. He was still ruthlessly slapping Fairy Xianxia's beautiful buttocks. "Ah, Ling Huchong, you bastard. This island master will fight with you." When the first few slaps landed, Fairy Xianxia did not react. Her entire body was stunned, and she fell into a daze for a few breaths of time. Then, before Yi Xian could finish his reprimand, a scream came from her throat, and her body struggled violently. This was completely the rhythm of a complete rampage. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The blue net transformed by the soul-entangling chain did not simply wrap her body. Before escaping, Fairy Xianxia could not mobilize the power of her cultivation at all. Now, she was simply powerless in the hands of Yi Xian. The latter pressed her tightly to the ground with one hand, and she could not move. As for Yi Xian's other hand, it didn't stop at all. The more Fairy Xianxia howled, the more ruthlessly he whipped her. For a moment, the crisp sounds that entered his ears became even louder and louder. This scene was too unusual. Whether it was the experts of the top families and sects in the void around the space trap array, or Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens prides of the human race captives in the space inside the cauldron, all of them were dumbfounded without exception. All of them were petrified by the thunderbolt. Fairy Xianxia, one of the four peerless heavens prides of the human race, was pressed to the ground by a man, and her beautiful buttocks were whipped continuously in front of everyone. Not only was the sound crisp and pleasing to the ear, but it also seemed to be quite rhythmic. Such a scene, even if they saw it with their own eyes, was really hard to believe. Young Master Ling Hu was indeed extraordinarily cruel. His methods were too frightening. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were completely speechless at this moment. Although they did not say anything, they rolled their eyes and secretly muttered to themselves that they would definitely settle the score with Yi Xian later. How dare he flirt with a female cultivator in front of them? He was simply too arrogant. However, although this method was not very particular, the effect was very good. Given Fairy Xianxia's temperament, she would not have lowered her head and compromised easily. However, at this moment, facing Yi Xian's extremely unusual method of teaching her a lesson, after screaming and roaring for a while, she finally gave in, gnashing her teeth, and admitted defeat. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system exchange store. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. When the system notification rang in Xianxia's mind, Fairy Xianxia, who was pressed to the ground by him, was obviously the same. At this moment, her face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. She was not even in the mood to scream or scold Xian. She just stared fiercely at him, gnashing her teeth. This time, Fairy Xianxia could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. Putting aside the fact that she was publicly suppressed and almost humiliated by Xian, just the exchange item that Xian was about to choose from her system exchange store was enough to make her suffer. Xian naturally would not be polite, and it was Fairy Xianxia's responsibility to pay the bill afterwards. In addition, because of the failure of the system competition, the devouring system in her body would also be branded as a subordinate and would forever be under Xian. There was basically no chance for her to make a comeback. Xian was also well aware of all this. He also understood that the enmity between him and Fairy Xianxia would be difficult to resolve, so he did not intend to be polite at all. Taking advantage of the system to connect to the system in Fairy Xianxia's body and copy all the information and data in her database, and at the same time, leaving behind the system's source code imprint to confirm his affiliation. Xian also excitedly browsed through the system's exchange shop, specifically choosing high-priced treasures to browse. Basically, all of them required a large amount of origin crystals to exchange for. Not long after, a type of crystal called the Mother Life Crystal attracted Xian's attention. After checking the attributes and effects of this Mother Life Crystal, he was immediately overjoyed. He directly ignored the astronomical exchange price and directly decided that this was it. The reason why he was interested in this Mother Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect of greatly increasing the level of life of the evil spirit slimes. In this way, the quality of the fairy crystal that Xian needed would also be greatly increased. This was one of the important issues that had been troubling him for a long time. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This kind of crystal was also one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, this race was an extremely unpopular existence. In the first universe, Xian had robbed one of the evil spirit slime space fortresses, which was later known as the Saint. There was an insect nest at the bottom of the ship, which was like a beehive. It was densely packed with evil spirit slime's insect eggs. This race was really enough to make people speechless. They actually built their nest on a space fortress. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the crazy fortress, as the world bugs in the life fortress required the elven crystals and the evil spirit slimes to grow, Xian had moved the slime's nest in the Holy Sun's lower hold to the life fortress, Long Xian. He had specially opened up a space there for the bug eggs to reproduce, providing a steady supply of energy for the world bugs to grow. Unfortunately, although there was no problem with the supply of elven crystals, the world bugs' growth rate was still too slow. Only now did they grow from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the various facilities inside the fortress, they were far from perfect. Because of this, Xian had been searching for a type of pure life energy that could allow the world bugs in the Long Xian to grow quickly, but to no avail. But today, this problem was finally about to be completely solved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Master Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of the evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it immediately? After Xian made his decision, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Then, a golden irregular crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in Xian's body. The devouring system was very mysterious. Even with Yi Xian's current level, he was still far from being able to see through it. To him, many of the functions of the devouring system were still covered in a mysterious veil, revealing its mysteries. For example, this golden master life crystal was clearly obtained from the binding system in Fairy Xianxia's body, but Yi Xian didn't even have to do anything, and it automatically appeared in Fairy Xianxia's body as if it was teleported. The exchange shop had a wide variety of exchange items. There were cultivation techniques, bloodlines, all kinds of natural treasures, rare minerals, and even completed magic treasures. Pills and so on. Some of these exchange items were stored in the form of information. Once exchanged, they would appear in the mind directly. For example, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and abilities that could be exchanged were basically the same. Some were physical objects, such as natural treasures, rare minerals, magic treasures, and pills. These things were divided into two types. The first type was created by the system through energy conversion, such as pills, treasures, minerals, herbs, and so on. Because the system already had a clear understanding of the nature of these things, as long as there was enough energy, it could transform them into physical objects. The other type was something that even the system could not create out of thin air through energy conversion. This type of physical object was basically collected by the system and placed in the exchange shop. The golden essence crystal that Yi Xian had chosen belonged to this category. It was extremely rare, and even the devouring system that was bound to Yi Xian's body didn't have this item in the exchange shop. Use it now. After obtaining this mother of life crystal with great difficulty, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave an affirmative reply to the system. Then, he turned to look at the 8 great guardian deities and the rest. This young master still needs to go into seclusion. You guys just need to look after these guys. As for this fierce woman, don't bother about her. If she wants to leave, let her go. This young master doesn't want such a fierce servant girl. After that, Yi Xian glanced at Fairy Xianxia, who was glaring at him, and quickly left with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the captives were dumbfounded as they watched him leave. They were already numb to Yi Xian's freakishness. He had just ended his seclusion and had broken through a great realm. Okay, in the blink of an eye, he actually did it again. How could he let others live? After a short while, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler arrived at the central region's furnace volcano and returned to the plains at the bottom of the volcano. Yi Xian did not waste any time as he waved his hand and brought out the life fortress within his undying world, Wild Dragon Roar. The plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano were vast enough. The Wild Dragon Roar had just grown to the size of a giant fortress, so this place could easily accommodate it. Seeing Yi Xian mysteriously bring them back to the plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano, without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a giant space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It seemed to be rather shabby. Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were completely confused. After looking at each other, they all asked, "What are you doing now? Why bring out a space fortress for no reason? And it's at the bottom of the volcano? It's obvious that it's not something good. But isn't the space fortress a little too shabby? It should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. How can it travel in space with such a shabby state?" Yes. Don't you have a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters? I think it's called Thunderbolt or something. The name is so domineering. Then why keep such a shabby 10,000-meter fortress? If it were me, I would have thrown it away long ago. I feel bad just looking at it. If I really use it to travel in space, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at to death. Don't look down on this space fortress. It's a space treasure. It's one of a kind in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Seeing how the 3 girls described the Wild Dragon Roar, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and replied in annoyance, "Don't even mention a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even if you give me 10 space fortresses in exchange for it, I definitely won't agree. This is such a huge loss." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wild Dragon Roar, which was floating at the bottom of the furnace volcano, suddenly shook violently. Then, a jaw-dropping change happened without warning. It was like a raging fire, almost crazy. In an instant, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. Sha, boom. Low and continuous muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a dense and weak rustling sound. It gave people the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at a low altitude not far in front of them, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the appearance of the ship was also changing. It did look quite shabby before, like a giant fortress that was about to explode. But now, as its size expanded rapidly, the appearance of the giant fortress was also changing rapidly, as if it was being refurbished. No, the wild dragon roar could no longer be called a giant fortress. The so-called giant fortress was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and the giant fortress was only 20,000 meters in diameter. But the wild dragon roar had clearly surpassed this value. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Xianxia. The Long Yi battleship was formed from the world's insects that the human pioneer, Xing Bo, had obtained. Initially, it was only a tiny bit. Later on, as the world's insects multiplied and grew, it slowly grew. It was like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. The principle was basically the same. When Yi Xian obtained the Long Yi battleship, although it had already grown for tens of thousands of years, its diameter was only 5,000 meters. In just a few short months, the reason why the Long Yi battleship could grow into a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters was all because of the evil spirit slimes. If it weren't for the fact that new evil spirit slimes were born every second in the insect nest that was moved to the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, and the elven crystals in their bodies provided life energy, the Long Yi battleship wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. However, compared to the changes in front of them, all of that was too insignificant. Once the mother life crystal was thrown into the insect nest at the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, all of the evil spirit slimes would immediately benefit. Their life level would rapidly increase, and the quality of the elven crystals in their bodies would also increase. In this way, the rate of reproduction of the world's insects would definitely increase rapidly. Furthermore, the number of the countless tiny molecules in the entire world's insects would increase tremendously. The most direct change to the wild dragon battleship would be that its growth rate would instantly skyrocket. Yi Xian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Even so, the terrifying expansion speed of the Long Yi battleship still gave him a big fright. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the three purplish warbler girls cried out in shock that Yi Xian's body shook and he regained his senses. Heavens, what's going on? Has this broken fortress gone crazy? Look at this situation, it's clearly going to self-destruct. Am I dreaming? This is too scary. I've never heard of a space fortress being able to expand like a steamed bun. Could it be that it's alive? This is too unbelievable. Bastard, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Was this bastion a living thing? Was it a living thing? A fortress of life? The bulge in front of her was clearly a sign of its rapid growth. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a bastion that can evolve and grow on its own? That's crazy. Sha sha sha, accompanied by the three women's exclamations, the tiny noises that sounded like billions of silkworms eating echoed incessantly. It was exactly the reaction of the tiny population that made up the insect community of the entire world. They were multiplying rapidly, and their numbers were increasing exponentially every second. That mother life crystal is indeed a good thing. With such a rapid reproduction rate, I'm afraid that in less than a day, a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters will grow into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Yi Xian stared blankly at the life fortress of the wild dragon battleship, which was still expanding. However, its speed was slowly decreasing compared to its initial speed. Yi Xian sighed. Today was an eye-opener for him. In just one day, a small starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. Even in the star-casting dock, the largest battleship in the Eternal Dynasty, this speed was absolutely impossible. No one would believe it even if it was said to be true. However, there were also drawbacks to being too fast. After all, for a space fortress, although the size was a hard index, the internal structure and the performance of the various equipment were the most important. If the performance could not keep up, it would be useless no matter how big it was. It would be nothing more than a useless vase for decoration, therefore, while Yixian sighed, he quickly connected to the artificial intelligence center of Wild Star with his consciousness and gave an order to limit the growth of the spaceship to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the spaceship would stop immediately. All the micromolecules that were multiplying in the future would be invested in the consolidation of the details of the battleship's performance and internal and external structure. They would strive for perfection, and perfection. Yixian had refined the insect core crystal, which was the center of the insect community in the entire world. After his order was transmitted through his consciousness, it would be strictly carried out immediately and unconditionally. Therefore, Yixian was soon relieved. He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the matters. The only thing he needed to do was to wait. After Wild Star completed its unprecedented comprehensive evolution, he immediately brought the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler into the cabin to check the delightful results of the evolution. Half a day later, outside the Xianxia cauldron, in a certain direction of the void outside the screen of the great space trap array, a figure was rapidly approaching like an immortal. This young man was slightly thin, but he looked tall and slender. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his temperament was lively and unruly. He was one of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race, the pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyaozi. Not long ago, Xiaoyaozi had set off from Kunling planet of the Heavenly Wind Empire. He had been crossing the void with his physical body, and his speed was not slower than the battleships and fortresses that were constantly jumping through wormholes. All of this was thanks to a primordial treasure that he controlled. This primordial treasure was called the Barrier Breaker Boots, and it was said that it belonged to the ancestor of the primordial era, Quafu. Legend had it that Quafu relied on this boots to chase after the sun. It was a rare treasure that could be used to travel billions of miles in a day. With this boots, one could cross wormholes in the universe with their physical body. Even if they had wings on their back, they would not be able to do it. Moreover, there was another deeper meaning behind the words break through barriers. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. Facing all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations, one would not feel any pressure at all and would be able to leave as one wished without fear of being trapped by formations. However, he was different from the other 3 peerless heavenly talents of the human race. Among the other 3, no matter if it was the fallen demon prince, the demon dust woman, or the fairy Xianxia, they had all displayed their powerful combat strength in front of others. However, Xiaoyaozi had never fought with anyone before. The reason why he was listed as one of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race was not only because his cultivation was the same as the fallen demon prince and the other 2, which was the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, but also because he could come and go freely with the barrier breaker boots. At this moment, as Xiaoyaozi arrived, exclamations could be heard from the surrounding void. "It's him? The pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyaozi. He actually came to join in the fun. Half of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race have come. What a fast speed. He was so far away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he is already here. Look, what is he trying to do? He is going straight for the space trap array. I came to offer my sword." With the sudden arrival of Unfettered Z, the surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on Unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that Unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk uneasily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the Unfettered One's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyaozi arrived, Zhani, the clan elder of the war clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Xianxia, who had the soul-entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Johnny did not believe that Unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Johnny's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After Unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding Unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the Unfettered One had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense nine-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the Unfettered One had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinnon cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Xianxia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vidras, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Xianxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vidra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Xianxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Xianxia Fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian. Sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyaozi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop, because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Withered demon versus scarlet blood, you want to kill me as a sacrifice? Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand. One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shinnon cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop? Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyaozi, curled his lips, and mocked, it sounds quite scary. However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyaozi's scarlet blood chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Screech, although the withered demon blood blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the scarlet blood chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the withered demon blood blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain 2 tigers. 2 unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the withered demon blood blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these 2 supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your scarlet blood chop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon blood blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon blood blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon blood blade and Xiaoyaozi's scarlet blood chop fight a battle of supremacy between the 2 supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xianxia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had 2 appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these 2 supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shenong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiaozi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yixian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these 2 blades fight? What about you and me? Ling Huchong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheathe my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yixian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. "There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yixian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaozi. He was arrogant, but Yixian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you." Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiaozi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Xianxia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Ling Hu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh. Screech. Boom. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Full Whoosh. Screech. Rumble. While all the experts in and out of the Shenong cauldron were in an uproar because of Yixian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the unfettered one finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yixian and the unfettered one did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the unfettered one was also a host of the Devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yixian. These 4 competitors of Yixian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. 2 of them were even like Yixian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, DR had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the 3rd universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. DR had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the three universes. Apart from Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the four peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Xianxia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the two system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Xianxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the Devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host in translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Xianxia's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Xianxia's translation when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation is translation translation is translation translation is translation is translation is translation 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 is translation 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 is translation translation on translations is translation 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 is translations translation translation. At the same time, Fairy Xianxia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the two peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon blood blade and the crimson blood chop. Xian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the headless infant corpse, the Rai seal, the fallen sky bow, and so on. Xian had the withered demon blood blade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the crimson blood chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the Purplish Warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Xian, constantly circling around Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the Unfettered One's figure. during this period of time, Xiaozi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Yixian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yixian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yixian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai-D seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yixian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yixian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yixian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown. When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yixian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yixian's poisonous mouth at all. The Pavilion Master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar, "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it!" Roar. Screech. With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yixian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded One's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin and the other heavens pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Gotcha! It was also at this moment that Yixian took advantage of the Unfettered One's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in midair, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yixian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yixian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was. Awoo, almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in midair. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xianxia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yixian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory, and now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the unfettered one's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yixian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared, "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion, you are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward." Puff, a fool from the tortoise pavilion. Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain. Alas! Another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad, how lamentable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Xianxia frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened, she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A wolf-like weapon. God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed? In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person. Who can stop the rise of young Masterling Hu? The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined, even worse than that of Fairy Xianxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes. Nobody can stop him. Yes, yes, yes. He is going to be famous. I want to be struck by lightning, sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Masterling whose shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal. With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly. Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Masterling who. It's tailor-made for him. Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, even those in the universe would be struck a few times. Although it wouldn't hurt them, their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined. So, this young Masterling who has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right? My brother is so powerful. As Unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, he used his heavenly feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the masters of Starry Sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the two peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen. On the other side, the battle had already been decided. Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the Unfettered One could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him. There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the two peerless blades' collision was more exciting. The masters in the universe were nervous again, and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Xianxia cauldron, where the battle was taking place in the sky, clang. Screech, the second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon Bloodblade. However, the Unfettered One's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the Unfettered One stood. It was the red blood slash. What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half. Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much. Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation subsequently, within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged, and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling. Buzz. The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the Unfettered One, and it circled above the Unfettered One while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear. What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away? In the air 50 kilometers away, Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk. He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand, and pointed towards Yixian as he cursed, "Ling Hu Chong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty? You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty. This. You are really jackals of the same tribe. Both the master and the weapon are like this. Why did you play dirty?" At the end of his speech, the Unfettered One raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy. There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Yixian suppressing the Unfettered One. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Xianxia, and this was not the first time that Yixian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the Starry Sky were not surprised that the Unfettered One was almost suppressed. However, the fact that the scarlet blood slash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck. I'm really speechless. The unfettered pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away, and so was his weapon. How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Ling Hu and his weapon were the same? His side is clearly the same, okay? Ha ha ha. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon blood blade? It's so powerful. A divine weapon of the same level, and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled. Young Master Ling Hu is truly amazing, to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But, why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away, like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious, too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Xianxia cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Xianxia, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the scarlet blood slash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The bet no one knew what Xianxia meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy Xianxia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Xianxia, Fairy Xianxia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy Xianxia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Xianxia in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man. Not to mention being slapped, even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure-level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Xianxia would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Xianxia frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat. You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there." In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you. At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce. Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Zhan Tu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Shenong cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Xianxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that Zhan Tu personally invited can't enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space-trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Xianxia, although she can easily enter your Shenong cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space-trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of starry sky masters outside the Void Trap Grand Array eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the Void Trap Grand Array with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So, this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Xiaozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little, and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today, you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate your sister. Who said I'm going to be suppressed and die? Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, smiling tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless, you actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words, and even said such *T words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Pooh. In the distance, Xiaozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey, Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the Void Trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards. This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the Void Trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Ling Hu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method, and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power, which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and aboveboard, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiaoyaozi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, there will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet? Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging, there's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron." Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet. The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Yi Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact, it was not. Once the unfettered one and Yi Xian walked out of the Shenong cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Yi Xian was encumbered by many firms and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage, but since Yi Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. "Are you all ready?" Yi Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force. But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind, so you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the 9-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vajras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years, you will be my men. As for you," at the end of his words, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us. This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory. This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours. The previous title of servant girl is cancelled. Fairy Xianxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Yi Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard. If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side. She would definitely be angered to death. 100 miles away, Xiaozi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth. After listening to Yi Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish. At the same time, in the void around the Xianxia cauldron, the experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily open passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Masterling who had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the Heaven and Earth ancestor, Zhan Tu, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the two powerful figures of the Heaven and Earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron. Even if young Masterling who had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured heavens prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Xianxia or even Xiaozi, and let these two people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Masterling who was talking to Xiaozi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiaozi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment had basically listed Xiaozi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhani agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Ling Hu or Xiaozi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then, there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit, 3 breaths. With the opening of this temporary passage, a large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tao Insight realm. The total number of people was close to 1,000. Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Zhani of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again. The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance. If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Ling Hu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiaozi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space-trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Mo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. Suifeng Tai, the demon slave of Yixian and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Suifeng Tai's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, two figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These two figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhang Tuesday. The other person was also a man, around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a supervoid loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhang Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhang Tu and ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shenong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron, Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vidras, these guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the 3 girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Xianxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Xiaozi left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Xiaozi was closely related to her. Fairy Xianxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field inside the Shenong cauldron. Then, they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vidras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later, you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning, they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vidras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vidras were sincerely attached to him. Not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave. Because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint, be at ease and do your job diligently. Because in the future, you will be bestowed with good fortune. Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Yi Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaozi, Xianxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, "You'd better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care." After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Now! Go!" What a big hole, in the void of the space-trap Great Array, in the Central Territory, the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void. Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle, surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void Realm Masters and even Genesis Realm old monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao! Xiao xiao! It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Linghu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shenong treasure cauldron into his body. Then, his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot toward Xiaozi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time, Xiaozi had just rushed out of the cauldron, and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible. In this way, the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Yi Xian say such words, Xiaozi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiaozi. He was only a few dozen meters away. However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiaozi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely, he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because in this way, the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Linghu would be able to quietly and calmly leave. Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet. Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Linghu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time? Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the order step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were Void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph, humph, just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man and the others? Today, I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right, you dare to join forces with that little bastard Ling Huchong and become enemies with us. Today, you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the spinning top pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him, suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise, and a tortoise at that. Everyone, watch him closely, don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Xiao. Xiao xiao, rumble. With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiaoyaozi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiaoyaozi, whose face was green. Ah, puff. F*ck your sister, what a big trap. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the unfettered one's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumb head and top head in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiaoyaozi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the spinning top pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the 3 main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shenong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast, and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other heavens pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shenong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young masterling whose methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyaozi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Xianxia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiaoyaozi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of. Inside his body, not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young masterling who really going to defy the heavens? This venerable's hatred, you bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates, amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap grade array. He could come and go as he pleased as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment, there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th Great Realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th Great Realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so, he was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent Unfettered One from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Ling Hu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Ling Hu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Ling Hu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xenorace elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the Unfettered One, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. "Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Ha ha ha, aren't you the little idiot from Wangbagu? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Ling Hu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately." The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Ling Hu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Ling Hu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Ling Hu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him. Unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Ling Hu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Ling Hu. He would be laughed at afterwards, and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Ling Hu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Ling Hu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Ling Hu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way, it was even more advantageous for Yi Xian to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed, there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array, but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Xian's plan. Now that his spirit source core had reached level 7, with the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shenong cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand, it would reduce the chances of Unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now, he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with Unfettered Z was over, Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhang Yi, who was outside the space-trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where Unfettered Z was trapped. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Xian. They shouted and asked Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the colored python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, "Sure enough, they are all in this together." What happened today was a trap from beginning to end. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound. Young Master Ling Hu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where Unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy Xianxia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body, he charged in. After that, he left the void trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiaozi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Master Ling Hu had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Ling Hu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time, he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Linghu. At the same time, outside the void trap array, as soon as the purplish warbler and the others rushed out of the space trap array, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and Chou Doufu immediately shouted. Close the array channel immediately, quickly. Yes, Linghu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time. He hit the wrong person. Xiao Yaozi is innocent. He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the starry sky masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid. He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. This is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash. While roaring, Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Yi Xian's mocking laughter sounded, ha ha ha. Old bastard, you are so right, this young master deeply agrees, these guys are basically all good-for-nothings. As the words sounded, Yi Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson. Ghost. Oh my god, it's so scary. Run. As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Ji Hao immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run. How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race? They had already been scared to death by Yi Xian, and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away. How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson. Yi Xian sneered, and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts. Boom. Boom. Kachacha, explosions of energy rang out one after another as the Tenzhong tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gongwu Xian, Wu Chenzi and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gongwu Xian, Wu Chenzi and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Yi Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment, he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxin and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war who had just walked out of the space trap array immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiaozi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed. Ha ha ha. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around, and rushed toward the void where Yi Xian was. At the same time, they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Ah, old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick. Ah, this old man is so angry. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Xianxia, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Xianxia's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end, it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Zhan too, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wu Chenzi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yi Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Xianxia. Now, as Yi Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Xianxia of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now, all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yi Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Yi Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yixian. For a time, the entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yixian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Masterling who was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yixian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiaozi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl, this young master will protect you." "Bah. Do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yixian's infuriating look, Xiaozi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yixian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yixian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today, we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape." Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Lifewang. Weng. Soon, as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yixian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yixian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the starry sky masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yixian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yixian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the starry sky masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. Do you think you can trap this young master like this? Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses, how effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of starry sky masters roaring towards him, Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise, won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha kacha, as kacha kacha studio, kacha studio, kacha studio in such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators, even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of starry sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound, but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Awoo! Awoo, little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head! Come out! Come out immediately! Come out and die! Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you, awoo. The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment, he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah, damn it. Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded from the distance, who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail? Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 starry sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square, don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon War in the Starfield. 2,000 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the starry sky masters who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yixian. This was the first battle of Long Yixian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yixian's current Long Yixian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yixian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yixian's current Long Yixian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter-long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yixian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the worldworm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yixian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Ha ha ha, brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone? I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000, that's unheard of. That's right. Now, this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastardling who has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can't appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young masterling who. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the second universe's allied forces. This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger. We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces, as the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored. Many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yixian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot, but in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the two sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yixian's life fortress, Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the second universe. On the two sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers. Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the second universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru thought so. Although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes, it hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The Purplish Warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the second universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yixian. Since Yixian was competent enough to do this, the Purplish Warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the two sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the second universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the Wild Dragon battleship, the voice of the Xianxia race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Ha ha ha, at the end of his speech, the elder of the Xianxia clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Longyi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the second universe's allied forces. Then, there was the miserable howl of young Master Ling Hu like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard, this young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words, but now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Xianxia race elder to stop laughing, Yixian's casual voice came from the Wild Dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold, against 13 large and small strongholds, actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Star space level technology the Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship, even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m, the concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship, all of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress, its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it, two 100,000 m long fortresses, one of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal, or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon. But even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function, it wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship, it would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple, and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had 4. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these 4 main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now, there were 2 main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together, they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long. What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these 4 main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles, so how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities, concealment arrays, space oscillators, wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens, 4 main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all 4 cannons was more than 20,000 meters. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have 4 main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even 4 Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a Starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has 4 main cannons, it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level. Only 4? Fellow Daoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is 4 too little? The caliber of the 4 main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the 4 main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom. Boom. For energy, light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 Starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon, for energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the starfield ship's terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon? But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it, and there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons, then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange 4 antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had 1 main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw, and this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now, one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1, this was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Ah, who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress. Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Xianxia race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Xianxia race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its second recharge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom! Boom! A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious: another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships, fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star sky black technology. What else can young Masterling Hu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools, and array. He is invincible in realms. Even star sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the 3 universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago. Including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the 3 women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called Star Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress, it was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star sky-killing weapon, a Demon King-level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The Demon battleship had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the starry sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then, they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wanluo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be enemy attack? Enemy attack. This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Ling Hu's star sky black tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz. Weng, along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon, they formed a larger circle, surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield battleship and the Demon battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area, in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand, and gave a new order, for Art battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Buzz. The Starfield battleship, battleships, the 4-cannon battleship, the battleship field battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the starry sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the 4 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Was it? Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just star sky black technology. This was simply a dream, alright? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were 4 main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous 4 main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battle Horn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress? Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber, that's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had 4 main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Longyi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Xian? You mean? Young Masterling, who is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom. Right at this moment, the Longyi Fortress's super mainship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the Second Universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the Second Universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time, they were serious. They couldn't let the Longyi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the First Universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Longyi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Longyi fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Longyi fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Emochi Gong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Longyi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect Rumble. Boom, in the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects, and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time, the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge 7-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battle Cry Fortress from the First Universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battle Cry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battle Cry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battle Cry, such as the AI center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life, just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire magic battle fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the first universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, De's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the magic battle fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the magic battle fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the magic battle fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level super mech. The one who entered and fused with this super mech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha, 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 a series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the magic battle fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the magic battle fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the magic battle fortress. The shape of the entire magic battle fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the magic battle fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the Devil Battle Cry had turned into a mechanical war bug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the magic battle fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in mid-air. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, De. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As De's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young master Ling Hu, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Ling Hu and the Tianji race have both mastered starry sky-level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed, it can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble. Kachacha, amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the Life Fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction, suitable for Life Fortress? Yixian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug, although Yixian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yixian's Wild Star ship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now, there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the Wild Star ship and the Devouring system's full analysis, Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the Wild Star ship itself. Of course, even though the Wild Star battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the Wild Star ship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble. Boom, a large number of explosions rang out, and the Wild Star ship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the Wild Star ship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the Wild Star ship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Xian immediately gave the Devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Xian's orders, the Devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the Wild Star ship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the Wild Star ship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the Devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, a meal's time had passed. During this entire process, the Wild Star ship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the Wild Star ship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy, this was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the Wild Star ship was basically gone. Young Masterling Hu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha. Right at this moment, the Wild Star, which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons, suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the Starry Sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the Wild Star also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouthpart of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Ling Hu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Ling Hu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Ling Hu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Ling Hu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yixian starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the number 1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical lifeforms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships, but with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385 Chapter 3385 The Legend of the Living Battleship Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battle bug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Emochi Gong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The wild star ship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, De, were given this method. Moreover, even the number 1 confidant of De hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of De's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of De, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50, but as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under De of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible. Emochi Gong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology, but in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Emochi Gong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader De, Xing Bo, who was also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but the speaker didn't mean it. So Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard one-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in this star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain. It seems that brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called young Master Linghu. TSK, as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian, or young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship? Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered, in any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug success. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain, and today's success had given Yi Xian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps, in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Ling Hu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Ling Hu was alone, and now, he was going to suppress all of them. Screech, you bunch of shameless bastards. You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful, and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devil bug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Ling Hu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today, this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devil bug. Just nice, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless, I'll definitely beat you all to death. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devil bug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble. Boom, 4 consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chi-la. Chi-la, boom. Rumble, 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched-out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Emochi Gong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, Other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battle horn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally. Boom. Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed two 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader, DE, may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Xing is not dead. Boom. The scorpion tail on the mechanical bug's tail was like a giant meteor hammer, and its speed was even faster than a meteor. It shot forward, tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into one of the mechanical bug's legs. There was a huge roar and explosion. The mechanical blade puppet's leg bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was severely damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. Ah, Ling Huchong, you deserve to die. Inside the mechanical bug, Sha Baofeng roared crazily with hatred and fury. He had fully integrated with the Devil Battle battleship, and the Devil Battle battleship was like his body. Now that one of its legs was broken, although it was the Devil Battle battleship that was damaged, Sha Baofeng had to bear the pain. After all, the Devil Battle battleship was only a small steel fortress without life. Although Sha Baofeng was a mechanical life form, he could feel pain from the moment he gained self-awareness. Otherwise, a life form without pain, even a mechanical life form, would not be complete. Although the mechanical bug had many legs, one of its legs was broken during the fierce battle with the hundreds of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses, causing it to temporarily lose part of its function. Now that the second leg was also broken, the mechanical bug's movement was greatly affected. Sha Baofeng roared furiously. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of Yi Xian's sarcasm, but he was infuriated that De, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, did not even put him in his eyes. You are not qualified to say such things to this young master. It seems that I will have to teach you a good lesson. Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out once again from the long mouthpiece of the mechanical demon insect. At this moment, the tail clamp hammer that had just shot out like a meteor hammer and smashed one of the mechanical demon insect's legs to the point of fracture had already been retracted. However, the mechanical demon insect's enormous body had already abruptly shot up. With a light leap, it crossed hundreds of miles in the void and landed on top of the mechanical bug. Is this a mechanical bug? I think that's all there is to it. Just a casual smash and one of his legs was broken. He can't even take a beating. Yi Xian's mocking words rang out. Immediately afterwards, two of the mechanical devil bug's large number of legs suddenly chopped out. Shockingly, they were also two saber slashes. Swish! Slash! Two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical demon bug's two slashing arms instantly hit the mechanical demon bug's body, splitting open two cracks. For a time, a burst of dazzling electric sparks flashed on the mechanical demon bug's body. Just like that, two 10,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the huge body of the mechanical blade puppet, making it look extremely miserable. Inside the gap was a spacious hall, and inside, a large number of demon dweller masters were staring at the void outside through the two gaps with dumbfounded expressions. The two compound eyes of the mechanical demon bug just so happened to be facing these two terrifying holes. Therefore, Yi Xian could see everything inside clearly. It was also because of this that the mechanical demon bug's body clearly slowed down for a moment. The two energy wings that were originally stretching out from its back instantly stopped in the air. Originally, these two death rays condensed from antimatter light energy were going to directly slash down and completely finish off the mechanical demon bug in one strike, but now Yi Xian changed his mind, because he saw the scene in the vast plaza within the blade puppet's space. Among the large number of demon dweller rankers, there were actually many familiar faces. Yi Xian did not know the names of most of the demon dweller, but he had seen them before, but there were two of them who had a close relationship with him. One of them was the great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Suofeng, who was Yi Xian's demon slave. His cultivation was previously at the 4th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, the 9th stage of the origin. It seemed that during this period of time, he had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, the slave imprint in his mind was still there, so there was no problem. He was still under Yi Xian's control. At this moment, when Yi Xian's eyes caught sight of Suofengtai's figure, the slave imprint in the latter's mind clearly reacted. When it looked at the mechanical demon bug where Yi Xian was, it emitted a blazing light. Yi Xian immediately comforted it with his mental power source core, ordering it not to be exposed. The blazing light in Suofengtai's eyes dimmed and quickly returned to normal. The other guy was actually the Demon Emperor planet's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. His cultivation had originally been at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but now he had reached the 12th stage of the Void realm. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. It could only mean that Mo Qigong's cultivation level was actually concealed. If he thought about it in a different way, it was very likely that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others' cultivation levels were also concealed. Following this sudden speculation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. White sweat instantly crawled out of his back. If this was really the case, then old Devil Wenxing had most likely concealed his cultivation level. The cultivation level he had displayed at that time was the same as the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, which was also the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm. Although he had just entered this realm, if everyone else had concealed their cultivation levels, how could he be the only one with a real cultivation level? If he hadn't been in the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but had been in the 12th stage of the Void realm, then the cannon from Naples definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. In other words, old Devil Wenxing had most likely faked his death to escape. Not only had Yi Xian been fooled, but even the human race and the myriad Luo Federation had been fooled. If this was true, then no matter what old Devil Wenxing's motive was, this person was too terrifying. But all of this was just speculation at the moment and had not been confirmed. Besides, the current situation was not suitable to investigate this matter further. Yi Xian quickly put it to the back of his mind, but in his heart, he planned to investigate it in the future. While Yi Xian suddenly thought of the first high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing, at the center of the first universe, which was a whole universe plane away from here, in the depths of the first universe, a super-starry sky fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, or 1,000 kilometers, in the hinterland of the Tianji clan's headquarters. An old man who seemed to be in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. It was as if he had suddenly sensed something at this moment. But he didn't say anything, and soon closed his eyes again, entering a state of seclusion. This person was the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing, Universe 3, near the star field of the Tianqian Empire. After temporarily putting aside the matter of old Devil Wenxing, Yi Xian's eyes quickly caught Mo Qigong's grin in the gap. Yi Xian was startled, and then sighed inwardly. This old man actually guessed my identity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Remembering old times, the smile he gave Yi Xian now was exactly the same as when Yi Xian appeared in front of him as Zhang Wuji in the Demonkin Star region. Not to mention that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Even if he didn't, Yi Xian wouldn't continue to attack. Suofengtai was his demon slave and still had great use. Although Mo Qigong was the emperor of the demon race, he was still pretty good to Yi Xian. If he destroyed this mechanical blade, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape if they fell into the hands of the humans. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately changed his mind. Not only did he not plan to destroy the demon battleship, but he also wanted to help it break out of the encirclement of the warships. Once it reached the periphery, with the size of its small stronghold, it would definitely be able to jump and escape. Consider this a favor for the sake of their old friendship. However, he could not do all of this too obviously. If he did, young Master Ling Hu would definitely be identified as a spy of the Tianji race. Moreover, it would be an irrefutable fact. Although Yixian did not care, he was not willing to do so. If he did not care about this, he could simply grab the mechanical puppet and break out of the encirclement and help him escape. However, he could only do so in a more subtle way. Boom! Rumble. As he thought about it, the pincers on the mechanical puppet's tail smashed out again and again, causing the body of the mechanical puppet to sway incessantly. However, after a dozen or so pincers, the huge hole that Yixian had cut into its body was forcibly closed by this brute force. Although there were still some small gaps, they were no longer a problem. At the very least, in the next large jolt, these small gaps would not allow the people inside to fall out. Ah, it hurts so much. Ling Huchong, this sovereign will definitely kill you, definitely. Every time the pincers smashed out, Sha Baofeng's miserable howls immediately rang out. He was in so much pain that he regretted merging with the demon battleship because it would be too big of a target. Every time he was in pain, he would be the one to bear the pain in the end. Everything was not supposed to be like this, but because of the appearance of young Master Ling Hu, everything changed. He was supposed to crush all of his enemies, but now he was being beaten in public. This was too humiliating. Sha Baofeng was so angry that he could only let out mournful howls and roars again and again. Seeing all of this, all of the warships, fortresses, and star experts in the surrounding space, all of them were already shocked. How strange was this scene? They had seen and participated in the so-called interstellar wars before. No matter how large the scale of the interstellar wars was, they would at most be shocked, but definitely not shocked. However, everything that was happening in front of them really shocked them, to the point that they were dumbfounded. What were the two translation? What was translation what? If it were two giant dragons or ferocious beasts, it would be easier for them to accept it. However, what was fighting fiercely in space at this moment was clearly two gigantic mechanical battle insects. Mechanical battle insects that were as large as small planets. Moreover, both of them were transformed from two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in front of everyone. Neither the human race nor the Wanluo Federation had ever seen such mechanical battle insects before, but today, not only did they see two of them at the same time, but they were also fighting in space. A small part of the space was disturbed, which shocked a large number of starships that had besieged them and forced them to retreat. These two mecha battle bugs were too terrifying, especially the mecha devil bug. Even though it was currently beating up the other mecha blade, in truth, as long as it was willing, it could easily free itself to attack the surrounding human warships at any time. The four huge soft tubes with a diameter of 20,000 meters represented four antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Once they fired at the same time, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would be destroyed in an instant. In addition, the pair of black antimatter light beams on the back of the mechanical battle insect was equally terrifying. The light beams made of antimatter energy could cut a small fortress in half with a single slash. This was a mechanical god of slaughter. This was a consensus. Did they not see the other mechanical battle insect being savagely beaten up by it? The latter was able to fight fiercely against hundreds of various types of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses for a long time without being at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it destroyed dozens of starships. But now, under the mechanical battle insect's savagery, it was unable to fight back at all. This truly demonstrated the strength of the mechanical battle insect. It was too chilling. Boom. Boom. Ah, Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you. Boom. Just like that, amidst Sha Baofeng's furious roars, the huge mechanical battle insect attacked again and again. It was no longer slashing, but simply bombarding. The mechanical battle mantis, which was already close to being crippled, was blown far away again and again. Along the way, all the warships, fortresses, and small fortresses hurriedly avoided the mechanical battle insect as if they were avoiding a ghost. They could see that young Master Ling Hu was truly enraged. He was clearly going to smash this mechanical battle mantis from the Tianji clan into pieces and kill it on the spot. Under such circumstances, they were not in a hurry to attack for the time being. Although there were more than 1,000 warships in the surroundings, in the process of fighting these two freaks at the same time, nearly 100 of them had already been destroyed. Against these two freaks at the same time, more than 1,000 warships of various types were really not enough. Now, these two freaks were fighting on their own, and it seemed like the outcome would be decided soon. One of the mechanical battle insects was about to be beheaded, so they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They would only attack after the battle was over. At that time, the 1,000 warships would concentrate their firepower to crush a single mechanical battle insect, increasing their chances of victory. What was not to be happy about? It was precisely because of this consideration that all the warships would immediately retreat as soon as the 2 mechanical battle insects in the middle of the fierce battle approached. After all, young Master Ling Hu was the one who had the upper hand. This guy was too arrogant and had never thought of running away. He had already shown himself twice before, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, they were not worried at all. They simply did not think that this was Yi Xian's strange plan. He was secretly assisting the mechanical battle cry in this way, helping it escape the encirclement of the 1,000 warships. And this was something he did very quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 2 pairs of mechanical battle insects finally broke through the encirclement of the 1,000 warships after repeated bombardments. They had already left the area affected by the void tremors. Yi Xian did not warn him, as that would expose himself. However, Sha Baofeng was not really beaten senseless. Just as the mechanical battle mantis was sent flying several dozen li by the mechanical battle insect's hammer and finally shook off the area affected by the void tremors, Sha Baofeng's angry roar stopped. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation John 2 was dumbfounded. Then, Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Fate clan with a swollen face, appeared in the interior of the demon battleship fortress. He was in such a sorry state that he could not walk without a limp. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that the Heavenly Fate clan member who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent even if the ship itself was damaged. Sha Baofeng was in such a situation. Ling Huchong, just you wait. I, Sha Baofeng, will never let you go. After uttering the last sentence, the demon battleship fortress instantly activated a space jump and disappeared. F*CKU. Stay here and fight for another 300 rounds if you dare. In the void, the mechanical demonic insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they clamored. This scene happened to be seen by 2 figures who were rushing over from the distant void. In an instant, their heads buzzed and they were both dumbfounded. The 2 figures had powerful auras and were both powerful beings of the 15th realm of heaven and earth. One of them was Ancestor Zhan II of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. The other was a man in his 60s. He had a white face and no facial hair. He had triangular eyes that flickered with ruthless and feminine light. This man was called Ancestor Wu Mei. He was an itinerant cultivator in the starry sky. However, he was highly valued because he was one of the few remaining array grandmasters in the human race's science and technology camp because of his expertise in array formations. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, even Ancestor Zhan II of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had to pay him a visit in person to show his respect. Right now, the eyebrowless ancestor had finally arrived. However, when he arrived, he didn't see the expected void trap array. Instead, he saw a chaotic battlefield. In the surrounding void, there were a large number of damaged starships. With a casual glance, he found that at least 100 starships of various types had been destroyed and turned into cosmic garbage in the void. Some of the wreckages were from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. They had been destroyed long ago and only a few corners were left. Judging from the scene, these small fortresses were obviously caused by antimatter deathlight cannons. However, there was not a single space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters in the surrounding void. Even the largest warship was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. I wonder where these antimatter death ray cannons are fired from. One had to know that every antimatter death ray cannon needed to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and its size would not be smaller than the antimatter cannon. Therefore, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be equipped with it. Only true interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be equipped with it, but this wasn't the most shocking part. What was most shocking was that other than the disappearance of the space trap array and the star cauldron, there were also a large number of starships that had been destroyed by the antimatter death ray cannons. There were also 2 enormous mechanical battle insects. In fact, Whether it was the Tianji race of the first universe or the human race of the third universe, both of them had built such mechanical battle insects. However, they were basically fixed defensive forces on the inner cities of the various administrative planets. It was impossible for it to be deployed into the void of the universe. This was because it was impossible for them to transform. However, just now, Xianxia and the eyebrowless ancestor clearly saw that one of the two mechanical battle insects had transformed into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters within a short period of 10 breaths. Although it was badly damaged, it did not lose its basic abilities. Before the two of them could react, it had already performed a space jump and escaped far away. The remaining mechanical battle insect was still clamoring. Xianxia vaguely felt that the voice that came from it was a little familiar. Zhan 1, Zhan 2, get out here, where's the space trap array? Where's the star cauldron? You bunch of good-for-nothings. How long has it been since I left? How did it become like this? At this moment, Zhan 2 and the eyebrowless ancestor were still quite far away, tens of thousands of miles away. The reason why they could clearly see everything that was happening in the battlefield was because the two of them sensed extremely strong energy waves coming from the void in front of them. It was because they had performed some kind of divine ability. At this moment, the two of them quickened their pace and were rushing over at top speed. However, Zhan 2's voice had arrived in advance and reverberated in the vast void of the battlefield. Everyone trembled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the roar from afar. Some were pleasantly surprised, some heaved a sigh of relief, and some were inexplicably excited because they knew that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor Zhan 2 had finally returned. This was the Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Xianxia. With his arrival, no matter how monstrous young Masterling Hu was, he would be suppressed this time. Although his mechanical demon insects were powerful, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Heaven War Empire's means. Of course, young Masterling Hu could immediately summon the Star Cauldron, but that would be useless. Perhaps after hiding inside, it could stop the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhan 2's footsteps, but it would definitely not be able to stop the means of the Heaven War Emperor clan's old friend that the Zhan 2 ancestor had invited. If this person did not have this ability, he would not have come with the Zhan 2 ancestor today. In their line of sight, the group of starry sky experts looked into the distance and could clearly see that there were two streaks of light rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The Zhan 2 ancestor had indeed visited his old friend. The two Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Xianxia were about to arrive. Damn! The old bastard is actually back? What made everyone's jaws drop was that after hearing the Zhan 2 ancestor's thunderous roar, everyone's hearts trembled. However, young Masterling Hu, who was inside the mechanical demon insect, did not show any fear at all. He actually cursed on the spot and opened his mouth to curse the old bastard. Moreover, he did not deliberately suppress his voice at all. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately shouting loudly. All the starry sky experts in the void of the battlefield could hear him clearly. With such a commotion, it was impossible that the two Heaven War Empire's mighty figures who were rushing over from thousands of miles away did not hear him. This kind of arrogance and audacity stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. This brat's guts were really extraordinary. Seeing that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor was about to arrive, he actually dared to provoke him so presumptuously. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Crack! 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 At the same time as Yi Xian's words rang out, the gigantic mechanical demon insect began to change again. The crisp and dense sound of mechanical operation resounded throughout the world. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon insect returned to its original state and turned into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the starry sky experts in the surrounding void changed greatly. The void tribes Zhan Yi, and Xianxia of the Heaven War Emperor clan exclaimed one after another. Oh no, this brat is clearly going to escape. Immediately activate the space oscillator with all your might. Don't let it perform a space jump to escape this place. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Xianxia's fury destroys the void faced with the arrival of two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Yi Xian's only choice was to escape immediately. Anyway, it was not shameful. He was only in the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm. Faced with two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm, if he did not escape, would he stay and fight them to the death? Everything he had done before was already enough to deter them. Presumably, this group of people would absolutely not dare to provoke him again and take the initiative to provoke him again. From this point of view, Yi Xian had actually achieved his goal this time. However, although he had to leave, he needed to make a decision on how to leave. If the other experts of the Starry Sky were to find out that Yi Xian actually had more than one way to leave when facing two supreme beings of the 15th realm, they would probably be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall out. In fact, if Yi Xian did not want to leave, he was fully capable of scaring away the two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Whether it was the Headless Infant Corpse or the Rai Di Seal, they both had the ability to do so. Even the fallen Sky Bao, after Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, could pose a certain threat to the powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. In addition, when it came to escaping, he also had more than one choice. The fastest way was to activate the Universal Coordinate Jumping ability attached to the system title. Once he did so, the two powerful beings of the universe would be instantly dumbfounded. They would not even understand how Yi Xian had disappeared. Although the void teleportation formation could be used to teleport a very long distance, once it was used, even the powerful divine sense of the 15th Grand Realm would not be able to capture it. However, Yi Xian's Universal Coordinate Jumping ability did not rely on the teleportation formation. On the surface, it looked more like teleportation. No matter how far the Starry Sky Masters of the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm could teleport, they could not exceed the range of the divine sense of the powerful beings of the universe. What's more, the void had once again fallen under the sealing effect of the space oscillator, making it impossible for the Starry Sky Masters to teleport and teleport. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian used his Universal Coordinate Jump ability to leave, this matter would definitely attract the attention of a large number of powers and experts. It was equivalent to exposing one of Yi Xian's trump cards. In the future, there might be people who would come up with countermeasures to guard against this. For Yi Xian, the loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, Yi Xian gave up on the idea after a slight hesitation. He decided that it would be more cost-effective to leave in a conventional manner. After all, the Starfield's abilities were already exposed, so it wouldn't hurt to expose a little more. That's right, he was planning to use the ability of the Wild Star to escape. At this moment, the Open Star continued to transform after removing the mechanical bug form and returning to its 50,000-meter diameter small fortress form. The experts in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded by this scene. Kacha, kachacha, the sound of the mechanical operation continued to resound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Open Star's size rapidly shrunk. In a short span of 3 breaths, it had shrunk from its original 50,000-meter diameter to 10,000-meter diameter. It didn't stop, everything was still going on. Another 3 breaths passed, and the Open Star's 10,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 1,000 meter. This wasn't the end. The last 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the 1,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 100-meter diameter. At this point, the starfield was practically a solid sphere, and its density had reached a terrifying level. The space inside was only 10 meters wide, and Yi Xian was standing in the center of this 10 meters wide core space. The 50,000-meter diameter fortress had shrunk to its limit, and finally became a 100-meter diameter sphere with a 10-meter space inside. The density of this sphere was unimaginable. Moreover, its surface was covered with a 50-meter thick energy shield. This was an extremely sturdy shell, and Yi Xian was hiding inside it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. This wasn't just a feeling, he even activated the engulfing system in his body and started to calculate and calculate. The final result was that even if the Open Star stopped here and didn't move, it would still be bombarded by the 15th stage Universe Realm Level 9 Supreme Being. It could still hold on for more than 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Yi Xian wouldn't be damaged at all. After 2 hours, the reason why the Open Star wouldn't be able to provide him with any protection was because the energy stored inside had been depleted. The energy that the World Bug Evolution Group temporarily extracted from the evil spirit slime's nest wouldn't be able to withstand the energy shield and the depletion of the countless micromolecules of the World Bug Evolution Group. If this energy supply could keep up with the depletion rate of the bombardment, then this 2-hour time limit could be extended further. With this result, Yi Xian was completely relieved. At this moment, Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were originally tens of thousands of kilometers away, finally came within 1,000 kilometers. The two old guys were a little dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. What kind of monster did they encounter today? Previously, it was a terrifying giant mechanical demon bug. Then, it changed its shape and turned into a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress. Before they could digest what they saw with their own eyes, the small fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter turned into a 100-meter round sphere covered by a 50-meter thick energy shield. Just one look was enough to tell that its defensive power was insanely high. All of this made Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor feel a little confused. What the hell? Since when did the human race's starship construction ability become so abnormal? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could be transformed into a mechanical demon worm, and its defensive capabilities could be reduced to a diameter of 100 meters. It was a dense little tortoise shell. This was simply F*King unheard of black technology. Little B** starred, do you think you can escape unscathed like this? Looking at the small sphere in front of them, not only did they not know where to attack, but it was also rapidly moving toward the periphery of the area surrounded by a large number of starships. Due to its small size, the effect of the void oscillator on it was almost negligible. At this speed, this 100-meter sphere would be able to break out of the encirclement very soon. Then, it would perform space transmission and escape instantly. Zhang Tu was so angry that his beard was trembling. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he turned around and looked at the eyebrowless ancestor next to him. He said gloomily, "Old friend, I'm afraid this tortoise shell can't be opened in a short period of time. I have a suggestion. Let's work together. The two of us will attack at the same time. We'll tear apart the void and banish it to the space turbulence. What do you think?" "That's great." The eyebrowless ancestor's eyes glittered. Then, he and Zhang Tu attacked at the same time. Boom. Boom. The two of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, two giant energy palms that were as big as the sky suddenly slapped down, covering the void where the 100-meter sphere was. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Slaughtering the Stars Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion was heard. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth collapsed. The universe almighties were enraged and attacked with all their might. The entire void seemed to be destroyed. As the two sky-like energy palms slammed down, the void where the 100-meter-long ball was completely shrouded. As the energy surged, the void was torn apart. Endless void turbulence leaked out, and a terrifying suction force was released. Amidst the surging waves, the 100-meter-long sphere, which was like the peak of a huge wave, was instantly drawn into the void. One of the two giant energy palms instantly condensed, turning into a palm-shaped imprint, and pursued at an extremely fast speed. In the end, before the void crack could close, it broke through the 50-meter thick energy shield and turned into a blood-red palm imprint, imprinting itself on the body of the Starfield ship. Immediately after, the void crack that was blasted open by the two 15th-tier universe almighties was completely closed. From then on, the dust had settled. In this battle, young Masterling Hu was finally exiled to the boundless void at the cost of over 200 battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of human forces and sections. If there were no accidents, he would never be able to return. As for the Tianji clan's small fortress that could transform into a mechanical knife, although it managed to escape, it was basically half destroyed. Even so, the universe almighties and the surrounding fleets were still in a heavy mood. Even if there were a few who had smiles on their faces, it was a bitter smile. This battle could not even be considered a Pyrrhic victory. It could only be considered a loss for both sides, especially the second universe's allied forces. They had suffered heavy losses. Several of the young clan leaders of the various clans were eaten. Even a few of the clan elders of the various clans were killed. Even the small fortresses where they were located were destroyed. Even the dynasty's immortal army from the immortal planet had lost two 10,000-meter diameter fortresses. The Federation's Overwatch Council's Blue Army had lost a small fortress. And this was because Yi Xian did not know that Hongdou Lifeng was the commander of this Blue Army. Otherwise, the entire Federation's Overwatch Council's fleet would have been annihilated. This time, Hongdou Lifeng had gotten lucky and escaped this disaster. the fleets of the various major forces dispersed one after another. What followed was the impact of this battle. This battle had shocked the entire Wanluo Federation. Young Masterling, whose monstrous talent and ability made all the major forces sigh. This person was really too monstrous. The three ultimates of alchemy, craftsmanship and array were just a facade. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Not only was translation, it was the invincible god of war whose clone it was still unknown was. Furthermore, they had a terrifying small fortress that was far more advanced than the current technology of the human race. His attack could transform into a mechanical demon worm, and his defense could shrink to 100 meters in diameter. This was simply unheard of black technology. If such a genius could be used by the human race, the profound significance would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the end and was exiled into the endless void, never to return. In addition, the terrifying transformation ability that the Tianji clan's small fortress had displayed in this battle had also aroused the vigilance of the human race and the Wanluo Federation. The entire federation was surging with undercurrents. Countless experts in the field of warship manufacturing gathered together to discuss countermeasures on the immortal planet. In this battle, the advanced technology that the Tianji clan had displayed made the human race and the Federation very worried. If all the Tianji clan's small fortresses had this kind of ability, then in the upcoming all-out war, the human race and the Federation would have no chance of winning. The entire battlefield would fall into a situation of being beaten up. That was too shocking. Many people didn't hold any hope and sighed endlessly. At the conference, many human experts in warship construction angrily rebuked the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, saying that they were the ones who had forced the human race's peerless genius, young Master Ling Hu, to rebel. Otherwise, with the starry sky black technology in his hands, the entire human race's technological prowess would have leaped to a whole new level. Even if there was still a certain gap between them and the Tianji clan, at least they would have been able to fight. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Faced with this kind of rebuke, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan sneered and didn't express any opinions. Furthermore, the only person guarding the fortress, Ancestor Xianxia, had disappeared completely after the battle. Damn it, I acted too hastily and made a mistake in my deduction. The exit of that void crack was actually shifted to a certain star field in the second universe. In a vast void, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Wu Mei were standing in the void. The latter was holding an ancient astrolabe in his hand and seemed to be deducing something. In the end, his face darkened and he muttered a few words unhappily. He turned his head and glanced at Xianxia, who was frowning. There's no other way. It seems that you and I have to go to the second universe again, and we have to move quickly. Otherwise, once that kid rushes out from the other side of the void crack, even if I left a mark on that strange small fortress, in case the other party keeps this fortress in his storage magic treasure, all senses will disappear. At that time, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden for too long. Soon, the powerful figures of some forces should be able to see that what you and I jointly opened that day wasn't some banished void, but a void passage with a clear location. On the side, Xianxia nodded in agreement. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people looking for you and me. They won't be willing to let all the good fortune of young Master Ling Hu be taken by us. There's no time to lose, let's move immediately. After that, the two didn't stay any longer. Their figures flickered and rushed to the graveyard star field. There were two natural universe wormholes, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. Not long after Xianxia and Ancestor Wu Mei disappeared, there was a faint light that flashed past in different directions around the void where the two of them were originally standing. At the same time, in a certain border star field of the Heavenly Battle Empire, although this place belonged to the territory of the Heavenly Battle Empire, it was a border area of a small country under the Empire's rule. Because the nearby star fields were relatively barren, and even the more precious minerals were not produced, this star field basically did not have many starry sky powerhouses. It was a star field with a very low population of powerhouses. At this moment, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng led his 108 high-level bloodline universe zombies and quietly appeared at the edge of this star field. 109 universe zombies, all with red eyes, stared at the quiet administrative planet in front of them. Zombie crisis reappears at this time. Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng and his 108 elite zombies were all floating in the void, standing far away from the atmosphere of this administrative planet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly tranquil planet. Although it was located in a remote area, this administrative planet also had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was a must. All the residential administrative planets in the dynasty's territory had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was because there would occasionally be some void ferocious beasts descending in the void of the universe. Without the star defense array, the entire planet would be undefended, and the ferocious beasts could descend at any time. The only difference was the strength of the star defense array. This administrative planet's star defense array wasn't strong. After all, there weren't any powerful void beasts running rampant in this area. The entire administrative planet wasn't very big, belonging to the type of ordinary small administrative planet. If it didn't have an atmosphere, and the interior environment was suitable for human habitation, it wouldn't have been chosen as an administrative planet to be inhabited. The entire administrative planet's atmosphere only had 4 entrances and exits, located in 4 different directions of the atmosphere. Although there were ships patrolling the exits, they were just ordinary shuttles. This planet belonged to a small country. This small country was located at the border of the Heavenly War Empire, so its economy wasn't developed. Below that, the small country's administrative planets were even weaker in terms of military power. This administrative planet didn't even have a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were only 10 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long star-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships were usually docked in the inner part of the planet, and weren't in operation. This place was located in the hinterland of the Heavenly War Empire's territory, not a strategic frontier. Coupled with the backward economy, the daily necessities of the battleships were somewhat insufficient. "King, can we begin the operation?" After observing for a while, a bald man walked out from behind Tuoba Linfeng. Although he was a zombie, he didn't look any different from an ordinary starry sky powerhouse. His cultivation was around the 6th Great Realm, Nebula Realm. These 108 elite zombies were all like this. Their zombie bloodline had evolved to a very high level, and they had the ability to transform. They also had their own intelligence and thoughts, and could communicate with people normally. In short, on the surface, they looked like ordinary starry sky experts. However, if they were allowed to manifest their zombie form, they could take all kinds of forms. Some of the elite zombies could even transform into mountains of flesh and devour everything. They were definitely a nightmare for starry sky experts. Divide into 4 groups and wait for my signal. Attack the 4 spatial tunnels outside the planet's atmosphere at the same time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tuoba Linfeng quickly issued the invasion plan. After taking down the 4 space channels, immediately shut down the star network signal relay station in the atmosphere and cut off the star's connection with the outside world. After that, leave 2 people behind to guard the passage and prevent any experts from leaving. The rest of you are to enter the planet immediately and take care of the powerful military department first. After that, when I remove the Star Web Artificial Intelligence Hub in the planet, everyone who enters the planet is to gather immediately and carry out a unified massacre. In the shortest time possible, we have to turn all the creatures in the entire planet into our own kind. Then, let them devour each other and select the elite zombies to take away. After the arrangement was completed, the entire elite zombie army was immediately divided into 4 groups and rushed to the 4 different atmospheric tunnels of the planet. They quickly occupied the tunnels and shut down the star web signal relay station in the atmosphere. Since then, the planet had completely lost contact with the outside world. Roar. Screech. Immediately after, 2 elite zombies were left behind to guard the 4 atmospheric tunnels to prevent starry sky experts from escaping. The other elite zombies all rushed to the planet's interior. A terrible disaster instantly befell. 100 elite zombies all manifested their zombie form. Their body size was around 10 to 100 meters. Some were ferocious humanoid beasts, while others were disgusting squirming mountains of flesh. Their bodies were covered with fleshy tentacles, and as they waved around, they constantly poured out venom. Some of these poisonous liquids were strong acid, and some were even a kind of black corpse flame, but without exception, they all had a strong infectious property. The slaughter was unfolding, and the undying and indestructible poison began to rapidly spread through the interior of this planet. Gradually, half a day passed. The entire planet had turned into a barren land. There were no more living creatures, but it was still bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that originally lived here had all turned into the lowest level of universe zombies. Under the influence of the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng's brainwave boots, a large number of low-level zombies in the planet's interior began to devour each other. At the same time, the 108 elite zombies also joined in. They also needed to continue to transform and strengthen. This scene was too tragic, and people couldn't bear to watch. From this moment onwards, the entire planet had turned into a true boundless hell. No one knew what happened here. After 2 full days, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng set off again. This time, the number of elite zombies following behind him had reached 200. All of them had evolved their own consciousness, and were able to conceal their aura. Their appearance was no different from a normal universe expert. Very quickly, this elite zombie squad once again left, disappearing into the boundless void of the universe. No one knew where they went, and no one even knew of their existence. And on this planet that they had just ravaged, in fact, not all of the low-level zombies had been devoured. There were still some wandering around. Time slowly passed, and another 3 days passed. Among the remaining universe zombies on the planet's interior, some of them finally obtained a certain degree of evolution. Although they hadn't developed their own consciousness, they had the ability to fly. After all, some of these zombies were originally infected by universe experts. After obtaining the ability to fly, these universe zombies left the planet through the atmosphere passage in the sky, and entered the void of the universe outside the planet. At first, there were very few of them, but slowly, their numbers increased. These universe zombies wandered in the void. Their strong sense of hunger made them increase their speed, drifting further and further in the void. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of universe zombies spread out over a large area. Finally, some of the universe zombies encountered a starship sailing in the void. This was a commercial fleet. There were only a dozen star-level commercial ships with a length of 3,000 meters. Their destination was a small administrative planet in front of this starship, and they would arrive in 3 days. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When it rains, it pours. Oh my god, what the hell are these guys, so disgusting. Look, the one on the right, his whole head is crooked, hanging under his shoulder. Zombies. Space zombies. Damn the Heavenly Battle Empire, didn't they say that the crisis was over and all the zombies were eliminated? Could it be that we're blind? Fire. Fire immediately, don't let them get close. Damn it, the nearest administrative planet is 3 days away from here. This zombie army is close to 10,000, we can only rely on ourselves. If we can't get out, we will definitely die. Boom. Rumble, the 10-star level merchant ships immediately became chaotic, the ship cannons fired, the sound echoing in a small star field. But at the same time, more universe zombies wandering around were attracted by this movement. Slowly, the number of universe zombies gathered around the 10 starships reached more than 100,000, covering the sky and earth. In just half a day, the 10 starships were all submerged in the sea of zombies. These starships were not space fortresses. If they were space fortresses, as long as they didn't open a channel, these space zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Space zombies that evolved to this level didn't have the ability to tear apart starships, so they were basically safe. Unfortunately, this kind of traditional starship had a fixed channel on the deck. Although there was an energy shield, it didn't have much effect against a sea of space zombies. Soon, some space zombies broke through the fixed channel on the starship deck and entered the cabin. Not long after that, the rumbling sound of cannon stopped. All 10 starships had fallen. All the Federation citizens and powerhouses on the starships were gnawed, their bodies were torn apart, and then, turned into space zombies. They began to walk out of the starships, wandering in the surrounding space. 2 days later, another fleet encountered space zombies. This time, the fleet had more ships, and their combat power was stronger. They had more than 40 star-level merchant ships, and the zombies they encountered were only a small group, only slightly more than 1,000 of them. Not long after, they were all annihilated. Then, the fleet hurriedly fled from the place and changed course temporarily, heading to the nearest administrative planet. When they arrived, the news of the Heavenly Battle Empire's space zombie crisis spread like wildfire. The Heavenly War Empire panicked and immediately sent a powerful military fleet to this star field. In the end, they found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable degree in a short period of 10 days. The universe void was actually filled with wandering figures of the universe zombies. This star field was really too remote, even in this small country's territory. It was considered the border. The degree of the interstellar network communication was not frequent. This led to the current situation. It wasn't until the universe zombies had basically completely spread out in this small star field that everything was discovered by the outside world. At this time, the universe zombies wandering in the void were even close to this small country's capital, and had even spread to the border star fields of other small countries. When the news reached the undying star, the experts in the various fields of science and technology who were still intensely discussing the measures to deal with the mechanical battle bugs were completely stunned. This was simply a case of when it rains, it pours. The Xianxia race had only just revealed the crisis of the mechanical battle bugs, and they had not yet come up with a concrete countermeasure. Who would have thought that the previous outbreak of the cosmic zombie crisis would once again appear? For a moment, the entire Undying dynasty was in a state of panic. Slowly, the entire Third Universe's human race began to worry. This was because the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital where the first space zombie crisis occurred was too far away from the location of the second space zombie crisis, the border star field of that small country. No one knew how the Heavenly Battle Empire's zombie virus was transmitted there, but one thing was certain, and that was that this time, the space zombie crisis would be even more difficult to eradicate. Previously, the space zombies in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital had not been able to rush out of the Empire's capital star. They were all eliminated within the atmosphere, but even so, in a short period of less than a month, the second space zombie crisis occurred at the border of this small country far away from the star field. And this time, not only did a large amount of space zombies enter the universe's void, they even spread out in the void, spreading over an extremely vast star field. The situation was countless times more serious than the previous time. Someone pointed out that this time, even if all the space zombies wandering in the void were killed, there was basically no guarantee that the strange zombie poison would not spread anymore. When this news was revealed, the originally anxious Third Universe's human race became even more restless, while the Second Universe's Federation's various races maintained their silence at this moment, quietly watching the situation develop, faintly like a tiger watching its prey. In the end, the search operation for the Xianxia clan's new top-grade small stronghold that had escaped from the previous battle also came to an end. They did not find the whereabouts of that small stronghold at all, and suspected that it had already escaped back to the First Universe. This made the upper echelons of the human race in the Third Universe and the leaders of the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters even more restless. Now that the Third Universe's internal strife was about to erupt, the Xianxia clan could send out troops to attack at any time, and the human race was already faintly showing signs of being tossed about by the wind and rain. Xianxia did not know about any of this. That day, after being swallowed by the space crack that Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, the two almighty beings of the universe, the wild star ship, which had turned into a small sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, had been wandering in this space crack ever since. Because it was surrounded by endless space turbulence, it was like dense and invisible space blades, blowing everywhere, wreaking havoc endlessly. Therefore, Xian did not dare to restore the wild star ship to its original state, although its defensive capabilities were stronger in this state. For the next few days, Xian controlled the wild star ship to wander around the space crack, trying to find a way out. In the end, he decided on a direction and sped off. This direction was the result of the Devouring system's analysis. The other directions had a 30% chance of survival or less, but only this direction had a 70% chance of survival. Even so, the wild star ship sped along this direction for a full 4 days, but it still did not reach the end. The space outside the ship was still filled with endless space turbulence, exactly the same as when it had just been swallowed by the space crack. There was no difference at all. Just as Xian was getting impatient and was about to use the Devouring system to perform a new round of analysis, an obscure blood-red color suddenly appeared in the boundless dark space in front of him. Although it was strange, this blood-red color was the first time Xian had seen a color different from the deep black from before in the 10 days since he had been swallowed by the space crack. This was most likely the exit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to a freak combination of circumstances, after a short while, Yi Xian urged Xingyi to charge towards the blood-red color. The entire world instantly turned into a vast expanse of blood. After a short period of 2 to 3 breaths, light descended, and the familiar void of the universe appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A suitable location has been discovered. Blood Void Underworld, located in the second universe. This universe plane has not yet imprinted your galactic coordinates. Do you wish to imprint them immediately? Blood Void Underworld, located in the second universe. Yi Xian was stunned. After charging out of that spatial rift, they had actually arrived in the second universe from the first universe. 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teaming up to tear open a spatial rift with their full strength actually had such power. They had actually crossed an entire universe plane. This was obviously not very realistic. At the very least, Yi Xian did not quite believe it. Because if that was really the case, then the natural wormholes connecting the universe planes would be meaningless. Universe realm experts of the 15th level, whether it was the human race, the various races of the Second Universe Federation, or the Tianji clan, were definitely not few. If 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teamed up and used their full strength to tear open a spatial rift and cross the universe planes, then when war broke out, this method would become a true nightmare. The armies of the 3 universes could very well use this method to secretly descend on the enemy's plane. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, how could the 3 planes of the universe be so peaceful? This spatial rift that old Devil Jean 2 and old Devil Jean 2 teamed up most likely had an accident. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian had an analysis result. His eyes flickered with a bright light. From this point of view, it can be seen that those 2 old fellows don't have any good intentions. Their goal isn't to banish the Starfield ship into the endless void of the universe. The spatial rift they tore should have its original destination, which is within the territory of the first universe. Those 2 old fellows clearly wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. They hid from the experts of the other factions and wanted to capture this young master alone. It's a pity that a small chance of an accident happened in the Void Fissure, which actually moved Starfield to the second universe. As for this, the 2 old guys should have already noticed something. The eyebrowless ugly ghost that the old bastard Jean 2 invited is most likely a powerful person in the universe who is good at this. He should be able to deduce the new end point of the void passage after a small probability of mishap. If that's really the case, the 2 old fogies should be on their way here right now. They might even arrive soon. After all, the Wild Star ship had been stuck in this spatial crack for quite some time. It had been close to 10 days. From the Heavenly War Empire to the domain of the buried falling star region, to the second universe through the natural wormhole in the depths of the domain of the buried falling star region, and then to determine the final location. The whole process will take about a dozen days. When he thought up to here, a bright light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and a wisp of coldness faintly flashed through them. No matter how good Yi Xian's temper was, he was still slightly infuriated when he thought up to here. Then, Yi Xian remembered the blood-red handprint that was left on the Wild Star ship's hull. This was clearly a mark that John 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost had used to determine his exact location. No matter what, he could not leave it behind. However, this was a mark left behind by a powerful person in the 15th realm after all. Yi Xian was not confident that he could erase it. In the end, after he tried, the result made his jaw drop. After Yi Xian gave the command to the core of the Wild Star ship, the blood-red handprint was erased in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The entire Wild Star ship was formed by countless micromolecules derived from a world bug. Following Yi Xian's command, the core of the world bug simply discarded the small area of the ship where the blood-red handprint was imprinted. Like a gecko cutting off its tail, the problem was solved. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the ship that was a meter wide and a foot thick separated from the Wild Star ship and fell into the depths of the void, disappearing quickly. Although this dangerous void called the Blood Void Underworld was indeed suitable for imprinting his interstellar coordinates in the second universe, just like the black hole of life in the first universe and the Death Star vortex in the third universe, the exit of the void crack was here. That old bastard John 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost should have already deduced this point. In other words, this place was already exposed and would become the focus of the enemy. Furthermore, the small piece of the wild star ship that was formed by the micromolecules of the world bug that was completely dead had also fallen into the depths of the void. The blood-red handprint was still on it, and most likely, it still had the function of guiding the direction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal interstellar coordinates in the second universe was not suitable to be imprinted here. After considering all this, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. He stepped out of the wild star ship and waved his hand to keep it into his undying world. Finally, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. After activating the concealment array, he activated the shuttle and turned it into an invisible arrow that shot into the distance. This time, coming to the second universe by a freak combination of factors was a stroke of luck for Yi Xian. He originally planned to immediately find some time to rush to the second universe after dealing with the troublesome matter in the Heavenly War Empire. He did not expect to unexpectedly fulfill his wish in this way. There were 3 reasons why he wanted to come to the second universe. First, to find a suitable place in the second universe to imprint his personal interstellar coordinates. He had already imprinted a personal interstellar space in the first and third universes, so he only needed to imprint one in the second universe. Then, in the future, once he activated the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title, Yi Xian would be able to perform a planar jump between the 3 universes with just a thought, unimpeded. Second, the ancient tortoise shell that contained the incomplete Dongshu scripture, the purplish warbler, was obtained from the abyssal tortoise's sea in the second universe. No matter what, Yi Xian had to personally go there to search and find it. Furthermore, it would not be a short time because the Dongshu scripture was too important to him. The abyssal tortoise's sea was an entire star field. Yi Xian could not just take a quick look around and leave. Therefore, this time, he might stay in the second universe for a while. Third, the various races of the second universe were basically beasts and birds with the bloodline of primordial creatures. Previously, Yi Xian had eaten the roasted wings of the Anji clan and the roasted beef kettle of the barbarian bull clan. Putting aside the excellent taste, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these powerful races had an extremely strong effect on his physical body's evolution. It could be used in medicine and concocted into the next gene fluid. Although Yi Xian had already concocted a level 11 gene fluid, he would be able to consume it when his physical body reached the 10th realm, the peak of level 9 Grotto Heaven, and enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm. End of chapter 3394. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.